Welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast, hosted and sponsored by GrandTheftWorld.com. This is episode 93. I think it's called the Political Injustice System. We're going to be talking about a lot of stories tonight for the next 6 or 7 hours. You might ask, why does it take 6 or 7 hours to break down these stories? Well, what mainstream media gives you during a week is a fragmented view of reality. What we hope to do is by slowing it down, taking some deep dives, we can show you a more comprehensive, coherent view of reality and going through your next week of life. Which would you rather work from and make your decisions? We got a lot of stories tonight. Trump got raided this past week. Mar-a-Lago became home for the FBI. We had the new CDC guidelines coming out saying that everything they've told us for the past 2 years, that's not the right guidance. Now you just need to treat it like a cold or flu. Also, the IRS hired 87,000. They're putting out, this job opportunity, use of lethal force, carry a deadly weapon, 87,000 new agents. We'll suss out those numbers. Is it really 87,000 new agents? Are they moving some new people into new areas? We'll check that out later tonight. We have a special guest, journalist Allison Morrow will be joining us sooner than later because she's got to get her kids to bed tonight. And we're also, after that interview, we're going to be doing a tribute to Michael Badnarik, an iconoclast whose labors of liberty have benefited many around the world for the past 25 years. He departed this past week, so we're going to have a tribute to him coming up later tonight. And last but not least, we're going to kick it off with Luke Rudowski from wearechange.org. And we're going to get a rundown of some of the global stories that are taking place, and then we'll break it down bit by bit as we get through tonight's show. Stay tuned.
American foreign policy in response to the larger geopolitical situation has been very tumultuous throughout the last few years, and it's only getting crazier by the days, the weeks, the months that, of course, it goes on and escalates situations, as, of course, there have been many proxy wars between the East and the West that have been carried out within the last few years. One of the most serious ones right now is not in Syria, is not in Yemen, is not in Libya, but one in Ukraine that has been fostering for a number of years now, especially with the political transition of Ukraine towards a more Western-friendly government that has been overthrown. And of course, there was the Maidan Revolution that has led to this situation where now the Ukrainians are saying they will openly target Russian soldiers at a nuclear power plant inside of their country. This, again, a big, unprecedented, but very dangerous move, as of course, Ukraine or the Soviet Union don't have the best history when it comes to nuclear power plants. If you haven't watched Chernobyl, definitely worth checking out on HBO. Now, by and large, nuclear power plants are a safe and effective way of providing energy comparatively to all the other alternatives out there. But having a war and bombs and bullets and explosives and munitions and tanks all around a nuclear facility is not a smart idea. The Russians are accusing Ukraine of already striking this, quote, critical site. As, of course, many people in the world watching are like, hey, this is not a good idea. This, as the conflict in Ukraine has mainly been stagnant. The battle lines haven't changed significantly, as today the Ukrainians are bragging that they have just taken out a vital bridge in Kherson, Ukraine, that allegedly is leaving thousands of Russian troops cut off from supplies. Is this true? Who knows? Again, as everything we report from you has to be understood from a war perspective, and that the majority of information is only being released for propaganda purposes. But I think it's fair to say that the situation geopolitically is at a very tense moment, as even Henry Kissinger, former national security advisor, the butcher of Cambodia, the slayer of Chile, the destroyer of third world countries, and the establisher of many despots and dictators around the world, is even coming out and warning that the United States is on the edge of war with Russia and China. Yes. Former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, major globalist, a part of the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, pretty much the handyman for the Rockefeller family, the man who opened up China to the rest of the world, the man who created the current geopolitical situation with the U.S. petrodollar, is saying, hey, even you guys are doing way too much and it's endangering all of us, which is a statement that should make a lot of Americans go, uh-oh. And this is my response saying, whoa, because Kissinger, a man who, again, throughout his entire career had no qualms, no problems when it came to destruction and ending human life with his foreign policy, when he's coming out and saying the current foreign policy of the Washington establishment is too much, is too dangerous. That's truly a situation that is very eye-opening to the rest of the world. Now, of course, tensions with China have been very tense with the latest visit from Nancy Pelosi. Currently, there's another congressional delegation en route to Taiwan right now, as Kissinger criticized the current U.S. political climate, which he says has trouble, quote, separating personal values from negotiations, saying that the only tensions are being accelerated, going on and then saying specifically, quote, "We are at the edge of war with Russia and China on issues which we partly created without any concept of how this is going to end or what it's supposed to lead to." And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually agree with Kissinger's criticism of the current party establishment. What's the goal here? Why are we doing this? Why are we investing so much into this? What's the longer strategic goal for the American public? And in reality, we have to understand we're dealing with politicians who are not serving for the future of this country, but for their own personal benefit for today. And I think this is perfectly represented by the policies being instituted by, of course, the Biden administration, that very blindly is leading us to a very dangerous situation that doesn't serve anyone's particular purpose or interest. And I think what Kissinger is saying here is like, hey, if you're going to be doing all these crazy things, at least try to benefit from them, because he's definitely not coming from a humanitarian perspective. That's not who Kissinger is. As of course, we on this independent media channel have been, of course, talking about the humanitarian perspective, number one. But second of all, even if you don't give a damn about that, strategically, what's the purpose? What's the benefit of the current policies we are instituting? Kissinger says there's none. It's just politicians trying to make themselves look good. There's no long-term strategic goal. There's no benefit to the American establishment, to the American people, and towards American hegemony. And when you start to understand Kissinger's perspective from this, you really truly see the sinister nature of the policies that we are pushing forward, which are even more reckless than we previously thought. And again, Caitlin Johnston called Henry Kissinger, quote, an immoral Hague fugitive, and I would definitely have to agree with her. And he's definitely not looking out for the safety of the American people or the world, as of course many people should wonder how Mr. Chaos himself is warning about too much chaos and the dangerous disequilibrium that he's talking about, the maneuvering towards a crisis that he's warning about, should all be warnings that we should at least contemplate, especially when it comes to the policies that we are financing with our tax dollars. And to provide some alternative theories here, we also have to understand that Kissinger is predominantly looking out for himself, his interest, and his friends' interest, which predominantly aren't the interest of everybody else. So could he be warning about these specific things because it could mean a destabilization towards what he has built? Well, that's another theory and possibility here that, of course, we need to understand. As, of course, there's a lot of changing and moving things here, especially when it comes to the metaverse, transhumanism, and the fourth industrial revolution, which even Kissinger talks about many times publicly. Is he worried that a global war would stop all that? Well, who knows? But Chris Hedges also has a very interesting report that just came out on Substack that is titled, quote, "We are not the first civilization to collapse, but we will probably be the last." And his sentiments, I think, are felt by many other scholars and experts and historians who, of course, are seeing the major problems ahead that are becoming more unavoidable as the United States, the current political class, doubles down on the current destruction of the average human being that is being deemed useless by the World Economic Forum henchmen. How did we get here? Well, I would say the divide and conquer left-right political distraction that have sped up the pendulum of destruction, with many people ignoring the power abuses of their gang only to be hurt by it in the next coming 4 to 8 years, as the policies and the presidents being set only further strip away your income and your freedom. How do you stop it? Well, let me know what you think can stop it down in the comment section below. I always appreciate your constructive criticism. If you thought I got anything wrong, let me know. But this is a very open-ended question. This is a very big question that I think hopefully spurs some very interesting conversations down below. I think getting out of the two-party duopoly corporate takeover system that we're under would be a start, and voting on principles and issues rather than parties and gangs could help maybe alleviate the larger problems ahead of us in our current modern day society. Someone suggested sending the 87,000 new IRS agents to Ukraine to see where our tax dollars are going. And hey, they're getting the training for it. So I think that's a good idea too. That's just my personal opinion. That's just my perspective. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys actively watching.
I think there's a beginning part of that. Do you want to play the beginning part? Or I think that was the second part. Sorry about that, Justin. I usually split them up. I didn't tell you about that.
Justin's running control room tonight. LD is off on special mission. He's learning some construction techniques. We're going to learn about that later in the show. Once we get past like intermission, probably we'll show you some of those updates. Justin, how you doing tonight? And yes, was there a beginning to that clip?
I am excellent. I did see it was in a couple parts, so we can go back and hit the beginning of that appropriately so.
Cool.
Said that there would be a negligible impact on inflation this year and barely impact inflation at all next year. I mean, isn't it almost Orwellian? How can you call it Inflation Reduction Act when the nonpartisan experts say it's not going to?
So I appreciate that. I appreciate the question. We've actually addressed this, the CBO. It was the top line number. There's more in there that shows that it will have the money remember how we're doing this too. It's making sure that billionaires in corporate America are paying their fair share, making sure that that the tax code is a little bit more fair. And so when you do that, when you put it in its totality, you will see that it will bring down, lower the deficit, which will help fight inflation.
Can't compute. Rapid eye movement out of control, as there was finally a real question asked about our current state of reality to a member of our government. Has to be a glitch in the matrix. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. This is Luke Rudowski here of wearechange.org. And man, oh man, do we have some crazy news coming out of Ukraine, which very surprisingly even has Henry Kissinger coming out and even warning us about the true consequences ahead of us. Yes, you heard that correctly. Henry Kissinger is being less of a warmongerer than the current status quo foreign policy that we have going now. The CDC also made a very surprising announcement. Well, not really an announcement. They kind of changed some things. They're trying to make sure that you didn't notice, as there's some crazy photos and videos coming out highlighting that the IRS is training for some, how would you say this? Forced taxation. Yeah, we're going to get into that, plus a lot more, all on this independent media broadcast. So much to get into. We're just going to jump right into it, as of course the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast was surprisingly from ABC News. And even though the anchor didn't push back against the lies being pushed by the official White House spokesperson, who said, yeah, no, this is going to go target the billionaires who are going to get audited. The billionaires already get audited automatically. So who is the IRS going to be going after with an $80 billion increase in their budget? Well, obviously it's you. They're not telling you it's going to be you, the average American, but we have to understand you're dealing with an unaccountable government institution that routinely lies to you. Just a few months ago, they told you the new Treasury proposals wouldn't go against small online transactions on PayPal or Venmo or Cash App. The fact checker said that it's misinformation. Articles were censored and attacked for saying that the federal government was going to, of course, tax all of these small micro transactions as published by Yahoo News months ago, and now Yahoo News is publishing, without actually issuing a correction, that yes, if you use PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, you should look out for a new IRS tax form since you're going to be taxed on your microtransactions. Showing you once again why we can't trust the fact checkers, the alleged authoritative sources that, of course, YouTube puts on a pedestal here on this platform while screwing everyone else over. They get it wrong. They get it wrong a lot, and they usually get it wrong in the benefit of the state or the private billionaires and multinational corporations that truly do call the shots here in this country. And now the federal government that printed too much money from both political parties, from both sides of the aisle, created massive inflation, massive havoc, massive pain and suffering for the average American, has the audacity of printing more money out of thin air, borrowing more money that they don't have, sending tens of billions to Ukraine, bolstering government agencies, which of course all will resort to you paying more taxes for it. And as the fact checkers try to fact check me and censor me and try to get rid of this video and get rid of any kind of commentary about this, I think it's clear as day that the price for these ridiculous government policies will be paid for by you. As of course, over the weekend, we also got new stunning images of IRS agents training, specifically on suburban rural homes in the country, wearing tactical gear, performing, of course, an armed raid. Now, what's the official function of the IRS? To steal, to collect taxes, them buying a number of hollow point bullets, them buying a bunch of weapons, them training to do armed house raids on suburban homes foretells a very bleak future for the average middle or lower class American whose financial security was taken from them by the federal government. Michael Safret, I think, sufficed the current situation very well by saying, quote, "Imagine raising taxes in a recession to subsidize tax credits for rich people to buy electric cars, other green energy BS that will increase gas prices, making the IRS larger than the Pentagon for more audits and looking Americans in the eye and saying this will lower inflation," end quote. And when you put it that way, yeah, that's essentially what's happening here. And of course, the IRS admittedly politically went after people with its governmental power, specifically targeting conservative charities, organizations, and political groups, discriminating against them and using the full might of their made-up authority to punish people for their political beliefs. And you could bet your bottom dollar that this is what the government is going to continue to do, especially after the raid of the former president of the United States, who today is demanding that his documents be returned. This, as the official story for the raid, is absolutely becoming more nonsensical by the day. There's some news reports that we're getting that allegedly some of the documents have already been sent back to Donald Trump. This, as there's still a lot of unanswered questions to exactly what was happening here. Why did this happen? This, as we're finding out that the Biden administration is allegedly also trying to pressure the DOJ to press charges against Donald Trump. This, as support for the former president has risen since the raid, and many even establishment figures on the left have been calling out this larger aggressive power move being made by the current Federal Bureau of Investigations. This, as establishment media, pundits on the corporate media, regurgitate the same talking point that no one is above the law, even though them and their friends literally break the law every single day, flaunt it in our face, and of course, don't do anything about it. In other, what in the world did the FBI just do news? We, of course, just found out that it took them 10 months to investigate the Alec Baldwin Rust film shooting, and they just released a report concluding that it was actually Alec Baldwin that pulled the trigger that took out his cinematographer that was behind the scenes and was shot by him. Alec Baldwin has been telling everyone that it was not him that pulled the trigger. The FBI, according to them, quote, "he must have pulled the trigger." 10-month investigation to find that out. That's, of course, your tax dollars hard at work, literally taking 10 months to investigate if a firearm would go off by itself. Yes. In other absolutely bewildering government news, we of course got new guidelines from the CDC when it came to their policies, what to do with the global sickness going around, and they resorted to the same policies that we have been calling for since day one: personal responsibility. Now, it's also important to note here that what the CDC is telling people to do was a bannable offense that, of course, saw people demonetized, downranked, and even had their livelihoods taken away from them by big tech social media for literally saying what the CDC is saying today. And as Eric Weinstein put it, quote, "someone saying these things even a short time before the CDC would have been, quote, a crackpot, selfish, low information, dangerous pseudoscience, anti-science zealot." And Eric Weinstein definitely made a good point here, as of course the CDC just relaxed their guidelines to the point of just, quote, going back to normal. Dr. Fauci is even denying that he suggested lockdowns, which he did, as many government officials are trying to quietly walk back the egregious things that they put us through while they were lying through their teeth, using tax dollars to fund their treachery on the American people. Another thing that very interestingly also just happened that was called out by U.S. Congressman Thomas Macy is that the same CDC just also quietly deleted information on their website about the spike protein that allegedly, according to them, did not last long in their body. That statement has been since deleted, leaving a lot of people suspicious, asking the question, why did this happen? Since, of course, the CDC did not publicly announce this seems to be a major shift from the official story that they've been telling us, and a very important one, since, of course, it has a lot of implications. This says, of course, the CDC is also hiding data and information from the general public about the results and consequences of the largest medical experiment that they have played on the American public and the public of the world. This as their representatives go on CNN and say, I can't believe people don't trust us. Gee, you wonder why. And people have every right not to trust them since, of course, they're a shadowy, secretive government institution that is literally hiding information from the general public and giving no liability for a product that they have manipulated and extorted people to take, which now they're lying and hiding information about. The policies of the last 2 years were absolutely ridiculous, were absolutely absurd, and now, finally now, we're facing up to the reality that a lot of mistakes were made and a lot of powerful people don't want you knowing that. The White House literally has censored journalists on big tech social media for even asking questions, and the whole world is finding out that a lot of the, quote, medical experts and scientists could be just as easily bought off as the politicians that implemented the policies that, of course, benefited the multinational corporate billionaire banking class and screwed everyone else over. And it doesn't just stop with the global sickness, as of course there's a lot of disinformation, a lot of cover-ups, which you can actually do your own part at exposing by simply going to thebestpoliticalshirts.com. Yes,
bestpoliticalshirts.com. That's Luke Rudowski. Looks like he's in a yurt. You guys catch that background? I was paying attention. All right, so there's two examples of gaslighting 101. The first clip with the White House press secretary, they came out in July and said inflation was at 0%. And at the same time, they passed the Inflation Reduction Act. So why do you have to do that if in July inflation's at 0%? The other part of that was the CDC. CDC comes out and quietly changes the guidelines on their own website, and they no longer claim that those spike proteins disappear so fast, because you're going to find out, you have found out through this show the past 2 years, it does something with your DNA and certain cells and organs in your body. And it's much more pervasive than they had let on. So they quietly changed that page. Now you can go back on the Wayback Machine and you can see what the CDC said before. You can see what they said after, and then you can read the articles, verify it for yourself. But when journalists do that sort of thing, guys like Alex Berenson, New York Times, they get pressured by the White House to be dropped from Twitter. So when Berenson's out there, he's doing his stories, he's on Joe Rogan, he's talking about these things during the pandemic to give people what? Informed choice. The White House says, no, not so much with the informed choice. So whether it's CDC gaslighting, that's kind of advanced gaslighting because they changed the website after the fact, or it's just a straight up press secretary telling people there was no inflation in July when everyone knows there was a lot of inflation. Things are doubled since like last year. So that type of gaslighting,
or that the Inflation Reduction Act, like the fact that
reduces inflation at all.
Yeah, right. The fact that nonpartisan experts have come out and said this is not going to do anything, maybe over a 10-year period.
No, it steals money. That's all it is.
Yeah,
they have a lot of those bills
make it much worse.
That give, they give like Phyllis, the COVID, the CARE Act, all these sort of things, but it's really just them fleecing the public. Yeah. Taking those tax dollars to make sure that you're not getting the services that you're paying into the system for.
Yeah.
Not maybe
satisfying a lot of different senators and congressmen's need for pork barrel.
Is it voluntarily paying when people are like, I'm paying so I don't go to prison? Is that volunteer? Is that they used to have different words?
Seems
for
like it's done so by force, but that's just what it seems like.
It's a soft coercion, Tony. That's why they need those 87,000
just
new
like there's
IRS
self-determinism, right?
Right. Yeah. Now, next clip tonight. Do we have Christy Lee's media malfeasance? I have to go locate my
yeah, we do
someplace.
We got it right
show
here.
Card. Take this seriously. Media malfeasance for this week.
The big news this week, the FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago. Although fresh off redefining recession in addition to inflation, female, and vaccine, big media decides it doesn't like the word raid either.
Oh, I don't like that word.
You can watch the shift in real time. CNN's Rick Wilson. It was a beautiful raid, a perfect raid. MSNBC's Lawrence O'Donnell. There are 5.6 million Trump voters in Florida. A couple dozen showed up to wave flags and get on TV in front of his home after the FBI raid. But then VP Kamala Harris's former aide Simone Sanders pipes in, please stop calling it a raid. And Kayvon Afshari points out, MSNBC's Frank Figliuzzi says FBI agents do not like the term raid. Moments later, MSNBC updates their lower third to executes search warrant. Massive law enforcement response, 9.5 hours, 30 armed agents, and 12 boxes retrieved. Does that sound more like executing a search warrant or a raid? What do you think? According to Newsweek and Wall Street Journal, the Mar-a-Lago raid was sparked by an informant who knew where potentially classified documents were stored. So again, if they had probable cause to know exactly what they were looking for, why did the search take 9.5 hours? Why were no witnesses allowed? Eric Trump told the Daily Mail that the feds demanded the security cameras be turned off while they searched for the home for documents. Trump's lawyer, Christina Bobb, says she was kicked off the property and wasn't shown or given a copy of the search warrant. After TV talking heads foolishly challenged Trump to release a search warrant he reportedly didn't get a copy of, Judicial Watch and others demanded the warrant be unsealed. Yes, the same judge who signed off on the search warrant ordered it sealed. Magistrate Judge Bruce Reinhart is an Obama donor who Politico points out worked as a federal prosecutor until January 1st, 2008, when a day later he became a defense attorney representing employees of sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Speaking of Epstein, any clients arrested or raided yet? Just the trafficker? What's also a head-scratcher is Reinhart recused himself from the Trump-Clinton lawsuit, citing concerns he couldn't be impartial. Yet just 6 weeks later, he saw no problem authorizing the FBI to raid Trump's home, according to Just the News. True, no one should be above the law, the puppet chorus sings, but was the rule of law or precedent followed when FBI stormed Trump's residence?
Clinton. Where was a similar raid on Hillary Clinton over her classified information, which we should point out she had no right to unclassify because, she didn't win the presidency. She was not president.
Look, we uncovered the Clinton email scandal. She stole emails, including classified material from the State Department. Remember, some of those materials were under subpoena at the time, certainly when they were destroyed. And then she lied about what she was doing in terms of destroying the records, pretending that she was only destroying emails about her daughter's wedding and yoga classes, when in fact she had been trying to destroy classified information, and still no raid. And then on top of that, you have presumptively criminal activity by, as others have pointed out, Hunter Biden in the custody now of the FBI that implicate this president of the United States. And just a few weeks ago, we were talking about here, I'm sure you've been talking about, the fact that the FBI was caught trying to help Hunter Biden and Joe Biden just before the election. And that was just exposed a week or two ago. And now they're raiding Trump's home. I tell you, the FBI and the Justice Department can't be trusted and should be thoroughly reformed. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think they're redeemable at this point.
And President Obama trucked 30 million pages of his administration's records to Chicago, promising to digitize them and eventually put them online. And yet, more than 5 years after Obama's presidency ended, the National Archives webpage reveals that 0 pages have been digitized and disclosed, according to the New York Post. So is this inequitable justice? But wait, Trump is a criminal.
Well, turning into a former president that had committed this many provable criminal acts.
But what are the provable criminal acts, I guess?
Provable criminal acts. Well, I'm done talking.
Merrick Garland, the AG that has weaponized the FBI against parents of school-aged children, now admits he signed off on the Trump raid.
I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter. I will not stand by silently when their integrity is unfairly attacked.
The men and women of the FBI and the Justice Department are dedicated, patriotic public servants.
I will not stand by silently
when their integrity is unfairly attacked. The men and women of the FBI and the Justice Department are dedicated, patriotic public servants.
In light of the conflicts of interest in play with the AG, the judge, and not allowing witnesses for the search, one of the more wild claims is if evidence could have been planted.
People distrust so much the government that we've gotten to the point where, for example, do I know that the boxes of material they took from Mar-a-Lago, that they won't put things in those boxes to entrap him? How do we know? Their lawyers weren't allowed to see the boxes go. They weren't categorized.
That's going to be a problem.
Thousands of documents were taken. Yeah, how do we know that they're going to be honest with us about what's actually in the boxes? How do we know that was in the box before it left the residence if the lawyers weren't allowed to see everything?
But is it a wild theory? Here's just some of what we know of the FBI. It's targeted even peaceful January 6th rally attendees while ignoring violent BLM and Antifa rioters and labeled parents at school board meetings as domestic terrorists. The FBI labels patriotic symbols as indicative of militia, violent extremism. It raided Project Veritas founder James O'Keefe's home over the diary of the president's daughter, even though he had already turned it over to police. And of course, there's the Fed infiltration and incitement of a politically timed plot to kidnap Democrat Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. There's also the FBI's sordid history involving the Waco massacre and as far back as COINTELPRO of the 1960s and 70s. And while FBI Director Christopher Wray describes allegations troubling about an FBI agent covering up Hunter Biden information, even as Hunter Biden is still under investigation, no raids, and in fact, he joined his president father on Air Force One for a beach vacation just days after Trump's FBI raid. And if we know an FBI attorney admitted to altering email used for a FISA application during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, is the planting evidence theory really so wild? And now, after Merrick Garland has defended the integrity of the FBI, just a day later, another leak. WAPO says an unnamed source says the classified documents sought concerned nuclear weapons. Trump calls that a hoax, just like Russiagate. Meanwhile, all eyes on Trump, while Biden says we saw 0% inflation.
Let's say a number. 0. Today, we received news that our economy had 0% inflation in the month of July.
And let's not forget the new 87,000 armed IRS agents we can look forward to. But the IRS deleted a job posting page from its website with the "Be prepared to use deadly force" part of the job description. I'll leave you with this. If they can treat a former president this way, just imagine how they'll treat us. In fact, an IRS report shows armed agents have already simulated an assault on a suburban home. Bringing you what's ignored, sensationalized, misleading, or just plain false, I'm Christy Lee, and that's your media malfeasance for the week.
All right, outstanding report by Christy Lee. I want to bring a couple things to the book cam here. Let's go here first. Let's do it like this. If you haven't read this book, I'm sure it's available online. You can get it at Amazon still. Trevor Aronson's a journalist. He worked for a Tampa Bay newspaper in Florida. He wrote this book. This basically studies the so-called terrorist attacks after 9/11, kind of covered by the Patriot Act, this sort of thing. What it shows is a demonstrated pattern of using internal FBI informants and artificially constructing situations to then pounce on these people who are being used as prey, and then getting more money for their operations by saying, hey, we caught the bad guys, we want to take some more. So Trevor Aronson's book, The Terror Factory Inside the FBI's Manufactured War on Terror, is a must read if you want to know about FBI activities in these types of realms. I mean, I'm sure he could probably write another book right now on the Whitmer trial. It's not like isolated instances where this goes on. Long history, very substantial book. I want you to check it out. Now, I brought you a special surprise. I didn't buy it. I got it for free, but you got to let your fingers do the walking on the internet. You can find something like this. This is the search and seizure warrant for Donald J. Trump. I think this is a historical piece now, because I think it's the first time in history where such a thing was created to search the premises of a former president of the United States. Now, a couple interesting things worth noting here. Trump could have hidden anything he was trying to hide just by putting it in areas occupied, rented, or used by third parties, such as Mar-a-Lago members. Hey, hold this in your locker. They're not going to search it. Or private guest suites. So he could have hidden the stuff places, but they got it out of his storeroom, which was Secret Service padlocked up as per request. This thing's been going on for a long time. And that's part of the point as well. It took them 10 months to figure out Alec Baldwin had pulled the trigger. It took them 19 months to figure out, what was the last one we just heard? There was one they just figured out. It took them 19 months. Oh, to serve this search warrant. That's what we're talking about. I think it took them 19 months since they had the information. It was so pressing. They waited months. Might not be exactly 19, but it was over a year. So it wasn't that pressing that they had to have a 9.5-hour FBI raid. The other part is, how many months do we have to wait before we could get Hunter laptop, FBI kind of things going on like this? Anyway, search warrants, they're strange.
I think it's one of those situations whereby which the government requests documents from former presidents. And yes, it is an offense to deny that, but at the same time, there have been a number of videos show detailing and documents revealed of former presidents that have done this very same thing, and obviously they did not receive similar treatment. So in regards to taking documents and not sending them back as appropriately designated.
Now, there were claims that they were looking for, he had some nuclear sensitive documents, all this sort of stuff, right? Which didn't turn out because it would be in the warrant. If they're looking for that, they'd say it right here. This is what they're looking for. However, I want to note, they're saying illegally possessed in violation of 18 USC 793, 2071, and 1519. Do you guys know how to look up statutes? You know what 793 is? Pretty sure it's Espionage Act, which comes with treason, which comes with death penalty. So the left was going crazy saying, they're going to indict him on 793. I'm pretty sure it's espionage. And they're having a field day. But the reason I brought this to class here tonight is not to show you where he could have hidden stuff that he didn't. If he really wanted to hide stuff, they tell him this is off the limits. You can't look in the lockers of the members, these sort of things, or what they're trying to charge him with. But when they get down to it, they have an inventory of stuff they took, right? They're there looking for nuclear secrets. They're looking for this and that, according to the claim, right? So let's look at the receipt for property. This is United States Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, receipt for property. Mar-a-Lago, first thing they take, executive grant of clemency regarding Roger Stone. That's the first thing listed. It's not the first thing they took, but it's the first thing listed. Out of all these things that they're supposed to be like, there's top security, special compartmentalized information, there's secret documents, top secret documents, confidential documents, these sort of things. But Roger Stone and a letter from Macron, that got to go at the top of the list. We don't want to lose that stuff, guys. Very important. Other boxes, so important. They didn't even have to label the contents on here. I don't see any nuclear anything, right? So like, if you go through the trouble to look through the paperwork and then compare it to what they're claiming in the news, you'll see it's pretty much ado about nothing. And it looks like they're just hunting for a reason to not have him run as president, because I think they're really scared of him. And it's becoming very obvious to the public that that's what this is all about. They are scared of Trump running for president. They're also scared of Alex Jones having a network to tell people about shenanigans like what they're saying.
What a coincidence it happens at the same time. The show trial for Alex Jones and the Mar-a-Lago raid, roughly at the same time.
Former NSA director, former CIA director, both the same person, Michael Hayden, now retired, responded to some of these tweets about espionage and showing Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, when they got caught for the communist stealing of the atomic bomb plans for Russia, they were executed. I believe it was gas chamber. And Mike Hayden replied to that tweet. Seems about right. Now, he's the same guy. If you would have asked him 10 years ago, Michael Hayden, what is metadata? What do you guys use metadata for? His quote is, we use metadata to kill people. So these are not like the warm and fuzzy people that you might think they are from their political intertwinings on TV. They kill people for a living. And he's among all those 50 directors that said didn't come from a lab. They're among the 50 directors that said Russiagate's a real thing. PP document.
Yeah, talk about planning evidence. Yeah,
it's all the same group of people. It's becoming very obvious. It's the same cast of characters. And now we do have a special video from the production chat of Hillary Clinton, because let's preface this. I'm interested in justice in these situations. The scales should be equal before you put any weight on them. And I'm arguing justice is not being applied equally, and unequally applied justice in these situations is not justice at all. You're going to lose the trust of the people. And that's a big deal. Department of Justice runs FBI. And right now, it seems like there's a thumb on the scale, heavy on the side of Hillary Clinton. Let's see this special video. Do you see where I'm talking about, Justin? This is an audible. It's not in the show card.
I'm pulling it up. Which are you going for?
It's a music video with Hillary Clinton and James Comey talking about her emails and the findings of the investigation.
Do we have that in the playlist or the chat?
No, it would be the production chat from earlier today or late yesterday.
Okay, I will get that right up.
All right. Let's go back to the warrant. United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida. You know, there's a name missing from this because I was looking like who signed this warrant, what judge or magistrate issued. It says duty magistrate. Does it say? Oh, here's the guy's name right here at the bottom. I should have read to the bottom of the page. Bruce Reinhardt. Has he been in the news at all this week? Is there anything else going on with the judge who signed this? He, according to according to Christy Lee's presentation that we just heard, he recused himself from the Trump case a couple years ago. Not sure about the date, but he recused himself from that because he had a conflict of interest. Now he's involved in this Mar-a-Lago raid. That they don't like that word, but I think that's what it was. 9.5 hours with that type of publicity and armed presence. That was not a voluntary subpoena some documents, give your lawyers a chance to give a return. That was a whole different situation. So let's call it a raid. That was triggered by this warrant. The warrant was signed by a guy who used to work for the feds prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein, and then decided Jeffrey Epstein's he's being maligned by these law enforcement, and he should switch sides. And he did switch side, and he helped to be a lawyer for Epstein's pilot and his booking guy and all these other people that are involved in Epstein's empire. And then somehow later he became a judge, not appointed by Trump, by the way. So there's that situation too to be fleshed out. Because when I heard that the judge that issued this search warrant had something to do with Epstein, I was incredulous. I was like, there's no. But when you look at it, there is something there, and it is pretty substantial. It's not a trivial thing. They didn't eat at the same restaurant one time at different times, right? That would be unsubstantial. This is substantial. He went to work for Epstein's lieutenants, defending them against the feds, who have their own problems prosecuting people for child crimes. There's a history there too, because they knew about Epstein. The FBI did for like 30 years, right? Just like the BBC knew about Jimmy Savile for 30 years and helped to hide it. So there are groups that are helping to protect these people. Justin, did you find that clip?
We got it. Let's roll it.
All right.
To give you an update on the FBI's investigation of Secretary Clinton, what I want to do is tell you what we're recommending. But first, let me tell you what we found. 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top secret, 36 of those chains secret, and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Everything I did was permitted. There was no law, no regulation.
Secretary Clinton should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation.
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email.
None of these emails should have been on any kind of unclassified system, not even Gmail.
Well, first of all, nothing was marked classified.
To the contrary,
Nothing was marked classified.
there is evidence of
Nothing
tremendous
was
amount.
marked classified.
Now let me tell you what we found.
Oh my God.
110 emails.
It was not the best choice.
52 email chains.
It was a mistake.
Have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top
It wasn't
secret.
the best choice.
36 of those chains
I said
secret.
it was a mistake.
And 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it
With
make?
respect to our recommendation, this is going to be an unusual statement in at least a couple of ways. Although there is evidence, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. What difference at this point does it make? 110 emails.
It wasn't the best choice.
52 email chains.
I made a mistake.
Have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top
It was not a good choice.
36 of those chains
I said it was a mistake.
and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Now, I'm really sorry you had to listen to that. And Auto-Tune doesn't have much of a place in the world, so I thought that was the best place for it to be used. And whoever did that, thank you, because it made it easier to listen to. James Comey talk about Hillary Clinton. Now it's an interesting situation, right? Because in that video, it makes it look like Comey's giving a report about Hillary Clinton. James Comey was the FBI director. He was looking into the Hill Dog situation. The important thing to know about his situation is he's in the same group. They're in the same club. They're investigating themselves. HSBC had James Comey on the board of directors after HSBC got caught laundering a bunch of drug money. I interviewed whistleblower John Cruz several years ago from HSBC. The history of HSBC is it's a worldwide opium monopoly company for the British Empire. So when they get caught smuggling drugs and laundering drug money, and then they have Comey come in to watch over them, and then HSBC gives $100,000 or a larger amount to the Hillary Clinton campaign at the same time that he's investigating. It's a quagmire. So in these situations, you can't just take this week's sound bites about Mar-a-Lago and be like, oh, they're going to look. You need to weigh these situations out. This goes on regularly. Did anyone ever raid Hillary Clinton's Chappaqua, New York mansion? No. For the server? No, there was no raid. No, they used lawyers to go back and forth and say, hey, give the stuff back. So what's different in this case? Well, I think that what's different is there's an election coming up. And what's different is one side's really scared of a political candidate. And instead of putting up a strong political candidate on their side, they're just trying to get rid of their opposition, which is a good strategy if you're in Stalinist Russia or Mao's communist China or Pol Pot's Cambodia. Get rid of your political enemies. CIA does it all over the world to topple regimes, but this is America, and this is not how it's supposed to work. So part of it's a responsibility on the side of the audience for so easily believing and buying into these red-blue storylines. And part of it is there's always going to be evil and machinations in the world where people are trying to take away freedom. But it doesn't have to be up to Spinal Tap 11. We could know about our rights, assert our rights, talk in terms of critical thinking and not just let's enjoy other people's downfall, the Schadenfreude. So another audible in tonight's show, Karn. I want to go to our guest in studio. Well, not in studio, but she's here in the Zoom call. Allison Morrow is a excellent independent journalist. She used to do TV work for those big corporations, and then she found a better opportunity. And I figured we'd either talk about homeschool, homesteading, independent journalism, anything she wanted to talk about. Allison, welcome to Grand Theft World. How are you doing?
Thank you. Oh, I'm doing great. How are you all? It's an honor to be here.
Well, I wanted to make sure we accommodate your parental obligations. I have a 6-year-old, so I understand what bedtime means. And I wanted to make sure that you've already done other interviews and videos today. I think I saw your Alex Berenson video earlier today. So yep. You've already had a full day of work. So I wanted to make this easy. I wanted to introduce your work to the audience and see how you were doing and what you were planning to do next. So welcome. Where would you like to begin? Do you want to start with your TV work? How'd you get into TV producing for Fox back in the day, right?
Right. That was my first job out of college. That should tell you a lot about who's putting together network and cable news. I was 22 and I didn't know anything about how the world works. I barely know anything now, but I definitely did not know anything back then. And I was the one that was putting together all the information packets for the anchors. I worked for the morning show Fox and Friends. And, those, I was thinking the other day about this one morning where I was allowed to come in that the next day. So normally when you work for a morning show, you're producing a day ahead, right? Because everybody comes in at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So the work for the next day starts after the show of that day. So when you're a segment producer for one of these shows, you're booking guests, and then for whatever topic, the team decides that you're stacking the whole show basically a day before, and they're like, okay, we're going to give Allison the War on Terror. So I'm like a 22-year-old out of college. And okay, who am I going to book for the War on Terror? I don't know. It's this guy's in the Rolodex. I'll book that person. And then you got to put their bio in the packet for the anchors and book the car for them for 3:30 in the morning the next day. And then put all the information you can find from the internet into a packet so the anchors have their talking points and their background. And then you even write questions for them. Now, some anchors are more independent than others, so they don't rely on the packets as much. But I was just saying, I remember one morning where I was scheduled to actually come in after the show because they would stack the schedule so that not everybody came in at 3 o'clock in the morning. So that day I was coming in the like 9 o'clock shift the day after, and I got reamed by my boss because I accidentally took the packets home. And I kept them in my purse and I forgot to leave them. And it just goes to show they're like, wait, they didn't know what they were talking about. There was one particular anchor who was very mad about it. And I'm thinking, like if they need my packet to get through the show, this is a serious problem because I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just Googling the background and whatever Google says is there. I'm copying and pasting it into some paper and then putting it into these packets. So that was how that all came together. And honestly, the reason I left was not because I necessarily had a moral crisis. It was more so because I guess I kind of felt like I'm not really sure what my life is going towards here. I feel like I'm just kind of repeating the same thing. I didn't see any purpose to it. There was a lot of fun stuff. I got to meet some cool people when I was there, but I just didn't, I don't know. I just didn't feel like I was doing something that I really loved. So I left and went to graduate school. I actually went to seminary and then got a Master of Divinity degree, specialized in psychology and counseling. And then I won't get into all of it, but I ended up deciding in my last class, preaching, that I was going to go back into the news world, but as a reporter. And so I did 12 years in local TV news and then quit in 2019.
All right. So the first part is like Winona Ryder in Reality Bites. And then in the second part, she goes to seminary. I haven't seen that, the sequel to Reality Bites. So the realization that these older people, they're more adult than you, they're senior people, that they can't do their job without your packet. What was that like for you as an epiphany to be like, wow?
I mean, I guess I don't know if at the time I had sort of the existential words for how depressing that is because I didn't really comprehend the system at the time. So I guess now looking back on it, it seems egregious. Back then I was thinking, come on, are you serious? Like, get your act together. I mean, you're paid like $1 million a year. You're twice my age. Like, you can't deal with one morning without your information packets. And so it was just more annoying, I guess, at the time. Cause I got so, and so I just looked at it kind of like, whatever, dude, this is dumb. But I now looking back on it, now that I understand a lot more about how much influence they have, and how manipulative these special interests are, and they're all working together. And I was just like one little link in the chain, as Aretha Franklin says, right? I mean, I didn't realize though the system that I was participating in. And so I think at the time it wasn't necessarily like I said, I didn't leave because I was necessarily having this existential crisis. Like I was like, I can't believe I'm participating in this system. I was just kind of bored. I was a little bored. I wasn't really sure what the point of going to work was every day, and I just decided to leave. And so I didn't even really quite comprehend journalism at the time. Like, what was the point of journalism? And so when I went back to grad school, I thought I'd go be a psychologist. That was my plan. I was getting a master's degree to then go get a PhD in psychology and counseling. And I fully thought I was done with news. I was planning to be a counselor.
And then how did you get into investigative journalism?
Well, I was never officially like an investigative journalist. My last 5 years, I covered the environment, which I did do investigations for, but I mostly focused on, anything. I could go to the woods where they were releasing Wolverine one day, and another day investigate the state for corruption. When I was in seminary, I took a lot of classes, obviously, like I was saying, in psychology and counseling, and I tried very hard to avoid preaching class because I did not want to work in a church. I am a Christian, but I just didn't. I've never understood the politics within church administration. If you go to seminary, you will see why so many churches are dysfunctional, because you hear the backstories of like no, we can't have that hymn on Sunday. You know, how could we possibly, you gotta dip the bread. You can't drink the wine. I mean, it's nuts what people argue about when it comes to religion. Here I am thinking, oh, I thought we were talking about the biggest thing ever, like God, not all these tiny little arguments that people debate about, which, I mean, who cares, you know, if you sing that one song versus the other song, but apparently that's what a lot of people argue about behind the scenes in church administration. So I wanted to stay out of the classes where people were having to have those kinds of conversations because I didn't care. And they would not let me graduate unless I took preaching. So I took it my last semester of my last year. And I sat in the back of the room and I was like, I'm just here so I don't get fined. I don't know if you know Marshawn Lynch. He used to play defense for the Seahawks. But he just would show up for press conferences and not say anything. And like whenever they'd ask him a question, he'd go, I'm just here so I don't get fined. So that was why I went to preaching class, so that I could graduate. But actually my professor, Dale Andrews, he gave this lecture the first day about how we're all storytellers. Every single one of us is regularly in the process of communicating reality to one another, like and formulating meaning out of things that we've seen and done every day. And that if you're doing that for a community, you can either participate in doing it in a way that encourages thinking and purpose and intention and you know, just something greater than, I guess, the sort of like typical daily grind, or you can do it in a way that's divisive and chaotic and manipulative. And I don't know, for some reason, just like a light bulb went off in my head that I had never considered my old industry of news to be participating in that. And I didn't take journalism when I was in college. I was a history major and a French major. And so I never really studied journalism. And I guess that was the first time that I had ever had somebody kind of give me a larger reason for why you would care to be in this sort of storytelling professions, and why it would matter that you'd come to those professions with integrity and with a compass that is greater than a political group or affiliation, or just something, you know, something like that would push you in the direction of just trying to have a team, I guess, and stir up popularity and ego, really, I guess, at the end of the day, to be guided by something greater than yourself versus your own ego. And so I decided to give it a shot. I got back into news. I wasn't sure I was going to stay there forever, but I did, you know, four markets, basically. I started in Macon, Georgia. Then I went to Tampa, Florida. No, Macon, Knoxville, Tampa, Seattle. And Seattle was my last market.
So a couple years at each place. What was the pattern of how long you worked at each place before you moved along? And what new things came to you that you said, oh, I could put this to work to someplace else? Or were they shifting you around?
That's a good question. Typically, I stayed for one contract until I got to Seattle. Normally contracts are 2 to 3 years long. And, you know, when you work in TV news, local TV news, and then a lot of people have aspirations to do network reporting, you usually do that. You stay for maybe a contract, maybe 2 contracts, depending on what offers you have at the end of your contract. It's difficult because you get like 1 month to get a new job. And if there's nobody hiring, or the place you want to go isn't hiring, they won't let you work without a contract often. So then you end up re-signing, and then you got to wait another 2 or 3 years. So in my particular case, there were jobs that opened up that I thought were decent enough that I'm like, okay, you know, when I was in Macon, I didn't have a contract. So I was only there 8 months, and I went to Knoxville, signed a 2-year deal there. And then I knew I wanted to move to a bigger market. So my hometown of the St. Pete, Tampa Bay Area, Florida opened up. So I decided to take that job. And then the Seattle job, I don't know, that was kind of a big leap for me because it was on the side of the country I'd really never been to before. I'd heard Seattle was kind of weird, but maybe also kind of fun, because I will say the benefit of working in the Seattle TV market is, unlike most television markets in the country, Seattleites, they don't really like crime. news. They're not really interested in sort of what typically sells, the bleeds it leads stuff that's at most newscasts. Seattle, that doesn't really work. So you have to think smarter in that market, weirder, I guess. People like for instance, I pitched a story once about how I heard a postal worker was concerned that she was seeing so many dead bumblebees. And so she was stopping on her route to massage them and feed them Mountain Dew. And in no other market would a news director allow you to do that story, but they loved it at my TV station and it did really well in Seattle. It just was a weird market, but you had to kind of think outside the box. It was one of those places where you could actually do smarter news. And that started to change, I think, with new management down the road. And now the market is sort of going into the more, fast paced, again, like I said, bleeds it leads stuff. But when I got there, it was one of the few markets left where if you had brains, you could use them there. Whereas in a lot of local TV markets, it's getting more and more difficult to do that just because they just want fast paced, negative, flashy news.
And they want sanitized, safe, under contract, focused people to conduct their business. Because as you were discovering when you're making the packets, like that part of the content of the show is kind of an afterthought to those people. What they really need to do is say the right perspectives to please the advertisers so that they keep getting paid $1 million a year. Right. So there's a whole chain of bureaucracy that has nothing to do with telling a story, learning something from that story that's substantial and meaningful to life, and therefore people coming back to get more of that. Right. And I think that's what you do as an independent journalist now. And you had more freedom in Seattle than any of those other jobs. But there's also that limitation that comes with doing a job like that. When you're under contract, when you get out of contract to get a job, you have to wait for another contract to be up someplace else. It's kind of like musical chairs. You have to have you're done and you're standing up and the chair's open and you can go move to it. You might have to wait 6 months. And then a lot of people find themselves limited because of that structure. So I'm glad you got out. What were some of the triggering events that led to you being independent and doing your own thing and applying your knowledge to learn anything for yourself and just do it?
Well, one thing that I think a lot of people misunderstand about the corporate news business is that so at the highest level, I do believe that there's influence like what you're talking about, but at the local TV level, especially, but even at the network level, in my opinion, one of the biggest problems is that you have just so much homogeneity of thought. And perhaps that's not necessarily something you're hired for, but it's an energy maybe that you give during the interview process, and then you do the work and don't cause any problems or any fuss, not because somebody's like standing over you with a whip, but because you're in the system. You're not necessarily seeing outside of it, and you're kind of a true believer or a stormtrooper, as I like to say. You don't need to be enslaved because you're happily enslaving yourself. I mean, you're ideologically unchallenged. And like, for example, when Trump won the election in 2016, and here I am, I'm the environmental reporter, so I didn't cover that kind of politics. I cover environment's very political, but I wasn't covering the presidential race or anything, though I did cover the inaugural protest and somebody got shot like a few feet from me. But anyway, that's a story for another day. But when I come into the newsroom and people are pitching stories like, I hear kindergartners are coming to school crying and it's the end of the world. It wasn't like our management said, hey guys, we need to do this story about how kids are crying in kindergarten over Trump's election because corporate wants it. Or like the Clintons or whoever, right. Whoever. It's the reporters really believe that. If you were seeing their personal Facebook pages like I was, they thought the world was going to end. And nobody was challenging them because a lot of people think exactly the same way. I mean, they start to become like each other, and there are very few people who push back, So then when you do, it can go one of a couple different directions. In some cases, if it's a story where maybe there's not a lot of concern over pushing back on the narrative, then maybe you get to do a story. But keep in mind, TV news goes very quickly, and you might have an hour or 2 hours a day to get your story together. So it's highly unlikely it's going to be well researched and well presented, and especially at 90 seconds or less, which is typically the limit. How are you going to present opposition that is nuanced and intelligent in that kind of world? So a lot of times the opposition doesn't get a chance to doesn't get a fair shake simply because of how the system's set up. And if you're somebody who works within that, it's probably because, like I was, that you didn't really know what you were missing at the time. There was nobody there challenging it. You didn't have managers that were encouraging critical thinking, and you just weren't influenced by other ideas. Like you didn't have, your managers were like, hey, take a day and watch Grand Theft World, and get a different perspective. It just wasn't like that. And then, yes, there were topics like, to your question about, really where I was like, okay, there's something really wrong here, was vaccines and climate change were two things that were just real no-nos. And I didn't know that until the very end, frankly, because I never brought them up. I wasn't, like I said, it wasn't that I was sitting around the whole time I was in TV news like, I know there are doctors who are critical of vaccines, or I know that there are scientists who are critical of the climate change narrative. I didn't know any of that, so I was never bringing it up. But when I did get in, I did start hearing these ideas, and I would bring them up. Just say, hey, this is out there, not like we have to cover it, or I even know if it's true. And that was when I was basically told we don't let people question that stuff, and not because my boss said, we don't let people question that stuff because Pfizer is our main advertiser. It was because he was also a true believer. Like, he really believed that if you questioned these narratives, that you were nuts. You were an agent of serious, dangerous disinformation, and you needed to be silenced. And so I remember we got these shirts. I have it actually in my closet still, that said like Truth Seeker on them, because we were running this Stand for Truth campaign. And I remember getting this shirt, this Truth Seeker on it. And I told my dad, I'm like, it's Truth Seeker, except for vaccines, climate change, and then we'll see what else. And I never got to find out what the other topics were because I eventually quit.
Well, once you started to see that, did you have doubts about, you might think, hey, I could do this on my own. I could bring news directly to an audience. And did you have doubts like, I don't know how to make a website, or what were the obstacles keeping you in the corporate job with like the golden handcuffs? Like, if I just keep my mouth shut and go with the party line, I keep getting paid. That's a big jump. And a lot of people are stuck where you jumped from, right? So you have made the leap, you have made an impression, you have made a difference, you're making a bigger difference every day, and you're getting better at it. But there's a lot of people who are in the situation where they're like, I don't know how to do these things. And that's going to keep them from making the decision. Whereas it sounded like you probably made a decision and figured it out along the way. And it's like a reversal of thinking.
Well, I was strategic about it in that I found a job as sort of a bridge, that I could have my podcast and have a day job. I don't know if you know this story, but I took a job shooting videos about wildfire for the Washington Department of Natural Resources. So that was like my day job. And then on my off hours, I would do my podcast. My job was very much, it was very mundane. It was like, maybe people wouldn't think going to wildfires is mundane, but it wasn't like very controversial. I'd go interview firefighters about what it's like being a wildland firefighter. Basically, that was what I did. And they knew I had my podcast when I started. And I knew that if I worked for the government, or at least I thought that if I worked for the government, I could talk about the stuff that I really wanted to get into on my podcast, because I was working for the government and they weren't a corporation who could just silence me. So I thought it was a safe job, and it would be a job where I could also have a family, and I wouldn't be, working 15 hours a day, traveling all over the place. So I thought, hey, this is not going to do this forever, but this is a good transition. Eventually, I wanted to just do full-time on my own media, but this would be a good transition. So they knew I had my podcast. They encouraged me to keep going with it. They thought it was cool that I had these followers. They were like, hey, promote us. I realized early on after taking an ethics class, though, that when you work for the government, it's illegal essentially to make money if you're associated with your jobs. Like, in other words, you can't take somebody says, hey, we'll pay you $100 to be our MC for this event as Allison, the wildland firefighter videographer person. I would have to say no. So when I realized, okay, well, I might be monetized soon, because at the time I wasn't making any money. I didn't have enough people watching me, but I knew that eventually I would be. And I didn't want any collusion whatsoever. I didn't want anyone on my podcast to know I had this job shooting videos. I didn't want to mix the two. So I was very serious about keeping them separate. Well, COVID comes along, I switch my podcast to censorship, because I was just doing, some media analysis, and like our family's moving towards homesteading. We're renovating an Airstream to live in, all that stuff. It was, it wasn't very controversial, but as soon as COVID hit and I started seeing the influence that my old industry was having on public policy, on families, on people's health, I just couldn't stand by anymore and not talk about it. Eventually, they caught on to what I was doing. Mostly, there was one video in particular, which, God forbid, I had interviewed the former medical ethics director at UC Irvine, Dr. Aaron Kheriaty. I got suspended from YouTube for it, because we talked about natural immunity. They saw my Twitter thread about how I should be reinstated, and it's ridiculous, you can't talk about this. And they told me that if I wanted to keep my job, I had to stop interviewing people like that, because they had a vaccine mandate and they didn't want anyone undermining, they said, their mandate. And I refused to comply. And so they fired me. So now that's how I ended up full time was I just refused to stop doing the censorship thing. And I refused to stop publicly associating. That's essentially what they said. Don't publicly associate with people who have any ideas that could get our firefighters and other people these, revolting. And I just couldn't believe it that they were asking me that. I'm like, you're the government. I have a First Amendment right to continue. I'm just not going to stop. No. So that was it. They terminated me. That's how I got to be who I am, I guess.
That's wonderful. That's probably the best firing you could have gotten in that situation, because it really gives you, there's a lot of unknowns, but it also gives you your freedom, which is very exciting. Now you can interview anyone you want.
True.
You can ask them any questions you want. If YouTube wants to deplatform you, you got other platforms you can get the word out. And maybe it wasn't the highest and best use of your time. Maybe you were like undervaluing yourself as an intellect in the world, and a critical eye and a critical ear to hear and to see these things and to hear these things and to be like, wait a minute, it conflicts with some other known data. Let's reconcile these contradictions, because that's valuable for the audience.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't want to do that, we can do that all day. That's what alternative media does. We got to undo all these things that they say during the week in these 90-second segments.
Right.
And you have to make hard choices, like which of the biggest stories are the ones that you can take time to help your audience get a deeper understanding of, and these other ones, well, maybe we don't need to understand them this week, we'll do it next week. But there's also like that responsibility to help the audience along, and your selection of what stories to cover. Do you have a radar? How long does it take you to produce a story? How much research do you put into it, and how do you prioritize or select them?
Well, most of what I do are live interviews, and the way I pick people is based on essentially anyone who's been maligned or in some way mischaracterized by my old industry or censored. I invite, and I tell my audience that I'm learning just like they are. So be critical, come with a critical hat, and be skeptical. I'm not endorsing. I'm listening. That's what journalism was back when I first started. At least I thought that's what we were there to do. We weren't there to silence the dissenter. We were there to explore their ideas and see if they had any validity to them. So that's what I do. I find people who have just been steamrolled by corporate news or censored by the big tech platforms, or in some way, have just unpopular ideas, I guess. And most people with like unpopular, and I don't mean unpopular in the sense that there probably are a lot of people who actually agree with them, but I mean, the way the narrative goes, the sort of accepted way of thinking about things. Those are the people that I want to hear from. I think for a couple of reasons. Number one, because I personally was not privy to that when I lived in the bubble of corporate news. People were just, I guess you start getting used to the talking points, and until you start to get a certain level of knowledge about a particular topic, which most reporters, I don't think, the system is almost set up so that you only have a superficial level of knowledge about a topic anyway, because you're turning to a news story every day. And so it's like one day you're covering city council, the next day there's a murder down the street, and the next day it could be anything. And so if you're not paying attention, you think you're like, oh, I'm a mini expert today on all these things. You're like, no, you're not really. You don't really know what you're talking about. And when I started covering the environment, that was the first time that I had gained a level of competency to then finally see my blind spots and to realize all the people I hadn't interviewed for the story, or all the documents I hadn't read, and all the things that I didn't know. And yet here I was going on TV kind of presenting myself like an authority when I knew very well I was not an authority on the topic. One time in particular, I remember covering the Clean Water Act, and I knew there were many holes in the dichotomy of this false dichotomy of Clean Water Act good, anyone who questions a Clean Water Act bad. I knew that was not true, that there were problems with the Clean Water Act. And I needed to read a Senate report to feel comfortable going on air. And I just did not have time. And I don't know if you all know this, but a lot of reporters shoot and edit their own video now. So you're driving the car, you're shooting the video, you're editing the video, you're writing it. I mean, there's just no time to like read documents. And I turned to the anchor who sat next to me. She'd been there 40 years, a long time, very well-known Seattle news anchor, and said, I can't read this report before air. I just don't have time. And I'm really frustrated about this. And she goes, just say what NBC said. They usually get it right. And that's how a lot of people think. Just say what NBC said. We're an NBC affiliate. Just say what they said. They usually get it right. We'll just fly under the cover of their radar, which I realized, no, they don't. How is it possible that a New York City reporter who never covers the environment knows more than I do in Seattle as a full-time environmental reporter? I was one of the only full-time environmental reporters for a TV station in the entire country. There's no way that I wasn't one of the most knowledgeable environmental reporters in the country. And yet I still didn't know what I was talking about because I couldn't read the report. So that's just the way they thought. And, you have to finally get that level of competency before you can see your blind spots. And I think now that's what I'm trying to do, is just go into those blind spots, go into those dark corners that I had not explored before. I was an environmental reporter who never questioned the world's going to blow up from a heat ball in 10 years, so like I have a lot of questions. I didn't know there were scientists out there, legitimate scientists with legitimate questions about climate change. So now I want to hear from them. Why? Because I want to know what I've been missing out on for the last 15 years, and just hear their arguments and learn more about what I wasn't exposed to. And then also I think it's kind of partially like an atonement, because I participated in a system that really created some damage among, not just communities, but like actual families, brothers not talking to sisters and moms not talking to their kids, because, well, you made this choice or you think that. Mm-hmm. And I just think it's horrible. So like, I think and maybe this goes back to my seminary training, but it's like, I want to model the behavior that I wasn't doing before. And I hope to see in other people, in that it's okay to have conversations with people who have different ideas, who think differently than you. You might learn something, or maybe you decide, no, I still kind of think what I thought before, but at least I'm better informed about it. Ideas are not an STD. Like, you can sit down and listen to somebody and hear what they have to say. And you can like talk to grandma who voted for somebody different and stop believing this. narrative that we're pushing on people, that kindergartners are crying going to school thinking the world's going to end. Oh my God, kindergartners are crying, I can't believe it. It probably has nothing to do with the fact that their parents are freaking out over everything that we've said over the last 2 years. And so to say, like, it's okay, like, I'll talk to the dangerous people, so that other people who are like, oh, I can listen to that person, I can talk to that person, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Like, I'm sick and tired of this world where we feel like if we associate with someone publicly, we're going to explode into thin air. Like we're that's the narrative we've been fed over, I don't know, at least the last 4 to 6 years, that you can't even talk to people publicly anymore. And I just think that's such crap. So I do it just because, hey, if I can do it, and then maybe it's easier for you, to talk to somebody that you haven't talked to in a long time, because I showed you that it's okay to do it. Like, nothing happened to me, I'm still here, I'm alive. Then that to me would be a great way to live the rest of my life.
Yeah, it goes back to Aristotle said it. He said it's possible to consider an idea without becoming it or accepting it, to inspect it, right? So just because you inspect an idea or you interview somebody doesn't mean you advocate it. That's the process by which you come to a judgment or choice or conclusion, is through that information gathering and balancing and weighing the contradictions against each other and which one actually is substantial and which one needs to be dismissed type of methodology. And what you're doing is, NBC says, we just copy the Home Office. We don't need to know. We'll just say what they said. Nobody gets fired for saying what they said, right?
Right.
In the software industry, it's the same thing. You don't get fired for buying IBM. Like, you have to know what the thing is. If you just buy IBM, everyone's going to keep their jobs, right? It's a good bet. That's orthodoxy. What you do is heterodoxy. You're the one that says, wait, there might be some blind spots here, and the objects in fear might be larger than they appear. So let's dig in and get some real information and weigh it, because, to talk out against the Paris Climate Accords, oh, you're a crazy tinfoil hat person. But when you ask people to explain that for themselves, they can't do it. They're bought in emotionally, not rationally or reasonably, because they've weighed the facts, and you help bring new facts to the front of consideration for people. And that gives people choice. And I think that helps to ignite the flames of freedom. I think it's very necessary at this time that more people do likewise. So thank you.
Well, I mean, no, I don't. You don't have to thank me. I'm enjoying what I'm doing because I get to learn about stuff that is interesting. And I don't know, I guess I've always been somebody who likes the rebels. I mean, I think one of the reasons I wanted to be a counselor was because I wanted to hear people's stories of being an outsider, I guess, like just because I wanted to work with drug addicts. That was my goal. And I just always had a fascination with the outcasts. And I don't know. And maybe like it's a theological reason, but at the end of the day, I find my identity in God alone. I don't, there's nothing that that being with somebody who has like a drug addiction or a disease or has a different idea or whatever, like that's not going to set my identity aflame. You can't hurt me. That's just the way I look at it. Like I'm okay. And so the people on the outside often are better at articulating their positions because they have to, they can't just rely on niceties that get passed around and everybody just accepts. And so they tend to be smarter and more interesting to listen to. And so they're just more fun to be around, but they also, a lot of cases are more authentic. And I think that's always been something that I've been attracted to, are people who may not say the popular thing, but they say the most authentic thing. And that's a very, I don't know. It's just a very attractive place to be, I guess, just being yourself. And so I would much rather be around somebody who says something very heterodox, but they believe it, they really believe it, versus, it's just, and they're not necessarily like enraged by it or anything. It's just, they're just being honest, versus somebody who has no idea, like they can't be honest about it because they don't really believe it. They don't even know what they're saying. They've just been fed it and they're just regurgitating it. I would much rather be around the other kind of person, just because they're interesting and I think just more authentic.
Yeah, interesting and genuine makes people curious. Whereas like the clip that was going around of the press secretary doing the interview explaining like, using the word salad gaslighting technique, it's like she's not qualified to answer the question in the first place. So it's not surprising that a press secretary who doesn't have that deep dive knowledge is going to give the runaround, but the journalist at the table shouldn't accept it. And all too often it's like supported like, oh yeah, you should just understand. And that's the official party line. But I think there's a lot more meaning and substance that come from people who take the time to read the documents, to take the time to find the people, to get them in front of a camera and a microphone and lights so that they can share their message with other people. I think it's a very important job, and the Fourth Estate has been lacking in it.
Well, it
Ever
empowers
since-
the audience. I mean, not to
Yeah.
cut in real quick, but it
Go ahead,
empowers
Tony.
the audience because it gives them the confidence to say, like, I can make a decision here. I can make a choice about how I respond to who this person, in this case, Allison, you'd be interviewing. I think that's really important to re-inspire confidence in the individual to be like, I don't have to go on these regurgitated talking points. Like in a weird way, the mainstream media sort of perpetuates a Dunning-Kruger effect, which gives a semblance to the average person that everything's sort of figured out. They have, the news is sort of everything in these nice, neat little boxes, and that sort of conditions how I view reality. Don't need to do any more research there, and everything's sort of nice and neat, and that, everything's good. But when you actually look at the neglected aspects, bring in the context by bringing in heterodox viewpoints, whether you agree with it or not, to your point too, as long as those people are authentic in what they're trying to present, even if they're wrong, I want to hear that. That's the important aspect of free speech. I want to hear their opinion. I want to hear where they might be wrong, why are they believing in certain narratives so much? Like, what is giving them the impetus behind that? Because then you get to know perspectives, why people give into certain narratives and ideas so much more when you get to explore it in a dialogue.
Well, the gist is free speech is reserved so that I have the right to say things that other people don't want to hear. That's the thing. And if you don't have that and people aren't reviewing the things they don't want to hear, you're not hearing the other parts of the free speech. You're in the echo chamber. And that's why I think it's important for people to like take the right side, the left side, and all other sides of information. If it's an important topic to you and you're really going to like make a decision or a judgment in your life that has like efficacy, you need to weigh it equally. Otherwise, you're not going to see results that you're seeking. And I think that independent journalists like yourself are helping to put like these topics out there for consideration. And more importantly, you're not preaching to the choir, to use that seminary reference. You are giving the choir the ability, because your stories have handles, they got links, you can share them around, and it's not people to people, because there's a divide there. People are filling and crossing that divide with media from content producers like yourself. And I think that's the healing that needs to go on, because otherwise everything's being set up for civil war or a mass forest fire, to use another reference.
But it's divide and conquer through ideological persuasions. That's one of the most important things you said earlier, Allison, is that no one's held by gunpoint. These are people that are sort of ideologically possessed by certain narratives, whether it's economic, whether it's political, whether it's cultural, when it comes to the woke narratives that are going around. I think that's the key thing, is that the road paved at, what's that old cliche? The road paved to hell is with good intentions, right? And some of these people, they really believe in what they're doing. They really believe in the narrative. They believe they're on the right team. And that's sort of, when you do that, when you believe you're part of something that's greater than yourself or other people, which is important. That's a super important aspect of the human condition, but we prioritize it in the wrong areas. It becomes incredibly destructive, because then you other groups that aren't you. And once you do that, over time, that becomes more and more non-human. And it's a very scary sort of, slope to sort of trip over and fall down on. And so it's something to be aware of and be careful of. And I think, like, too often, I think in alternative media, we sort of present it, not us specifically, just alternative in general, as though, yes, there are some very dark, nefarious machinations going on around the world, but so much of it, and I just think about when I was listening to Peterson so much, Jordan Peterson, is ideological persuasion. It really is. Like, people are just so like, we kill God. What happens? The blood is on our hands. And all of a sudden we deify political systems. We deify economic systems. And then they try to fill that void. And it sort of becomes quite messy. We call it the 20th century.
It seems like your seminary experience helped you find who you are, and you feel very strong in your identification of self. And once that's unshakable, then you can go and make change in the world. but they don't want people to have the foundation, like, for instance, you've built for yourself. What do you think made you so much more self-reliant than most people who do what you do?
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's partially like just personality. I don't think I would ever call myself a rebel in the sense that, I wasn't like really getting in a ton of like serious trouble when I was a kid, but I was always kind of a troublemaker. I mean, I never really was a conformist, I think. And so I think that's just a personality thing. I got kicked out of a lot of classes. I would think I was the only Math Honor Society president to get kicked out of the club for talking too much. I actually had like a very, I think, and I don't think this is a good thing, but I think I had sort of a disrespectful, like I was always sort of
obstinate a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I never thought you just got to be an authority. Like, I never understood why certain people, just like the principal, for instance, I guess, why are you the principal? Like, who made you principal? I mean, why should I listen to you? And now I think like I can understand, when I was in my old industry, I didn't go in there. I didn't go in there at the end because I matured to see like, okay, this is the authority in the newsroom. If I come in here and I just like throw my feet up on the desk and I scream at them every day, that's not going to win the game. So I can either be true to myself and push back on these narratives, or if they're not going to, allow me to be who I am, and ask these questions, and I'm just going to go, and I'm going to start my own thing. I'm not going to change. I mean, I changed the management, and I'm not going to just, like when I was a kid, I get the way I was doing it. I just interrupt them while they were teaching, or, just wreak havoc in the classrooms. And then I got older and I realized, okay, it's their classroom. You know what I mean? It's my boss. They're the news director. But that doesn't mean that I need to be somebody besides myself in their newsroom. So if I can't be myself, then I'm just going to leave. And instead of getting just kicked out, I walked down and started my own thing. You can do that, I guess, as an adult. As a kid, I don't know what the right thing would have been for me to do, but I look back on it and I think it was just, partially personality. I think my parents, did a good job of encouraging discovery. I spent a lot of time riding horses when I was a kid, and I think through that I met all kinds of different people. Like more of a country lifestyle for a kid who actually grew up going to prep school and living in a city. I spent time in the barn with people from like all kinds of different backgrounds, folks who you could see the street under their car because they had no floorboard, and they were mucking stalls. And then, people who were going to Harvard, and everybody in between. And I think my relationships too, being kind of outside of that bubble also made me realize that like it was fun being friends with people who weren't necessarily in your social class or your intellectual class or whatever. I liked that variety. And so I don't know, like when you ask about that, it makes me think of, people ask me a lot, like, well, what would you do to reform journalism? And I think my focus, besides systemically, I think the way corporate news is done does not give you the time and the space to be. I don't think financing it differently is going to make a difference, because I never knew a single reporter who said, I know better, but I'm paid a ton of money, and so I have to say this. Like they're very very much like on the narrative. They believe it. So that's not going to change it. I don't think giving somebody a ton more time without encouraging, and exposing them to different ideas, like it being a manager, I guess, who sets the example. Where I would go would be like, if you're talking about journalism students, for instance, I would start them early on, exposing them to like radical ideas, which are not really that radical, as I've come to find out, but, bringing in people who have like very different ideas, not just like the safe Republican talking point that's a little outside the box, or the safe Democrat talking that's a little outside the box. I mean, like people who really push back on the system and the history they've been taught and the way things work and special interests and stuff. And then And then I think the most important thing is after you expose them to those ideas, to have them sit down and evaluate themselves. What was their reaction to it? Did they feel angry? Were they scared? Like, who were their good guys and who were their bad guys? Why don't they like the idea that they just heard? Or why do they like the idea they just heard? Just so that there's some self-awareness built into the way they do their jobs. They're not thinking like, I'm just a drone who goes to work every day. And you don't just accept the press releases for what they are or accept your response to it. You start becoming more aware of, oh, I really want that team to win. Why? Why do I want that team to win? Like, why do I feel like that's the right way to go? Is it because it's really the truth, or is it because that's my team, or because my boss told me that we never question that narrative, or whatever else? Because I think part of, the big problem, like just internally for a lot of people, no matter what industry you're in, is there's just so little self-awareness. And I don't think that that's taught enough when you go to journalism school, college, generally speaking, or definitely when you get into these newsrooms. It's just not a value that's really upheld.
Yeah, I'm a reader of journalism. So the way I see it, because I don't have your internal experience of these agencies, but it would seem for an investigative journalist to serve the audience, they themselves would need to know what their rights are, and then understand that government is there to secure our rights and protect them. And then the fourth estate is to make sure the government is securing and protecting our rights. And in that realm of fourth estate, you would need critical thinking, creative problem solving. You would need rhetoric to express to the audience some useful bit of information that is meant to help the audience secure and protect their rights, because that's what people really get back down to. And I don't think that's been a part of journalism like in the 20th century, unless you're looking at the classic muckrakers of the early 20th century. And it would never occur to Columbia Journalism School or any of these places to start with, here are your rights as an individual. Here's a lens of freedom and slavery. And now let's add some critical thinking and remove all these contradictions to bring the audience the 5 W's plus how in a coherent manner, such that they can now take, actions and make judgments based upon your journalism to better their lives. That's the convection current of causality that I think is broken, or purposely had some of the tracks removed where the trestle's blown up.
Yeah, it's even worse nowadays. My old company, for instance, which is one of the largest TV ownership companies in the country, really the world, they force you to go through training, particularly like right now, I know they're doing race training that teaches you, like, this is the way you have to see race. This is the way you have to see race relations. This is the way you have to see anything basically that in any way intersects with race. And they're bringing in, like, the teachers are very controversial figures who, like if you're talking about Black people in, specifically, a lot of folks that I watch, like in the independent world, would totally disagree with them, but they're brought in for the journalists to say, like, this is the way you have to think about what it's like to be Black. And this is what it's like. This is the right way to think about race. And so, yeah, they are now not only are they not being just taught critical thinking, but they're being taught, actually, this is the way you have to think through this particular topic. And the signal is not even just like, this is the way we want you to understand reality, but you could go to HR if you ask questions about this particular paradigm. So it's moving in the direction too of like closer to what you were describing at the beginning when we started talking, of more of an overt pressure, whereas before, I think a lot of people, like the majority, was just kind of a silent agreement. Everybody this is just an agreed upon truth in the newsroom. Now I think it's starting to become a little bit more egregious. So I would say that more than before, there are people who are like, I don't know if I jive with this, but they're telling me I basically have to think this way. And if I don't do stories like this, or if I question this, it's potentially a human resources violation. So I don't know how that ends, but that's definitely happening right now.
All right, I had a couple quick questions, and then we'll let you get on with your evening. I know you got lots of important things to do yet today. How old were you when you heard of Operation Mockingbird?
probably like a year ago. I mean, I wasn't even I was not in TV news when I heard about that. I didn't, the CIA, this was not part of my repertoire when I was in TV news at all. I wasn't talking about any of that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, to work in an industry that had been like deep captured long ago, they don't have to do a whole bunch of active stuff today because they already got you saying, well, if this is what the headquarters said, if NBC Central says this, we can say it too. And that's just how it percolates down. And they discovered, I think the first quote when I did research on this back in the day, it was 1917, a Texas congressman named Oscar Callaway basically said all the shipping magnates and robber barons had deep captured the major media companies and established and put editors at each one. And they didn't have to control every media outlet in the country. It was just like 20 or 30 of them. But they established these, they put editors there. And
it's an influencer thing. It's an AP Reuters
creation.
Right. Everyone looks to AP and Reuters when they don't have their talking points. So it's the same idea. Once they had the leverage to have, every news agency looks to them for the talking points. You have the narrative controlled across the entire nation. That's back in like 1917.
I'm telling you that the vast majority of the stuff I've learned just in the last couple of years since being in the independent world, just listening to some of the people on Rockfin, for instance, I sit there and I'm like, what the, I mean, is this real?
That's actually a question I want to ask you. Like, when did you wake up to these larger, was it COVID sort of inspired the catalyst?
I still am. Yeah. I mean, I still am. I don't consider myself, woke yet. I'm still waking up and I'm continually shocked, but I try, one thing I have to watch is I try not to then go the opposite end, which is like, you're up at night, like staring at the ceiling and
down rabbit holes with no end.
I was just going to say, there's a point of buoyancy. So you do dive in and you sink a little bit, but then there's a buoyancy where you come back toward the surface because you have to have a method of saying it has to be a meaningful, substantial, actual piece of evidence that I'm going to work from. Otherwise, I'm going to consider it conspiracy theory, right?
Yeah.
And like over the years, I've built I built a map. Let's see which button does that. So like for Operation Mockingbird, when I was trying to figure it out, I built a map and I started like asking the questions. What are the individual parts of this arena? And what are some of the places, and CBS was part of it. So what was CBS and who ran it and who were the people, and then what other secret weapons did they make from there, right? Our secret weapon. Anyway, in order to not get too lost and to like find your way back to reality all the time, because that's where we want to stay, right? We want to be reality based, but not denying bits of evidence and reality that don't fit the convenient narrative.
That's the importance of critical thinking, and what Allison said earlier, providing a dialectic. Like we don't have to agree with these differing positions, these alternative positions. We just have to have a space where we get to hear it. I think that's the key thing. That's the most, because people are intelligent enough. They have the capacity for critical thinking. We all do. So when they are given the opportunity to engage it, I think they really do. Too often, I think people in power just assume that people are not rational or will not engage with that. Well, yeah. Well, if you legislate policies that make people act or don't give them the confidence or the ability to act in their own rational capacity, like lockdowns, for example, then they're going to become more emotional. They're going to react rather than think. And it's a key thing. So giving people the dialectic. When I teach logic, I talk about this all the time. I know it's uncomfortable, but find the best position you can against what you want to believe, and then challenge yourself. It is the most important thing I can teach, because it's going to do two things. On a psychological level, it actually challenges your identity, because we tie up our identity with our sort of beliefs and our understanding about the world. So it's a little bit of a boundary dissolving.
It's like a leash we put on ourselves.
Situation.
By considering the other side, you're able to have forward locomotion of learning.
Right.
Otherwise, people in their echo chambers just hop around on one leg, either right side or left side, and they're not really making progress.
Being more divided.
Yeah. You can fall into the trap in the alternative world, I think, of just being a contrarian for contrarian's sake and just being oppositional to the mainstream. For what, though? It just because that's what your audience wants to hear, or do you have reasons for that? So, yeah, I mean, because I'll get flack every once in a while if I interview somebody who has faced censorship or they've been mischaracterized by the news, but they're not like somebody said the other day, stop bringing people on that are still in the matrix or not fully out of the matrix. Like, what does that mean exactly? Like how far along do they have to be or agree? How many things do they have to agree with you on for you to be willing to talk to them? Because isn't that exactly why I got out of mainstream news? And I don't want to be like that, because that's what they say. You can't talk to those people because they're wackadoodles. They're too crazy. And now this person's not crazy enough, so I can't bring them on.
Well, you should ask your audience, what's the spectrum? From like chupacabras to reptile people, like where are we going to stop in here? Where do people have to be to start, and where do they have to stop before it's too far?
Right. Well, and
let them
it would be totally like disingenuous of me to like only talk to people who are at like some other level, because look at me. I mean, like I said, the most authentic, honest thing I can tell you guys about myself is that, I don't know everything. I can be wrong, and I'm still learning. I mean, these are, I come along on the journey. I just want people to know this is a journey for me, and through it, I'm learning, just like I hope other people are. And frankly, I think a lot of people in my audience are way smarter than I am. So I don't want to be like a guru. I don't want to be an influencer. I call myself an outfluencer. I don't know what else to say it. I just don't want to be that person. I just want to listen to people. And hey, if you don't want to listen to this person, you don't have to, but I'm going to, because I want to hear what they have to say.
Where can people find your work, and where can they follow you most readily, and how can they contribute to your endeavors?
Well, one of the best places I think right now for me is I'm on Locals at AllisonMorrow.locals.com. That's with one L, Allison. And the reason I send people there is because I do an editorial board meeting on Saturdays, and it's just easier to, like, people can post there on my page. So I get a lot of story ideas from my audience over there. And then when you do my editorial board meetings, they're really small, but you pitch story ideas, tell me what you thought about the last week's interviews. Who do you want to hear from this coming week? We talk about big picture stuff. Like this last weekend, we talked about who is the perfect censored person, because that comment I got from that person about the Matrix, like I really wanted to know, like, where would you draw the line? Would you say deception is where you would draw the line? I don't want to talk to anybody who's intentionally deceptive, but then how do you decide who's being intentionally deceptive? Like, how do you know who is and who, all that stuff. So we have those kinds of conversations, and I really look at it like an editorial board. Like, I don't want to be just on an island. I liked working with people. I liked the meetings back in the day when we could debate topics and feel comfortable doing so, bringing up different perspectives. And so I don't want to work solo. I really appreciate what the people who subscribe to my work bring to the table. And I do see them as like total equals, and a lot of them are, like I said, are smarter than I am. So I'm there to learn too from them. I like that it's not top down. I think a lot of the stuff that I do now, I'm trying to reverse that, like, top down. Thanks for watching the 5 o'clock news. It was trusted out here in Name and News today. That model to, like, we're having a conversation with each other. Like you, the viewers, may know far more. And I think part of the reason that, I enjoy that is that, like, a friend of mine who's still in the business, she said to me back when, I think it was probably beginning of 2021, and we knew like vaccines were going to be rolling out. I didn't know mandates were coming at the time, but I could feel the propaganda. I mean, it was like these COVID vaccines, there's something about, like, the way they're being pushed, and you can't question them and all this stuff. And so we were kind of texting back and forth about, because she's like a true believer. And, I was like, something's up here. I said, just listen, pay attention to this. This is one of the biggest, I think, propaganda campaigns. Like COVID, generally speaking, is one of the thickest propaganda campaigns that we've been exposed to in our young journalism career. So just be aware. And she's like, well, we'll have to agree to disagree that it's propaganda, or that there's any propaganda going on. She goes, but I understand why people are skeptical, because they just don't know. And I think I tell that story so often because I think it really encapsulates how a lot of corporate journalists think about the audience. They just don't know. We understand why you don't trust us, because you just don't know. We understand why you're skeptical of these things we're telling you, because you just don't know. And if you would just listen to us, then you would know. And then, and then we would all be in agreement and you'd like us again. And I wrote her back and I'm like, no, it's that they do know. That's the problem. Like, they do know. They know better than we do. And I think if more journalists saw that the reason that the country, in the United States anyway, has turned against against them. The reason why there are so many people who are turning to alternative media sources is not because they're sheeple who have no idea and connection to reality and are just like being propagandized by these disinformation agents on the internet. It's actually because they know that they're not getting the truth from the corporate news, and they know better. They actually know a lot more than the corporate journalists, and that's why they go somewhere else. So anyway, that's the long way of saying be on my editorial board, AllisonMorrow.locals.com. But I'm on every platform. I'm on Rockfin. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Rumble. I'm on Odyssey. I'm on Utreon. I'm everywhere. YouTube's not, obviously, I don't think most of your audience is going to think YouTube's the best place to go. I cut my streams a lot on YouTube, but I stay there as a bridge, because I was one of those people at one point that didn't know about the other platforms. I only knew about YouTube. And so I don't want to totally give up on it's the bridge to the other side, and so I stay on it for that reason.
Well, you'll be on it. We'll put this interview on YouTube. We put a preview of the show also on YouTube, and we use a pirate channel for YouTube until they blank it every week. And then we create a new pirate channel.
Yeah.
But all those other outposts, Rockfin, Odyssey, Rumble, they're all fantastic.
Yep.
Locals. I also have Clint Russell. Clint Russell's on there. So I got to join Locals now. I got to check that out. Who started Locals? Dave. What's that guy?
It was a Dave Rubin thing, and I thought Jordan
was
Peterson
it Dave Rubin?
had a.
Really? Oh, interesting. I didn't realize.
I think Jordan Peterson had a role in it in some way. But now they're basically an arm of Rumble. Rumble bought them, so they're basically like one and the same.
Yeah, I checked out.
So far, I
Rumble.
haven't had any issues. I
haven't had
that
any
would be
issues.
totally honest.
Yeah. I haven't had any issues with Rumble, but I know they're based out of Columbus Circle, New York City, which is really expensive real estate, and that they're looking to like flip it at some point. Like it's a money operation. But they're getting money because they're giving people free uncensored speech. So right now we'll take it. We'll take it. I'm not going to criticize how they make capitalism work on their end. As long as we get to speak freely on their platform, we're good. Allison, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to help us better understand where you're coming from, where you're going, and how we can help you out. Say your Locals channel one more time.
AllisonMorrow.locals.com.
All right.
Thank you guys.
We're going to go to one of your clips, I think, next. That way the audience can see some of your eloquence in action. It's been a couple weeks probably since we played one of your clips. So have a very good evening, and we'll go on with the show.
Okay. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
All right. So, Justin, out of the show card clips for tonight, there was at least, I thought there were 2 Allison Morrow clips. Let's see what we got on
I
the
might
show
only
card.
have one on the card, though. You had talked about another one earlier.
Yeah, I watched the
so-
Alex Berenson one earlier today, which
I
is
got-
like a 25-minute deep dive into that subject. What do you got, Justin?
One result for a Klaus Schwab calls media a WEF partner.
Oh, yeah, let's go to that story, because Klaus was bragging about how that Operation Mockingbird Media might be doing his bidding, just like the political officers in countries around you. Let's go to Allison Morrow talking about Klaus Schwab telling you eat the bugs. Eat the bugs.
It's a long time coming. I've been trying to get Anomaly on the show for a while, and here he is in person. And we already have a comment. Hey, Allison, doing big things. Had Ryan on, now Anomaly on. You know all the cool people. So I'm glad I'm finally in the club. Anomaly, thanks for doing this. Can you tell people who may be unfamiliar, just a brief synopsis, who you are and what you do out there?
Yeah, so I'm a news analyst, a hip hop artist, and I guess a quote unquote social influencer without being too cringy. I just analyze the news, and I would say I do like citizen video journalism to an extent.
Okay. And you talk a lot about the media, which is one of the reasons that I wanted to get you on. My younger brother is very nonconformist. He's been watching you for many years. So he tipped me off to you when I was still in the TV news industry. And you were one of the people who I was listening to, getting different perspectives about where I was working and what I was doing. And I said in my video yesterday that that independent alternative world, even on YouTube, as much as I dog it, was one of the major reasons that I started to rethink my career, because I was hearing how other people were talking about it. And I was like, damn, I hadn't thought about that. You know, these different perspectives, like I didn't even know. I mean, I lived in such a bubble. So anyway, I appreciate a lot of the stuff that you've done. The first thing that I wanted to start with, because you've been talking a lot about Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum, And we're going to show a video in a second about something that a commentary you did on a video of Trump and Klaus Schwab resurfacing. But I wanted to start with this one because he sort of describes the extensive reach, including the media, with these partnerships that the World Economic Forum has. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on, specific to the media, but just generally speaking, like, where are we headed? So I'll play this real fast, and I'll get your opinions on it. Here we go. Oh, hang on.
Continuous partnerships with many governments around the world. So, and of course, we have NGOs, we have trade unions, we have all those different parts. Media, of course. Media, of course, right? And very important experts.
I have to stop it just because the guy's like, media, of course. He's like, of course.
Of course, we got it all here. It's like a inclusive hotel, except
It is. You're right. It is. It's like going to Cabo. All right, here we go.
Scientists and academia.
Wow.
Because if we are looking at the future, I think we should look at new solutions, and the new solutions will be very much driven by technological developments.
And we even have you even have religious leaders, right?
We have religious leaders. We have social entrepreneurs, very important social entrepreneurs.
And I've seen this.
Okay.
Do it, these guys.
Those are the commentators. I should just give them a shout out. The Iconic podcast, if you're interested, over on Odyssey. That was the video I was playing. Okay, so yeah, like you said, it's like all inclusive. Okay, first question. I don't get the sense that when Klaus Schwab or Justin Trudeau or any of the folks that he's connected to, or like big names and are in the news a lot, are talking about this, they're like bragging. They're not secretive, and yet it's talked about often in the sort of alternative media world as if they're doing these very nefarious things. You'd think like if they thought they were doing nefarious things, they would be more secretive about it, which leads me to believe that actually they believe whatever they're doing is very good. So that's my first question. Like, what do you think they think about all this stuff?
So maybe for your audience who doesn't know, like what I try to do especially is like just be completely accurate, because even in counter narratives, sometimes people get carried away, and I feel like they want you to get carried away. They want you to exaggerate and lie so they can point to it and fact check it. So I try to be as honest as I can be while like debating with them. So I think, Klaus Schwab, I actually have his book, COVID-19, The Great Reset. So I kind of can tell what he thinks because I've been interested to like read into it. And, he believes in a very different philosophy than American history. Like we have a constitution. We were more liberty based. They were giving a little bit of leeway between the government and the citizens. And he doesn't really believe in that type of ideology. He believes in big government intervention. He thinks that, competition is unfavorable to like government getting involved. So I think, whether he knows what he's doing or not, he's more into like a communist style ideology, or I don't know, some people could call it totalitarian, where you have the government controlling mass media, like I guess all sorts of industry, health, to the point where you can't have 20 different countries doing a different thing. They kind of see it as like, well, if this is the right move, we want the whole world to follow it, because if everyone doesn't follow it, it doesn't work. So I would say innocently, if I were to give him the benefit of the doubt, I would say he has a, far left skew of big government control of everything. And, I personally think that's a bad system. That's probably the most benefit of the doubt I could give him. Or else I would say he knows how to achieve, control over governments and, business industries, which is what the World Economic Forum is. They just bring people together, and, the richest people and the most powerful people in the world talk about, how to pave a future.
What do you think the role of the media is, since the guy's like, and the media, and like, oh yes, and the media.
Right.
What do you think their role is in it? And do you think the media like knows what their role is? That's I guess, so going back to his intentions, what do you think? Because people like me were not sitting around. I didn't even know of what the World Economic Forum was until I got out of mainstream news. So if you told me that I was working for them, I would have looked at you like you were nuts.
Right. So like in the medical industry, like, I would say most nurses are good people and a lot of them do great work, but it's like you get, you read and then you do what you're told. And if you don't do what you're told, you can't be there. It's sort of the same thing with the media, even in sports. I mean, it's a little bit lesser extent, but if you criticize referees in certain sports, they fine you, so you have the freedom of speech to say things that are like basic, but you can't go too deep. So with the media, I would assume a lot of people don't know what they're doing, but there's not a lot of journalism against, like, say, Big Pharma. That's an easy example. You could find 60 Minutes interviews with Chris Wallace where he used to talk about, the injection that must not be named, adverse events. Like, that used to be reporting that they would do, and they'd weigh in on it. They weren't saying everybody was getting hurt, but they were being accurate and saying this woman did, this happened, and this is like the numbers of it. But now it seems like the media is like operating as a cover up, just like, don't talk about it, don't criticize it, whether it's true, false. We just got to smear it, fact checkers, big tech. So I would say, to give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe they think that they're, spreading science and they need to get rid of the questioners who are not qualified to say that. But, at a certain point, I don't know if it's like ego, stubbornness, just following orders. To me, it's just, it gets clear. But real quick, I think the most important, or the most successful way to push back against that is by being accurate. Like, I know with my reporting during COVID, I didn't just say a bunch of crazy things that I couldn't prove. That sounds like crazy. It's like, oh, that's a conspiracy. I went right through the data, and I'm showing, like, I'm mainstream stuff where I'm like, this is what it is. Try to dispute it, disprove it if you want. And even if you're like a moderate person, it's hard to do it. So, as long as people stick to the facts, you don't need to exaggerate, because there's more than enough crazy information and data out there.
Was it difficult doing that, both with the community guidelines, for instance, on these platforms, but then also, did you find that your audience wanted, I guess, some more inflammatory news? Like, was it difficult for you to walk a line of accuracy? Because I think I've seen a lot of people say, like, I just want objective news. I don't want opinion. But then I also see the same people saying that you're counter intel or controlled opposition or something if you don't go down the extreme path that they want you to. So I'm not quite sure what people want, but I think you can have some of the same problems in alternative media that you have in mainstream news. It may not be the influence or pressure of advertisers, but you're working direct with your subscriber base and all that stuff. And so that can become its own, its own elephant in the room, I guess. So just curious how you navigated that.
Yeah, I would say with my audience, I'm blessed because I always tried to, like, be as accurate as I could and fair. So they got it the whole time. But of course, there's always going to be pressure. Like, personally, I'm a registered Republican. So then if I criticize the Republican Party, some people don't like it. In the truther community, there's all sorts of different ideas out there where everybody thinks they're right. And everybody thinks if you don't do it exactly this way, then you're this. So a little bit, but for the most part, I would say my audience got it the whole time. And to answer the question about, like, walking a line with the medical censorship, the most frustrating thing for me, because I don't mind admitting if I'm wrong. Like, if I say something that's provably false and they fact check me, I'm gonna be like, okay, that's fair. But one time they took away my monetization in 2020 when I was doing really well, and it was because I posted a Ron DeSantis screenshot of him literally quoting the CDC, like, stats, like straight from the CDC website. And they said, fact check, this doesn't line up with the CDC. So that was just so frustrating, because I'm like, you just took away my entire income overnight for your mistake, but there's no customer service, and this is not exclusive to fact checkers. You try to call T-Mobile, you're on the phone for hours. Everything in America now has crappy customer service, but that was definitely the most frustrating thing, was like losing so much of my reach and influence and money, to be honest, and over their mistake. I'm not, no offense, but I'm not one of these sloppy people on Instagram where I'm just saying dumb crap. Like, everything I'm saying I could prove, and I'm very Karen. They say, like, when people complain you're a Karen, I am a Karen. So I don't give up on the fact checkers. I'm like, I'm not going to get a lawyer, but I'm going to embarrass you because you're wrong, I'm right, and I'm going to prove it.
So on that note, let me show everybody this video that you have up, and folks should go over to your YouTube channel if they're not familiar, or Facebook. I know you do a lot of videos on Facebook too. Do you have a preference for where people go?
I personally like Facebook, just to be 100% honest, because they actually pay me. And YouTube is like, the monetization has been garbage for me. And without Facebook, I would be hurting. So I prefer Facebook, but I would love to grow my YouTube too. It's just, I get all these views on YouTube and they pay like garbage. So I have BitChute, Rumble, Gab, podcast. Anywhere people go, I'm grateful. But I do personally prefer Facebook, but it's all good.
Okay. Okay, so go to Facebook, everybody. This I'm pulling this one from YouTube. I have the sound down just because
Oh yeah, that's fine.
well, people can go check it out. Go look at this video. Did you call it the same thing? Trump and Klaus Schwab old video.
Oh no, yeah, play it
resurfacing?
on YouTube. I'm just saying in general, yeah, I prefer that. But yeah, this is fine anywhere.
Well, I figured you could tell me while I'm playing it, so people can go to your sites and see it for themselves.
Yeah.
Why did you want to do this video, and tell me a little bit about what you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw the video. I think some Patriot page shared it. I forget. I think it says on the bottom New York Patriot or something. I just saw it and I'd never seen it before. I know it's an older clip, and I thought it was interesting because, I guess he said Klaus has done a fantastic job. And I wanted to use it. Like, I'm always thinking even deeper. Like, I'm not just going to sit and gossip about Trump and Klaus Schwab. I wanted to bring awareness to the fact that Trump hired a pharmacy lobbyist as the head of HHS. And this is something that, as much as I understand it's tough to be president, it's not easy. Trump had bad advisors, whatever, all the excuses that people make. But it's like he took $1 million from Pfizer for his inauguration and Bank of America, where Trump, I liked him a lot. I thought he was like, I'm not taking anyone's money. He ended up taking $1 million from Pfizer and hired Alex Azar as his head of HHS, which was a pharmacy lobbyist / executive for Eli Lilly, like one of the biggest big pharma guys out there. And Trump put him pretty much above Fauci and at the head of all of the health department. And that pharmacy lobbyist was the guy who officially declared the COVID emergency in January. And Trump ran around the country in 2021, basically just saying like Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer's amazing. I'm the father of the vaccines. We saved 50 million lives. He was like a bigger salesman than Bill Gates at some point. So I really just wanted to bring awareness to the fact that, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Everybody goes to World Economic Forum, I guess, if you're rich and powerful. But this idea that Trump did everything he could to fight Fauci and big pharma and like free us from the tyranny is just not true. And I guess my, without running on too long, I don't think we need to treat this guy like an idol as if he's above other politicians when I don't think he really is. And I think that's going to help him do nothing again. Like, I don't think ending in lockdowns and medical tyranny was like a huge success. And it's not to blame him completely for it, but the base needs to really hold him accountable. And they constantly find these figures that people think are different. Obama's going to be different. Trump's going to be different. And, that's the most successful politician, is the one that convinces you that they're not the same. He deserves praise for the things he did good, but I just want the base to realize that he did a lot of things that backfired on us.
Okay, in a second, I want to ask you about, again, going back to being in the alternative media world, what that was like to sort of to be open to criticizing, because I feel like in this world, again, to go back to this sort of audience, I think you're right. If you're authentic and if you grow an audience based on fear and like rage, and then you don't do that, that's the problem. It's that you have to stay consistent. I think you're right. If you build it based on, hey, I'm just a guy trying to figure things out, I have questions. Like, I'm trying to be very clear with my audience that this is a journey that I've been on since I've been in television news, and I definitely don't know everything, and I absolutely can be wrong, and you should question everything. And then I hope that sets it up where your audience reflects that. Like, you haven't created an audience that just likes rage bait. But I do think it's interesting because you're right. Like, we get these political figures who become mini gods, and Trump was, I think, one of them, and kind of still is. And so when you start criticizing a guy that you had supported, you get Trump supporters that are watching you. What was the reaction you got? I want to ask about all that in a second. But first, while you're drinking your coffee, pour a little bit of wine in it, wherever you guys are. Go check out AllisonWinePromo.com. You get 50% off some of my favorite Malbecs from Argentina. These are all high altitude and very remote grown grapes, and the wines are very unique, reflect that flavor. So 50% off the wine itself and 50% off shipping. It's a great way to support my work. Many of these are really small operations, and it's not wine you're going to get at a grocery store. So why would you want to anyway, when you can also go support my work there? You can check out TwinEngineCoffee.com as well and get some USDA certified organic high altitude roast from Nicaragua. There is light roast, there's dark roast, there is a limited black edition right now. If you are a tea drinker, you can get Katura tea, which is tea made from the coffee fruit. It's low caffeine and high antioxidant. I really like to cold brew mine. It's great for the summer. So go check out my sponsors, and thanks for the support. Okay, so yeah, so tell me about what it was like. Was there any trepidation when you first decided, okay, yeah, I'm not getting the same vibes from Trump that I did when I supported him, when I really thought he was like a ball buster, and he's just not the guy anymore that I thought he was. Were you a little nervous to be like, how's my audience going to handle this, or you just didn't care? And then how did they react?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm nervous.
There we go. People drink tea, people drink wine. Those are good calls to action. And if you want to see more independent journalism going on out there in the world, you're going to have to drink some wine, drink some tea. We got to fund each other. We have to be able to make those calls to action. Otherwise, we're going to be taking sponsors that tell us what to say, and then that just makes us mainstream media. Of course, this is a comedy show, so we don't need to worry about any of that. We don't have any pesky sponsors. We don't have any pesky ads breaking up the content. And at this point in the evening, we have to talk about Trump raid in Mar-a-Lago. We got to talk about IRS. There's a whole bunch of stuff we got to talk about from this past week. We're going to talk about it later tonight. Right now, we're going to move into the section of the Michael Badnarik tribute. So a couple weeks ago, probably a month ago, our friend Michael Badnarik was in the hospital. And he's been in the hospital off and on many times over the past 10 years. He had a heart attack in 2009. And he got out of the hospital, and we were hopeful. And he celebrated his 68th birthday on August 1st. And he had a birthday party a couple weeks ago, and he passed last week. So tonight, I want you, if you don't know who Michael Badnarik is, I want to resolve that problem. I want to share with you some of his thoughts that he's said over the years and expressed with the public. Some of them very incendiary, some of them very thought-provoking. I wanted to share some of these thoughts so that you had that space for liberty and your rights and an appreciation of what this man dedicated his life to for a better part of 25 years, right up to the end. So, Justin, the first clip I'd like to play is the first thing I've ever seen back in the day from Michael Badnarik. It's a 2004 C-SPAN presentation. I was having to make the tough decision of, do you vote for Skull and Bones Kerry? Do you vote for Skull and Bones Bush? It was a real conundrum. And luckily, Lisa and I were watching this C-SPAN program, probably Book TV, and then it ran into like the next show was a political debate type situation. And I heard Michael's presentation. It made more sense than anything I had heard from any politician. And it was at that point in 2004 when I stopped voting, right after I voted for him for president of these United States. When I figured out the steering wheel in the back of the car is not connected to the wheels in the car. Michael kindly explained that away for me through libertarian philosophy that he expressed from a constitutional perspective, a very, here's a dead document that is no longer being changed. It's not a living document. The Constitution is dead. It's a dead document on purpose. And to learn where our rights originate, how they help us prosper and remain free, I think is an essential part of what we need as the solution. Michael's observation was that you can tie almost every political problem we have back in this country back to the fact that individuals do not know, understand, and assert their rights. And it's because we don't as individuals that all this other chaos goes on. So what he said was, it's not his responsibility to fix freedom. It's our responsibility to fix freedom, every one of us. And he's no longer here. And he used to get told all the time, Michael, you can't die. We need you to fight for freedom. And he's like, you don't get it, do you? You need to learn to assert your rights and fight for freedom. Otherwise, it doesn't make a goddamn difference what Michael Badnarik does or does not do. So with that, let's go ahead and play this priming video that was very influential to my philosophical growth. And let's experience it together. And then we'll move into the rest of the tribute.
We have a 2010 Libertarian Party convention speech and a...
No, this is 2004. This is the 2004 clip. The 2010 is another surprise we'll have.
So out of all the clips I put on there, you choose the one I don't have on there. Like,
we talked about it in pre-show. I said the first two clips, I want his 2004 C-SPAN presentation, which is in the production. It's in the production room chat right after his death was announced. Those were the videos.
It's way back. Okay.
Grabbing it.
Oh, yeah, we got it. We got it. And we'll just cut this out of the final edit for YouTube later. The sound of silence. That was a moment of silence there for Michael Badnarik while we find this clip. Here we go.
Demonstrate that we are not satisfied with the status quo, voting for the lesser of two evils, and your candidate wins, and you still get evil.
Part one.
Two-part. Okay.
If you continue to vote for the Democrats or the Republicans, you are committing political suicide. The only chance we have of saving our constitutional republic is to vote libertarian. The Libertarian Party is the party of principle. We have candidates in every state, in every county, that are principled, passionate, and articulate. Please vote Libertarian and help us restore a free country.
At this point, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you your 2004 presidential candidate, Michael Badnarik.
Good evening, fellow delegates. Good evening, fellow Americans. I'd like to share a quote from George Washington. Government is not reason. Government is not eloquence. It is force. And like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. If you live in a log cabin, you require fire for your survival. You use the fire to heat your home and to cook your food. Fire is such a necessary part of your survival that you create a special place for fire. It is called a fireplace. Government is necessary for our survival. We need government in order to survive. The Founding Fathers created a special place for government. It is called the Constitution. Anytime the fire is in the fireplace, it is a good fire. Anytime a fire gets outside of the fireplace, it is a bad fire. Conversely, anytime the government stays within the limitations of the Constitution, it is a good government. Anytime the government is outside the Constitution, it is a bad government, and it is time for us to stomp it out. The United States is the greatest economic country in the world, not because of government regulation, but in spite of it. NAFTA and GATT have about as much to do with free trade as the Patriot Act has to do with liberty. How can we possibly have free trade when Alan Greenspan can jockey the interest rate up and down? If Alan Greenspan sneezes in the morning, the Japanese stock market drops 20 points. We need to get the government out of regulating trade so that American workers can do what they do best, and that is to create wealth. The Declaration of Independence states, all men are created equal. And in 1776, that's exactly what they meant. Women could not vote, women could not own property, and blacks were considered property. After 200 years of enlightenment, we have realized that gender and race are inappropriate distinctions for determining who has individual rights. The government gives you permission. They let you know that you have permission by giving you a permit or a license. If you have a marriage license, what do you have permission to do now that you did not have permission to do before? Who gave you that permission? And where did they get the authority to give you that permission in the first place? Live with anyone you want. It is not the government's priority to set those standards. First thing that I would do would be to correct the characterization of our companies in Iraq as private enterprise. When the government selects one specific company to go into that country with carte blanche to do whatever they want, that is a government-controlled monopoly. It would only be free market if there were other companies there to offer competitive services and competitive prices to keep the services down, and also to allow the Iraqis to choose which of those companies is providing the service. None of those conditions exist, so it is not a free market system in Iraq. Libertarians are very strong on defense, but we also want the evidence. We need to know exactly who did what and why. Congress has the power to declare war. They also have the power to issue letters of marque and reprisal. Instead of sending 100,000 troops overseas, we could probably send a smaller group of U.S. Navy SEALs or Army Rangers and get the people who actually did this. But we need to have the evidence. Congress does not have the authority to grant the president carte blanche to go off and do whatever he chooses to do. I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that Osama bin Laden was originally labeled as the culprit who perpetrated this atrocity. How have we gone from Osama bin Laden to Saddam Hussein? Where is the logic that allows us to switch from Afghanistan to Iraq? I did not see the halftime show. But I am certain that Janet Jackson's breast is not the most obscene thing that we have seen on television. When we have a Democratic president using the Oval Office on a regular basis for his little tryst, I find that far more offensive. I find it very offensive when the government tells me what I can and cannot watch. I actually find Jerry Springer far more offensive, and so I turn him off. The American people should decide what is or is not obscene, and they will make that decision by watching or not watching reality TV. Censor yourself. As I have traveled back and forth across the United States campaigning over the last 18 months, one of the things that has been most striking is the number of Democrats and Republicans who are becoming disillusioned with the status quo. City after city, I have non-libertarians coming up to me asking me what they can do to change things. And after I explain the libertarian platform to them, they go, well, of course. That's exactly what we think the United States should be. Out of all the possible voters, the people who are eligible to vote, sadly, only 20 to 25% actually take the time to go to the polls. That leaves 75% of the people who are unwilling to vote for the lesser of two evils. If we can get the libertarian message out there, we can take that 75% and we can make a significant change in government. Help us get that message out to the people. Imagine, people are not volunteering to go to foreign countries and die the way they used to. Imagine that. In World War II, when Americans truly believed in the issue, young men were lying about their age to get into the military early. Americans rallied behind that war. If you cannot get your citizens to rally behind your war, perhaps, just perhaps, it's an invalid war. The United States has far more military than any other country in the world. We have military in 130 countries around the world. Instead of doing international offense, perhaps we can bring those soldiers home for Christmas and Thanksgiving and limit them to doing national defense. Congress doesn't seem to know anything about the Constitution, which is their job. How much less do they know about medicine? Government regulation drives up the cost of producing these drugs. It cost $1 billion to get a drug from the table, the science table, out to the marketplace. You, the consumers, are ultimately going to pay that price. American drug companies sell those drugs to Canada. And when Americans try to purchase those drugs at a cheaper price, the FDA says you're not allowed to do that because those drugs aren't safe. If those drugs aren't safe, why did you sell them to Canada? Anytime the government does anything, it drives up the cost and it doesn't work. Get the government out of medicine. First of all, the Founding Fathers loathed a democracy, calling it a tyranny of the majority. The United States is not a democracy. The United States is a constitutional republic based on private property and individual rights. In the 1860s, we passed the 13th Amendment, which presumably eliminated slavery, and it took well over 100 years to erase the racial hatred between the whites and the blacks. How do the American government think that they can go into another country and override thousands of years of culture? It is not our job to export anything except products and services.
Very powerful statements. Oh. Very powerful statements made by Michael Badnarik in regards to the role of government, the true history of American democracy and American governmental organization, born out of the Federalist Papers into what then became our constitutional republic. I find that last quote very fascinating. I've heard it many times, the tyranny of the majority. I think that's an important distinction to understand of the way the founding fathers truly thought about in regards to the juxtaposition of individual liberty to group-based legislation, organization, participation, and group dynamics, and the sort of power play that goes on with that. So they understood the true value comes with the individual itself. And the Libertarian Party valued that, encapsulated that, has moved forward, and there have been many different iterations of a lot of these, like these foundational principles in regards to libertarian ethics, such as voluntarists and anarcho-capitalists and all these different types of like branching off sort of philosophies have taken this idea of non-aggression, right? That it really begins with the individual first and foremost. So you have agency and responsibility over yourself first and foremost. And there is a boundary because that is the boundary. The fact that you have agency and responsibility for yourself does not necessarily mean that you have the ability, it means in fact that boundary, that you have agency and the ability to control your own body, does not mean you have the right to control someone else's mind or body. And it's encapsulated obviously in the non-aggression principle. I think that's a very important understanding born out of natural law and sort of the highest sort of argumentation of the Enlightenment era that unfortunately also set the foundations for its own destruction, but that's a tale for another time. Let's continue forward with this Michael Badnarik tribute, because I'm curious to see some of these other clips we have here in regards to how his understanding evolved from 2004, how he evolved as an individual in his understanding of the constitutional republic that is America and the role of government, and how abusive it has become from 2004 onwards, and his own reflections and understanding of that. Rich has a little, oh, this is interesting. Summoning the spirit of Michael, I see here, Rich. What do you got going there?
I owed it to him to put the hat on, but I have to wear glasses to read my notes. All right, so celebrating the life of Michael Badnarik. Badnarik. For 20 years almost, I said it Badnarik, and then I meet the man and it's Badnarik. He likes it with that AR sound in there. Let's start with John Cleese. John Cleese was talking about serious versus solemn. Solemn means it's kind of humorless. It's dry. We're going to be serious. Michael was a serious guy, but as you heard, like, he's got a rapier wit. He's got a samurai sensibility about himself. He knows how to talk to an audience, or he knew how to talk to an audience, get their attention, make a point, get them to laugh, but also he was serious. He's dead serious the whole time. So we're going to be serious, but that means there's going to be a little comedy. You're going to hear Michael say some outlandish things in some of these clips. One of the clips we're going to play in a little bit is his 2010 eulogy for the Libertarian Party. For the Libertarian Party, he wrote a eulogy. I thought that's pretty funny. And we do have a message from Michael to read on this broadcast. It's not from the great beyond. He wrote it to us ahead of time, and I'm going to be proud to share that. But I wanted to say that aside from what we take, like, he taught us about the Constitution, taught us about our rights. Those of us who have studied his books, we'll get into those. I'll read you guys some quotes. But he also was like a very well-developed alpha male. He was a scuba instructor. He loved scuba diving. He thought of a relaxing time, strapping people to him and jumping out of a plane as a parachute instructor. So, he's not your typical
marine biologist,
potato.
I believe, as well.
He's a very cerebral dude. He had been cerebral since he was a little kid. He was a computer programmer. He worked at the Diablo Canyon nuclear plant, writing the code that automates and runs a nuclear plant. That's a pretty serious responsibility. One of Michael's challenges through life was when you develop an aptitude so high, like there's sometimes opportunities when you are forced into doing things to pay the bills where it's not your highest use of your aptitude. And Michael fluctuated between phases of getting to leverage his brilliance and then having to kind of, muck it along with people who weren't very conscious. And I think that that eventually built up over the years. And for us, the audience, it flourished when he ran for president in 2004. And for about 10 years, He was an outspoken critic of libertarian party politics because he understood libertarian philosophy. And he had a love and passion for sailing. I never got to go sailing with him, but we all talked about it with him many times. But a lot of times we just wanted to ask questions about history, the things that brought out his passions. He was very passionate about United States history, our rights versus the privileges that we with our rights give to government. He did not tolerate fools. I mean, I remember some of the online discussions we had where somebody would come at him from a very uneducated, kind of ignorant position, and he would be very quick to kind of state his premises and back it up with evidence, and then challenge them to bring another volley, which usually never came.
He was an appreciator of the objectivist philosophy, and I remember this because he reached out to me when I had come back into the autonomy community a couple years ago, and regrettably I did not respond to that. It was not in the right mind space because a lot of it happened, but he appreciated the work and wanted to have a conversation. So I regret that I never took that up on him, but I became aware that he was an appreciator of, Iran and Leonard Peikoff, and took a lot of like that as a base understanding for at least the philosophical understanding of the underpinnings of where individual rights come from.
One, he left
objective
us,
reality, and
he left us
empiricism.
some artifacts from which we can study things just like that. Let's go to book cam here. This is his first book. It's called Good to Be King. He wrote it in 2004. And if I crack this book open, we're going to see not just his inscription, not just his friend Jimmy Vaughn, who inspired him to run for president. That's Stevie Ray Vaughan's brother. The contents here you can see. Let's just go real quick, zoom in for you. Ignorance is bliss, but it's still ignorance. Rights versus privileges, individual rights, sovereignty, forms of government, Communist Manifesto, founding documents in early history, the preamble and fundamental purposes. And then he breaks down the Constitution article by article. This is one of the most succinct, comprehensive, substantial history books. And if it was read by every citizen of this country, the world would be a better place because there'd be a whole lot less criminality, slavery, all the other things that go along with it. I just wanted to show you, not the preface, let's get to the cover page here, that what he was talking about in the debate is almost word for word what he wrote in the book. In fact, I'm not sure if this book was printed before the debate or after it. It was 2004. The debate was 2004. But the verbiage, the examples, everything that you just heard is spelled out to the nth degree in the book. So it's very easy for a novice. Like I gave this to my 14-year-old nephew years ago, and he consumed it. I mean, it's pretty easy read. It's an understandable narrative. It is contradictory to what people were like indoctrinated with in school and the media. But if you weren't paying much attention to the school or media, you can get down to the bare facts and understand your rights as a human being and the evolution of the representations of your rights through history, and why you would want to reestablish your connection with your rights today. So if I were to read a quote out of here, let's see. Thomas Jefferson is quoted as saying, here's a good part right here. Thomas Jefferson is quoted as saying, "And the country that can preserve the liberties of its rulers are not warned from time to time that this people preserve the spirit of resistance. Let them take arms. Let the tree of liberty be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants," right? This is a quote from Thomas Jefferson. This is not Badnarik calling for violence or anything like that. Abraham Lincoln said, "This country and with its institutions belongs to the people who inhabit it." You get it better on the screen. "Wherever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it or their constitutional right to dismember and overthrow it." I wonder if Lincoln said that before or after the Civil War. He also said, quote, "Our safety, our liberty depends on the preserving of the Constitution of the United States that our father depends upon preserving the Constitution of the United States as our fathers made it inviolate." Meaning it couldn't be, it's a dead document. It can't be changed and amended to suit tyrants of the future if you maintain that document. Well, he's saying there's all sorts, it's like overgrown shrubs. Like there was some nicely trimmed shrubs there. It was the Constitution, but now there's all these parts of the government that aren't really part of the Constitution. It makes it all overgrown. And that precipitates tyranny on individuals generation after generation. But wait, there's more. Michael also wrote this book, The Secret to Sovereignty, or How to Survive the Second American Revolution. When did he write this? Is this a recent book? Let's see. I think it was 2012. So in 2012, he's asserting some of the rights and privileges that articulated in the Good to Be King book. And, you know, this is, he sensed that there was a civil war brewing, because if people don't know their rights, they're going to be inculcated with tyranny and despotism. But I think his masterpiece is this book, Philosophical Lighthouse, Reality versus Fantasy, because he's really getting down to the basics.
Yeah, this
If
is
there's a
where you
large
can
part
see
of
the
the audience,
objectivism shine through.
right?
Yeah.
If there's a large part of the audience that can't tell fact from fiction or reality from fantasy, freedom's going to be sunk. You're not going to have civil discourse. You're going to have civil war. And in this book, there's a basic of what we should have learned in school as far as intelligence, reality, words, numbers, logic, and the other aesthetics of a civil society. And it's told in a way such that there is an objective and subjective parallel path that makes sense. So he gives a lot of good examples to break it open. Like chapter 6 is just on logic. Logic is the beginning of wisdom, not the end. Logic doesn't tell you what the right answer is. Logic only helps you eliminate the wrong answers. Logic is not the same thing as rationale. Rationale is identified as a statement of reasons, a string of ideas loosely tied together to generate an excuse for a conclusion that is almost always predetermined. In other words, you decide what answer you want and you connect the dots until you arrive at your answer. A humorous example of this are the commercials recommending that you switch from cable to direct TV. So he gives you contemporary examples that he sees in the world that demonstrate this. But
Gino Denning would call that rationalization. Right. Yeah. Very similar.
I divide information into 4 categories. Things I know are true, things I think are true, things I think are false, things I know are false. And then you would even check those because you want to trust but verify even yourself. So he goes through and breaks down a whole bunch of how to think, because if you can't have how to think, then your actions are going to be out of line and you're probably going to be violating other people's rights. So learn the foundation of what your rights are. This is the fundamental book that people would want to be interested in as like a first step. Because are we interested in learning about the Constitution? Most people aren't, but they are very interested in what their rights are. What are the boundaries of their freedom? Where do other people's freedom boundaries pick up? What is the space in between? What are we allowed to do? Who gives us permission? Who gives us license? All these sort of good questions should be answered by an adult mind in order to operate non-contradictorily in this reality. So with some of those books now in perspective, let's go back over here. I mentioned that he's an alpha male. Here's an example. 2004, right after that libertarian debate, they select Michael as the libertarian candidate to represent that party and its people for the president of these United States of America. Notice I didn't say the United States of America. He wouldn't like that. Michael would prefer these United States of America. And there's a debate now on the national stage among the different parties: Republican, Democrat, Green Party, Libertarian Party. Michael is going to go to DC and he's going to have his time on stage and debate George Bush, John Kerry. These other characters are running for president. So Michael is in DC. He's with the Libertarian kind of Green Party candidate, and they get arrested. They're not wanted. They're not needed for that debate. They are actually the powers that be sought to take those candidates and keep them off the street until the debate was over. And so Michael spent that evening of the debate in the basement region of the DC Police Department, going through booking. And the lady, she's like, well, what's your name and what's your occupation? And he says, Michael Badnarik, candidate for president of the United States. And she looks up and says, no, really, what's your occupation? He says, my name's Michael Badnarik, and I'm the candidate for president of the United States. And there's a debate going on right now, and what you're doing is illegal. And he reads her the Riot Act because he knows his rights. And so she takes it up the chain. And before you know it, there's a whole bunch of interested police around him that say, I didn't know that we arrest people who are in the election situation. Isn't that illegal? He's like, yes, this is my point. What you guys are doing is illegal. So he ends up getting out of that situation. They don't get to go to the debate and debate Kerry and Bush and company, but they did hold their own debate, I think, across the street is how the story breaks up. So there's another piece of footage from 2004 where it's Michael and the Green candidate, and they basically host their own debate across the street. And then they cut it together with the answers that the other people across the street, the official kind of narrative, and they put their answers in there. And that was a piece of footage that was floating around back then. So it's interesting that even in the situation where it's like your persona non grata, he's like, I don't care. I'm here. I'm going anyway. I'm going to speak my piece. He's going to not be, he's not going to have his freedom infringed very easily. So coming up to like the pandemic, people are like, Michael, they're trying to do these mandated vaccinations. What's your advice? And he says something to the effect of, he's like, well, I tell them they can do what they want. You can bring your needle and I'll bring my 45 and we'll see who makes a bigger hole. And that really gets people to raise their eyebrows and be like, whoa, but he's serious about his bodily sovereignty. He's serious about his self-defense. And he was 68 or 67, probably around that time, maybe 66. Anyway, he was at the point where he's old enough not to give a fuck. He's going to say what he wants. He's going to do what he wants. He's a man. He has fully adulted. He has not experienced extended adolescence in any way, shape, or form, and doesn't tolerate the fools who are in that situation very easily, as I said. He had a heart attack in 2009. And right after that, he did, I think it was one of his first public appearances, he did the eulogy for the Libertarian Party. Now, the Libertarian Party in 2010, they didn't call Michael and say, hey, will you come to our conference and give us a eulogy and tell people our party is dead? No, they just said, hey, this guy ran for our party in 2004. He'd be a great speaker. Invite him to the conference. So I think the audience is probably taken aback a little bit with what Michael had to say. And Justin, if you have that clip from the 2010, because I also watched the 2011, he's got a lot of great talks out there on YouTube, but I just wanted to pick some of the more prolific ones that showed his best character and who he was as a person, and that demonstrated his uncompromising values. So let's go ahead to that, him reading the eulogy at 2010 Libertarian Convention.
He's back. Michael Badnarik, 2004 presidential
Libertarian Party was born on December 11th, 1971. At one time, there were over 225,000 voters registered with the Libertarian Party, making it the third largest political party in America. In its heyday, party members joined forces to rally enthusiastically for liberty. Because of its strict adherence to the philosophy of the Founding Fathers, it became known as the Party of Principle. Unfortunately, its membership suffered from a chronic case of wishful thinking and a personality flaw, causing them to ignore their principles in order to choose what appeared to be practical solutions. Not surprisingly, the party's frequent failures were followed by unpleasant periods of assigning blame. Sadly, its membership strength continued to diminish, and not long before the 2012 elections, the party simply ceased to exist. We are here today to mourn the loss of the Libertarian Party and to remember the idealistic hopes and dreams that it once inspired. Much like the Ghost of Christmas Future, this is not a picture of what will be, but a picture of what might be. It is said that the uglier the truth, the truer the friend who tells you, I'm about to be your best friend. Because the truth as I see it is pretty damn obvious. Our economy is so bad and our political system is so blatantly corrupt that nearly 2 million people descended on Washington, D.C. to protest last year. The mainstream media has been forced to mention the Tea Party movement on every political talk show across the country. Angry citizens are joining the Campaign for Liberty, Oath Keepers, the Restore America Plan, Continental Congress 2009, the 9/12 movement, and even the Texas Nationalist Movement, which is advocating the secession of Texas from the Union. In the last 2 years, Americans have purchased 85 million guns and nearly all of the ammunition off the shelf. Why hasn't the Libertarian Party stepped up to be the umbrella organization for all of these liberty groups? More to the point, why didn't these angry citizens simply join the Libertarian Party in the first place? Why, when Americans are so desperately looking for the path to freedom, is the Libertarian Party more insignificant today than when it was founded nearly 39 years ago? Why? Because libertarians couldn't sell ice water in the desert. Libertarians agree on 98% of the platform, but they spend 98% of their energy debating each other on the 2% that they disagree on. Stop debating. You are incapable of doing it politely. Instead of respectfully agreeing to disagree, you resort to rude ad hominem attacks, accusing anyone who doesn't share your view of being a socialist. Why would anyone want to join this family when we are so completely dysfunctional? Never argue with a libertarian fool, because people can't tell the difference. Libertarians proudly advertise themselves as the party of principle, but saying it doesn't make it so. When Ron Paul announced his presidential campaign in 2007, many libertarians complained that he would steal votes that belonged to the Libertarian Party. When I endorsed Ron's candidacy, I was accused of abandoning the Libertarian Party and becoming a Republican. I didn't abandon the Libertarian Party. A significant percentage of the Libertarian Party abandoned the principle of liberty. Libertarians as a whole are lazy. They're always looking for a shortcut. They're always looking for a silver bullet. In the 2008 membership nominated the candidate with the highest celebrity status, apparently on the assumption that after several television appearances, Americans would suddenly understand the principles of liberty, party membership would skyrocket, and we'd all live happily ever after. There is no silver bullet. The only way to restore our constitutional republic is to work 18, 20 hours a day promoting the cause of liberty. Needless to say, very few of us are willing to put in that kind of effort. I guess that we are fortunate that libertarians have all the answers. I know this to be true because so many of you came up to me after my presidential nomination to tell me, Michael, all you got to do to win the election is fill in the blank. Everybody knows what they want the other guy to do for liberty. Do it yourself. We have too many chiefs and not enough Indians. If you have a great idea, find the resources and the volunteers to make it happen. Tell me about it after you've been successful. Stop telling me what I ought to do. I don't get enough sleep the way it is. So here is the bottom line. The Libertarian Party is an endangered species. Unless you dramatically change the way that you do things, the party will soon be extinct. If you really want to save the party and restore freedom, I have a few suggestions. Establish a dress code. If you want to be a major league player, you gotta wear the uniform. No t-shirts, no shorts or blue jeans, no flip-flops, jackets and ties for the men, skirts and slacks for women. Okay? Pretend you're going to the prom. Eliminate paper candidates. Okay? If you're not going to run to win, then stay at home. Or better yet, volunteer for a candidate who is committed to going all the way.
It's an interesting response by Badnarik. On one level, obviously, he's using sarcasm and satire in order to criticize what the Libertarian Party had evolved or devolved into. Certainly that's conspicuous. But on the other hand, I think he's quietly sort of reproaching, kindly in a way, and as kind as Michael Badnarik can, reproaching the Libertarian Party, saying you still have time to change. This is a call to action. Because and really what he's telling people in a roundabout way is you have to look at your own actions, your own behavior, your own responsibility. Because the way you're behaving, the way you're reacting or acting or reacting is exactly what our political opponents are doing. So in other words, we're embodying the worst elements of what we're essentially trying to argue against and go against the foundational principles of libertarian philosophy. And so I saw two sort of elements coexist at the same time, sort of contemporaneously, in regards to, on one level, he's clearly, in Michael Badnarik's sort of sardonic way, criticizing the Libertarian Party, while at the same time giving a sense of hopefulness and the ability to still turn inwards and change oneself, maybe change the direction of the party. That obviously never came to fruition. But I appreciate his very unique rhetorical attempt there.
Well, he had to be candid with them to get the message across, because like
but he did so in a very unique way.
There's a
which
saying,
is
it's like your friends like you how you are. I like you too much to leave you how you are. Like, you're making a mistake. You need to be given some advice. So he gave them some tough love.
Sure.
Yeah. They didn't really learn from that tough love. Those words went unheard, because what happens in the years after that was a history of the Libertarian Party even getting more volatile and like infighting. And he's right. 98%, they all agree, but they spend all their time fighting about that 2%. My last episode of Peace Revolution podcast was episode 93. We're in episode 93 of Grand Theft World. Don't get panicked. Don't get nervous here. I did that last episode because it was the history of libertarian philosophy and its intersection with politics, and how there's a kind of a corruption there. The libertarian philosophy does not flow down to the party for the past 20 years.
Yeah.
And so the end of Peace Revolution 93 ends with like the former Libertarian Party president, Nick Sarwark, who was kind of like, with the Koch brothers, and there was a whole bunch of shenanigans going on. Right. So
sure, yeah.
I moved to do the next episode of Peace Revolution, episode 94, because it is still a live podcast. There are more episodes of that in the future. Episode 94 is on specifically libertarian philosophy and practical applications in reality. Now, I wasn't just doing the episode to say, here's some practical applications. I was also working on a practical application of libertarian philosophy when I launched the autonomy course in 2019. We were 6 weeks into that course when one of the students said to me, "You know who could really use this course?" I said, "No, who?" He said, "Michael Badnarik." Only it was in text, so I read it as Badnarik. And I was like, "Well, why do you think, and he would need this? And how do you know him? And are you friends? And how close?" And he's like, "He's stayed at my house before. We're friends." And so I reached out to Michael and we started talking. So that's the first time I actually got to talk to the guy. After 20 years of, being a student of his philosophy, I actually get to talk to the guy and provide service, because he needed some stuff, right? He he made that comment about how libertarians couldn't sell ice water in the desert.
Yeah, that was brilliant. I
There's
got
a
a
lot
good
of
chuckle out
people
of that
out
one.
there
Yeah.
who are struggling because they have an aversion to sales and marketing because they never learned the real way to do
They
it.
have an
They've only-
aversion to speaking to other people.
They've only seen the cringeworthy way to do it, and they don't want to be cringeworthy, and I understand that. But there is a problem to be solved. And for Michael, what we did was, first off, we got him involved and we got him talking to more people, and that raised his spirits right away. And then we helped him market his books. And then we said, Michael, you've got this brilliance about the Constitution. Can we help you make a course on the Constitution? And his excuse, because Michael was a good one on the excuses when it comes to sales and marketing of anything doing that had to do with Michael. And I said, that's your root cause problem. I was trying to help him with them. And he says, well, I did a Constitution class 20 years ago. It's an 8-hour class, and somebody put it on Google video, and now it's out there. So he didn't think he had any value to bring because somebody took his work from 20 years ago and put it out there. And he's like, anyone who wants to see it can go see it in 10-minute chunks on YouTube. It's there right now. I can't take it down. I said, Michael, the people we're talking about in the audience that would buy this course, they don't care about that. They want Michael in 2019. They want to know what you think about these situations. They want to ask questions and get their answers from you directly. They don't want to watch a YouTube video from 20 years ago. So we convinced them that there was value in that. And for us, it was a really priceless experience because we got to have him unfold his whole course as he desired, and the segments that he wanted. He wanted to do it not all at once. So let's meet once a week. He'll do 2 lectures and he'll have a Q&A. It's interactive. And that was a really good growing experience for him. Probably a month or so later, Red Pill Expo was being hosted here in Hartford. We wanted to see Michael and meet him in person, so we flew him up here. He spoke at Red Pill. We all had a great time. He got to, have dinner in my dining room upstairs with all my friends. It was a really precious life moment. And from there, I think he gained some more momentum. He was doing a couple more speaking engagements, but that 2009 heart attack, he never kind of outpaced that. He's known for years he needed a heart replacement. He wasn't a good candidate for heart transplant, and the conjunctive heart failure situation that he's had got worse in the last couple months, and that's why we're having this tribute and this celebration of his life tonight. Before he got into the hospital situation recently, he was a tour guide at the Alamo. Now, Michael's from Indiana. He ended up moving to Texas. He had a passion for the Alamo for years and years and years. And then only, recently did it fall into his lap that he could have a job there as a tour guide. So in his later days, he was doing things that he was loved. He was passionate about sharing his knowledge for history with younger generations. And he got to do that with people who came through the Alamo looking for the best tour guide for such a thing. And for a short time, they had the chance to walk around and get to hear the stories from his perspective. So we have a couple more pieces to unfold here. I wanted to go to, Michael had a mailing list because we helped him set up a mailing list so he could communicate with his audience more clearly. And he writes some epic emails. And he tells you really good, interesting stories. So every time you get an email from Michael Badnarik, you're clicking it to see what's the crazy story this time and what kind of lesson is there going to be embedded in the story. And he was thoughtful enough before he passed that he wrote his last entry. He wrote his own eulogy. And I'd like that to be read right now. I think Justin has that. We could put it up on screen so you can see the picture from the birthday party he had last on August 6th, was last week or so ago. And let's go ahead and read that into the record.
Here's a Michael Badnarik with, looks like a birthday cake in front of him with 68 years old. And this is Michael at his 68th birthday party on August 6th. He had a full house of visitors and stayed true to the planned party from 12 p.m. till 12 a.m. in true Michael fashion. Quote, "It was just so fun being me, something I will never forget to say about his amazing life. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, and good night."
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
That's German for goodbye, Justin. See,
Auf
I got to
Wiedersehen.
translate. I got to translate to the younger generations.
I gave it my crack. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, and good night. My name is Michael Badnarik, and apparently I am dead. I am not communicating with you from the great beyond. I merely had the foresight to write this while I was still a viable consciousness, and I asked a friend of mine to post this to my website for me after I was gone. This gives me the opportunity to write my own eulogy. If you knew me while I was still warm, you probably noticed that I lived my life by my rules, and never allowed someone else to dictate what my values were going to be. Now would be a good time to cue Frank Sinatra's I Did It My Way, which I frequently sang in the shower. It disappoints me to think that this quality made me so unique. I encourage everyone to stop being so submissive, especially to nonsensical government edicts. In short, grow up and grow a pair. The thing that I hope I am remembered for are my honesty and integrity. I often told people, don't ask questions that you don't want the answers to. It never helps anything to be in denial. My father was a role model for integrity, and my experience in Scouts reinforced the idea that a truly good and respectable man was someone who was trustworthy. I tried very hard never to make promises I couldn't keep, and I definitely never made any idle threats. Most people could tell by the look in my eyes that I was more than willing to carry out the negative reinforcement that I was promising. From an early age, my life was one adventure after another. Scuba diving, sailing, mountain climbing, whitewater canoeing, and rafting. Don't forget skydiving, but that came later. I was lucky enough to go through life without much fear of anything. Keep in mind that fear is a symptom of ignorance. If you are afraid, the simple solution is to learn as much as you can about that subject. When you know what you are doing, the fear simply goes away. Michael Badnarik.
Sage wisdom from a mind who spent a lot of time thinking, asking questions, finding real answers, challenging ignorance on a regular basis. When was the last time you challenged ignorance? Your own ignorance, someone else's ignorance? If the world is such that we are not putting ignorance in check within our own minds or within our reality or other people's claims, you're going to get what we have here outside. Almost civil war. People can't communicate. Chasm getting bigger and bigger between those groups. Volatile, more extremist actions are being taken on both sides. It seems like not the exact replay of the Civil War in 1861, but it's like the second verse. It rhymes, and it's in the same tempo, and it's in the same timing, and it's the same sort of constrictions on people's rights, the same sort of censorship, the same sort of deleterious erosion of all things that support the structure of liberty and freedom that a lot of us have grown up appreciating or not appreciating. We have been, for the better part of human history, some of the luckiest people to ever set foot on this earth, as far as the things that we have that other people before us didn't have. Many of us have clean water. We have sewage and plumbing, roofs over our head, food that's not growing or made out of mold or insects yet. But it's a precipice that we're on here with freedom and liberty. And Michael has passed the torch. That was the symbol for his website, michaelbadnarik.com. You see the torch of liberty. He has passed that on, not just to me, but to you and everyone else. Because if we don't take it upon ourselves to at least learn what's in one book, which represents the whole basis of our own government, are we fit to criticize the government? Are we fit to challenge these other ideas? Because there is an interesting part. Let's cut to one of his books. There was a part I remember in Michael's book where he talked about Kant. You know Kant, Tony?
Yes, I know Immanuel Kant.
Some people
Yes,
pronounce
indeed.
it Kant, but that's not what we say here on the
I
show. We
won't
call
go
him
that far.
Kant. Kant. Let's go to the book camp. This is Michael Badnarik's Philosophical Lighthouse, right? If you are in the fog of war, you're looking for that lighthouse. Where is fact versus fiction? The rocks versus the ocean. You got to learn to discern. So let's break in here. This is page 84. Rearrange a couple things here. Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, was a German philosopher who postulated that reality does not exist. And even if it does exist, there is no way to get any direct evidence of reality. His conclusion was that, absent any evidence, your reality and my reality were merely subjective observations that appeared to be reality. Therefore, both versions of reality were equally valid, Tony. So no one's reality is right and no one's really wrong.
Which violates the law of non-contradiction, which then violates the law of identity. He's classic with that. Yeah.
Because metaphysics is the axiom of every philosophy, we can restate Kant's conclusion another way. No one's philosophy is right and no one's philosophy is wrong. This statement, if you believe it, will box in you into an intellectual corner. You will be forced to modify your current philosophy, or you will be forced to admit that you don't accept the existence of reality or the laws of physics. So then he breaks into reality or mysticism. This is a binary choice. The laws of physics are immutable or they're not. It cannot be true and false at the same time in the same way. A coin cannot be heads and tails at the same time. It doesn't make sense to say the laws of physics are immutable some of the time. Reality or mysticism. These are the two options for your metaphysics. Of the two, only reality requires consistent philosophy in order to accurately discover where reality begins and ends. If your metaphysics relies on mysticism, then it doesn't matter whether reality exists or not. It can be changed. All it takes is the right amount of magic and sorcery. So he goes on, but he makes really salient
And that's sort of a
points.
recapitulation of a lot of Peikoff's points, which
Aristotle.
obviously,
We can
yeah,
go back to
Aristotle most certainly to a certain extent. Which obviously Peikoff was, the objectivist philosophy is it's the 20th century sort of repackaging, rebranding of Aristotelian philosophy, and with the basis of reality and empiricism at the heart of it, and the importance of using our mind to discover the laws of nature and the things that exist within reality.
Well, and that's what he loved. He loved science.
He loved that.
He's a
yeah.
guy who's
he was
like
a marine
he's buying
biologist
telescopes.
and
He's
physicist.
helping. He got hired as consultants to help grandfathers buy microscope for their granddaughter, or a father buy a telescope for the son. Like people would just call him up and be
Yeah.
like, "Hey," and he would know or become knowledgeable rapidly on any of these given topics.
Very
and he
smart.
loved using his
Autodidact.
brain. He loved using his brain for the purpose that nature made it.
Yeah,
To ask
absolutely.
questions, to find answers, and let other people know in the form of story, narrative, what have you. Communicate it to other people. Knowledge becomes wisdom only when shared. He was into sharing it.
I think for a little while for the autonomy community, he was doing some presentations. They didn't go on for very long, but I think I caught one on some of his understandings in marine biology. And
Oh yeah, we would let him. He had the floor anytime he
I
had an
appreciated
idea. Like
his
Michael,
rough-
come on and talk about whatever, and he'd be like, Tuesday night we're going to talk about aquatic animals in the coral reef or whatever his interest was at that particular time. So a prolific learner is always an interesting person to talk to, and you didn't have to ask him too much to get your sermon out of him. What has he learned up to
Oh,
this point
yeah.
in his life? And he was happy to share it. That's why he was such a great teacher.
Yeah.
He's curious about other people.
He was
He's
adamant.
open-minded, but his mind closes when it reaches the point of reality, and you can
Yeah.
find your way to the conclusion of decision, because that's how you move on in the world and don't get stuck in
That's
a
how you
rabbit
can
hole.
take action in the world, by knowing the world in which you exist. And he was adamant about this. He was very keen on metaphysics and the idea of reality existing, and that there are laws to reality, and that there's natures to things. In other words, it's a cause and effect to the things that exist, and we can understand that, we can experience it, we can describe it with our language, and sometimes modify it, change it, understand it. And he was really big on that. And anytime I had an interaction with him, he really reiterated that, and I understood for good reason, because so much of our world is caught up in this sort of quasi sort of mystical / subjectivist reality or viewpoint of reality, which leads to sort of nihilism, relativism, a whole host of sort of reductio ad absurdums in epistemology and metaphysics, which just means it leads to situations that throw reality away for one's subjective fantasies. And the problem is then one can't take action because you're creating the whole thing in your mind. So why take action if I'm the one doing it by pure abstraction? So he really fought against a lot of the pseudoscientific claims out there. I don't know how many times I've heard him rant, and I loved it because I always got a kick out of it, because I agreed with him, and I had similar altercations, interactions. If he only knew about some of the altercations, interactions I've had since COVID, he'd get a good kick out of that. But his willing to debate sometimes flat earth and really the really ridiculous sort of conspiracies out there, and hearing him sort of bring it up and get into it.
No,
Always
but if
has
you talk
loved
to
the
him,
fact
you're going
that
to end
he
up
got-
having to go out and do some experiments, because he's not going to just do this
yeah.
back and forth bullshit. that a lot of people want to engage in because he doesn't want to waste your time or his.
No.
Right.
He's a true
So, again,
empiricist. He was a
there-
true empiricist. That
Not
dude
suffering
is-
fools lightly allows you to save a lot of time. Couple other things. Justin from the production chat, will you pull up the picture of Michael, the group photo with me and Joshua and Polly and Lucas with Michael? I wanted to just make a note of that because that's it's part of the reason I'm wearing the hat. This man Michael, unless there was a rule where he had to get rid of that cowboy hat, like the libertarian videos we watched, he didn't have the cowboy hat on, but just about everywhere else you'll see the cowboy hat with Michael. There he is. And then he outlived his dad by I think 2 or 3 years. His dad passed away a couple years ago. When his dad passed, Michael got a small inheritance, and Michael invested that inheritance in a Hemi, and he loved to drive that. I don't know if it was a Charger or a Challenger, but he had himself a Hemi, and then he got himself a job working security, probably 20 or 30 minutes from where he lived, specifically so he could go drive his car, because otherwise he didn't have a purpose to drive. So he purposely got some employment far enough away where he's like 20 or 30 minutes of that, Hemi vibrating. He's like, it's very therapeutic, and it really gave him a lot of vitality. And
that's good.
So it's not about the superficial thing when you're buying a car, but sometimes it is about the experience. Sometimes it's about the vitality. And being an alpha male, he was exuberantly engaging in lead footing his way around Texas. Any place he had to go, the further the better. And that's just another part. That's Michael.
It's consistent with his personality.
Yeah, it's consistent with him.
Yeah.
And in any of these situations, there's always two different kind of burdens that comes with losing a mentor like that. It's the loss of access, immediate access. I can't just call him or text him. Like, we've spent a lot of time on the phone with him over the years, and specifically over the last month or so. Lisa has spent hours and hours with him on the phone, and Lucas sang him happy birthday. There was a lot of great things that happened. But now, I really, first off, personally, candidly, I didn't think he's going to die right after his birthday party. Like, I got a report when he was in the hospital.
I'm surprised by this as well.
I called a buddy of mine who's a doctor. I said, will you talk to him and see what the situation is? And I got a good report back that he could be still living for quite a while. And when I got news that he passed, I was like, oh man. Like, again, I didn't believe him, and he was right. Because he said to Lisa last week, he's like, Lisa, I'm dying. And she was and he's like, no, I'm dying. And he was very forthright about his situation. And maybe it's probably 2 weeks ago at this point, but
I remember we talked about it, and the takeaway I got having no interaction with him, except through you guys, was that a lot of it had, he had it's tough to go through a chronic situation like that. And one's sort of, mental disposition sort of can deteriorate around that.
Plus,
so
look at the world decaying around him.
Yeah.
He was
hard.
really, he kind of died from a broken heart syndrome.
Yeah, a little bit too.
Because his love
That's
for
the sense
freedom, I
got.
don't think was reflected back enough that he understood that people really understood what he was saying and were taking it seriously. He didn't get enough of that reflection back. I kept telling him, hey, you've
Broken
influenced the past
spirit.
20 years of my life. And he said that running for libertarian candidate for president was the worst thing he ever did in his life.
Wow.
So in those situations, it's tough. And he's not the only one who's gone through that. I've seen any number of older gentlemen who have gone through that situation where
Lost a will to live. Yeah. I hate to
people
say it's what
don't hear
happened.
their message until after they're gone.
Yeah.
And that's very discouraging to them in their later years. That being said, his optimism in the years when he had it, when shared properly, has effects that go on far beyond today, and that are very much an inspiration in a lot of what we do. So he's not here anymore. Can't ask him questions on the fly, but we also have to accept that responsibility. He's not here anymore. We need to keep the information that he purveyed selflessly. We need to keep that alive. We need to keep it in use. We need to keep it activated, and we need to keep it around close. Just like the tools to control the fireplace. You don't want those tools on the other side of the house. The log rolled out. We got to pick it up, put it back in. We need to know how to do these basic motions. Otherwise, the whole house is going to burn down.
I think that's what
metaphorically.
he would want the most. I mean, we lose two things. We lose instant access, obviously, to Michael, which is tragic in and of itself. We also lose his mind. The dude was an autodidact. He is an incredibly intelligent individual, extremely wise. He understood literature. He understood history. He understood philosophy. He was
He
in
understood
many ways
human action and behavior. Too.
Yeah, and many different domain in all the varying domains of human experience. I mean, he was very well rounded. He wasn't just the scientist empiricist sort of dude. Like, he was a very intelligent, very well-rounded individual. So losing that, I think and again, the idea of passing the liberty torch, not only with understanding the history of our constitutional republic, but even understanding like the intellectual torch. Like the reason why I teach the Trivium, when I got in, when I met Gino Denning and started that whole process. And I keep thinking, because they share so much of a likeness to one another in regards to individual rights and freedom.
Very complementary intellects in the battle for maintaining freedom.
Yeah.
And retaining freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I look back on that, I really encourage, when Gina was teaching me, the key was for you to use this, for you to learn for yourself, how to learn anything for yourself. It's not for me to teach you. And I was immortalized in an email I shared with Gene where I kept asking him questions, and he can, if you act fast, you can get a set of Japanese Ginzu knives, only $29.99. Is his, sarcastic way of being like, okay, you need to do your own research. You need to come up to your own conclusions. You need to have the confidence to know you can talk about that without having me do it for you. And that's very much, that's Gene, but so much of Michael is very much, this reminds me so much of that disposition, that willingness to be like, tough love. The world is harsh. There's a lot of suffering, and you have to rise above. You're going to have to stand on your own 2 feet, rise above, and embody that and make something better from it. And, that's an important message. And hopefully, as tragic as his passing is, that people maybe over time will find ways to rediscover the torch of liberty, preserve it in whatever fashion we can. And then at one point, when it's possible, maybe it will be, the conditions will be right for it to burn wildly once again.
So in an effort to make this serious but not solemn, let's look at it like this. What's the best thing we could do to honor Michael's memory tonight or for the next couple weeks? What's the thing we could do?
Go to the shooting
We could
range.
all learn, well, besides going to the firing range. He's a big Second Amendment advocate.
Oh man, was he? He'd always post pictures.
I never got to go to the range with Michael because COVID started. He was going to come up here and we are going to go. But I have a lot of friends and coworkers who did get to go to the range with Michael and have
that's cool.
Really good memories of that. Big Second Amendment advocate. But I was going to say, I think the best thing we could do is study our rights. What are our rights? Let's really get honed in on those boundaries. Where are our rights? How's the government supposed to work? What does done right look like? And then we can start comparing and contrasting and communicating more clearly with others. So Michael did his 2019 presentation of his constitutional course with the question and answer sessions. He was selling that on his site and the Autonomy Agora marketplace. I think it was $200. I would like for the next month to make an agreement with the audience. I would like to give that very much to you for free for the next month. I would think that in acceptance of that offer, you'll dedicate some time in your schedule, a couple hours a week, to internalize that information before 1 month is up. Because after a month, I think we're going to reattach the price to it, and we're going to send that money to Tisha, who's going to continue to publish his books, maintain his website, and we want to make sure that information continues into the future. But I think we need more representatives of that information itself. Become an evangelist of the Constitution, of your rights. Let other people in your family know from a relevant source. You don't have to communicate it to them directly. You can point them to it and they can watch it for free for the next month, just like you can. This is something then we can internalize together, decentralized, have common talking points for our friends, family, neighbors, coworkers, and get on the same page before they throw all this crazy 2022 election at us and all the other FBI shenanigans that are going to go on in the next couple of months. So they say it's going to be a cold winter, dark winter, all these types of things. Let's prepare for winter. I think the way we're going to keep ourselves warm is not by setting fires out there like Antifa does. I think we need to set brush fires of the mind within
So fire
ourselves
in the minds of
first.
men.
Fire in the Minds of Men. You've heard me talk about that book ad nauseum for 2 years now. We're bringing it into play. You need to know yourself. You need to know what your rights are. You need to be able to communicate and articulate this information cogently to other people quickly. Michael made a course to do that. Now, he didn't go out and do interviews and radio and TV and all these things, advertisements, commercials to get people to see his course, because he had that, I don't think I'm important enough to push my product. I don't believe in my product enough to get out there and do the sales and marketing. He had those internal hangups. Are we going to let those internal hangups that are no longer part of this world, he's past? Are we going to let those prevent the rest of us from having to do what we need to do to maintain and retain freedom for ourselves and our families in the future? I think we should embrace this opportunity. Michael has left us options and opportunity to learn our way out of this. And I think the world will be a better place if everybody who's watching right now went to, what's the URL? marketplace.autonomyagora.com and click to get it for free.
We've been
All right, there you
showcasing
go. Justin's got it up on screen.
Site on the stream, marketplace.autonomyagora.com, and of course links in the show notes.
All right. And you guys can verify if you click to sign up, it doesn't charge you $197. You should be able to get it for free. And if you had questions, comments, concerns, you can ask in the Grand Theft World community. Use the support in the community there, and we'll sort that out in the next 24 hours before we post this as the replay. That makes sense? Good. All right. So for our last piece of this tribute tonight, we have Daniel Humbert thoughtfully took selected pieces of Michael's larger interviews and public speaking engagements and composed them into a nice memorial video, some touching photos at the end that I thought were very appropriate, because Michael, he's a unique guy, and you get to see it in some of those photos. It's not all dry constitutional libertarian type stuff. He's a well-balanced, well-developed example of what an intellect can do over 68 years. So let's go ahead and roll Daniel's piece, and then after that we'll again show the webpage so people can get his course for free.
I ask you, who owns your body? I mean, most people react as if it's a nonsense question. Of course I own my own body. Well, unfortunately, that's not the way this country started out. When we signed the Declaration of Independence, it said all men are created equal. Women were not allowed to vote. Women were not allowed to own property. And even more embarrassing to our American history, if you were black, you were considered property. Fortunately, we have become greatly enlightened from that point, and most people in the United States no longer hold that view. We understand that it is morally reprehensible to even assert that you own another person's body. Quickly, but this is, again, only an introduction, but it's an important foundation. Even those of you that are talking about really important issues, maybe a little bit more sophisticated issues, it's always good to go back and reestablish what your foundation is, and then it makes your high-level arguments just that much more secure. Now, before I even started the class, I've had several people point out to me that the flag is upside down. I am a lot of things. Dyslexic is not one of them. Anybody have any idea why the flag is upside down? It's a distress signal, and it's an emergency, a sign of emergency. I have the flag upside down deliberately because, from my point of view, the United States is definitely in dire trouble. And the trouble stems from the fact that people living here in the United States have no idea what type of government they have. They don't know the difference between a democracy and a republic. They don't know what their rights are. Another person that you have heard of, I'm sure, is Daniel Webster. And Daniel says, I apprehend no danger to our country from a foreign foe. Our destruction, should it come at all, will be from another quarter, from the inattention of the people to the concerns of their government. From their carelessness and negligence, I must confess that I do apprehend some danger. I fear that they may place too implicit a confidence in their public servants and fail properly to scrutinize their conduct. That in this way they may be made the dupes of designing men and become the instruments of their own undoing. Make them intelligent and they will be vigilant. Give them the means of detecting the wrong and they will apply the remedy. So my purpose here is to try to make you intelligent. I'm not going to tell you what to do or which congressman to write to. I'm just going to take the Constitution and show you what the Constitution says. I will ask you to read it for yourself. And then when you sit there somewhat shocked and stunned, then you can decide how to fix the problem. Now, many of you have never met me. Some of you have seen me give a short presentation before. Let me tell you up front that I am an iconoclast. Now, an iconoclast is defined as a breaker or destroyer of images, one who attacks cherished beliefs and traditional institutions as being based on error or superstition. Unfortunately, most of what you think you know about the United States is wrong. Does it make sense that our American government has the authority to violate the Constitution? Do they have the authority to just add power? Can Supreme Court judges say, well, we're going to do this now? Can the President of the United States say, well, you know, I really haven't been busy enough, and so I'm going to assume the authority to write executive orders and make law for 300 million Americans? Does that sound constitutional to you? It's not. Most of what your government does is unconstitutional. These are your rights that the government is violating. They're putting it in paper. And we, the people, are allowing it to happen. I'm not happy about that. I want to change what my government is doing. I want to limit the power of my elected officials. The Constitution is only a piece of paper. The only thing that gives the Constitution any strength, any authority, is we the people. Everybody wants liberty. Everybody wants their individual rights. Where does liberty live? Does liberty live in the Declaration of Independence? Does it live in the Constitution? Where does liberty live? It lives in your heart. It's in here. Thomas Jefferson said, you only have the rights that you are willing to fight for. Do I have freedom of speech because somebody wrote the First Amendment back in 1791? No. I have freedom of speech because the government's not big enough to shut me up. I am one of we the people. The government works for me. I am hoping that liberty lives in your heart. You and I are the ones that have the responsibility of confining government power, of reining in their authority, telling them what they can or cannot do. And just because they've written a piece of paper, just because a bunch of guys in jackets and ties have signed it, null and void. It's repugnant to the Constitution. And it doesn't mean anything. It only means what we the people allow it to mean.
The only legitimate government exists to protect our lives, our liberty, and our private property. The United States is not a democracy, in spite of the fact that every president since Woodrow Wilson has stepped up to a microphone to announce that we want to make the world safe for democracy. When people ask me if I think that guns are dangerous, I say no. If I thought guns were dangerous, I wouldn't have several of them. And then the next question was, well, couldn't we vote to take your guns away? And I admit that yes, that you could take a vote, a unanimous vote that, I'm crazy or dangerous and that you'd like to, take my guns away. But my right to keep and bear arms is not subject to a vote. And so if you vote to take my guns away from me, you're going to have to take another vote to see which one of you is going to come and take them. Because I am going to resist. It is not your decision as to whether or not I am authorized to protect my life or the lives of my family. The difference between a right and a privilege, this is so fundamentally important. I teach an 8-hour class on the Constitution, and this is the fulcrum of the class. This is the axiom. I believe that all of our political problems in the United States are based on the fact that Americans do not understand the difference between rights and privileges. Your rights are in every molecule of your body. You are born with your rights. No one can take your rights away, and it's impossible for you to give your rights away any more than it's possible for you to put your nightmares into a paper bag and give them to some of your friends who are braver than you are. You can't give your dreams away. You can't give your rights away. They are inherent. And I hate the phrase constitutional rights, because it makes people believe that your rights are granted to you by the Constitution. And that's not true. If you believe that the Constitution gives you your rights, then it can be easily argued that the Constitution can take them away. It is not the Constitution's job to protect us. It is our job to protect the Constitution. And in order to do that, we must love liberty. We must love freedom. That fire, that passion has to exist in our hearts. And my purpose in life is to inspire people to share and understand that same burning passion for liberty that I have and that the Founding Fathers had. It only takes one match to start a forest fire. These are the fires of liberty. And everybody that I talk to will hopefully become inspired, and they will become inspired to inspire others, that they will talk to their friends, their family, their coworkers, and share that passion for liberty and continue the message, and so on and so on. It is that passion for liberty, that political discourse, which brings these issues to mind and makes the United States a better place. So whether or not you see things as the way they should be right now, the universe is unfolding the way that it is supposed to, and people are continuing to light the fires of liberty, and I'm very, very optimistic for the future.
In memory of Michael, carry on the torch of freedom. Light the fire of liberty inside of you. Learn your rights and how to defend them. You can find Michael's course at the Autonomy Agora Marketplace, where you can also discover the essentials of the Skeleton Key for Living. Links in the description.
I thought I was going to get through that without getting teared up. What would Michael say about a man getting teared up over another man like that? Let me say this.
No, I feel you, man. I was
Since I heard him back in 2004, I have carried this in my pocket when I go outside. Let's see. There we go. Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States of America. Now, can't get the color to stay on that. It's a burgundy book. It's a little pocket book. Let me show you. It could fit here. Instead of having a pocket square, you could roll with the Constitution in your pocket and let people know, their rights. There might be a situation someplace. There's an altercation, some people arguing at the store. Break out a common document. Distract them from the heated moment and maybe get something done. You could walk around. People walk around with lots of books. Some people walk around with the Bible. I find it hard to put in pocket. But this little baby, this tells you your rights, reminds you of your rights, could help you in other situations. It helps keep your rights kind of like right here next to your heart where they should be. Liberty lives in your heart. And I think that's a great lesson that Michael taught all of us. I think his inspiration and vitality in those clips was shared with plenty of people. I know so many people in the Liberty movement who were part of Michael's life, and he had a long history with the Libertarian Party, Libertarian politics, Libertarian philosophy, well before we got to know him over here on the autonomy side. So he touched a lot of students' lives through the course over the years. He wasn't just in season one, he was recurring for several seasons and shared a lot more of his wisdom than I think he would have than if he didn't get in with some other people who could help him move the ball forward. Entrepreneurs, they wear plenty of hats. But when you're somebody like Michael, he's not even trying to be an entrepreneur. He's just trying to get a message to market that saves lives. But in the midst of trying to do that, he had to have a website. He had to create these other elements, and he needed help with that. So I'm proud that we were able to, at the time when he needed it, provide that help, because I sat by for so many years before we had these resources, and I had to watch people who could have used help, and we didn't have organized help. So toughen up. All right. So
sorry.
Michael has passed, but his memory is still going to be with us. And the way we can keep his memory alive in the best way possible, I think, to respect his memory, is to learn our rights, to keep liberty close to your heart, and share it with those who are important in your life. All right. With that, we're going to end that segment, and let's move to the Jackson report for the week. Let's go over to the High Wire with Del Bigtree and Jeffrey Jackson, and let's learn what might be going on with that CDC situation, where they're changing the attitudes, values, behaviors, and beliefs of how they treat this pandemic situation that now is like a cold or flu season. And hopefully I gave Justin enough time to find that clip.
All right, Jeffrey Jackson. So much going on. I mean, like right now, many parents right here in California are going to be going back to school, public schools starting next week here in Texas, and then private schools maybe after Labor Day. But there's a lot to this, right? And people are really concerned about where we're at. So where is the situation of, vaccinations and mandates in this country when it comes to education?
Yeah, as far as elementary school and high school, thanks to the parents, just like you reported on in Shasta County, the parents who took action, went to their school boards, called their representatives, and had concerns about these vaccines, among other things. These are the headlines coming into this school year. This is from Vox News. School vaccine mandates for COVID-19 are not happening. And notice that byline, the enthusiasm for requiring kids to get their shots has mostly evaporated. And it says in this article, just 31% of children between 5 and 11 in the US have been fully vaccinated, and 61% of 12 to 17-year-olds have been. Only 3% of children under 5 had received a first dose by July 20th. It goes on to say, still, no state in the country is planning to require student vaccinations, a marked turnaround from where things seemed to be headed last winter. Marked indeed. Now, there are still only just a few places that are still, a few school districts that are still requiring these vaccine mandates for elementary and high school kids. And that's New Orleans and the DC, District of Columbia. But we're seeing opinion articles that look like this. They're starting to talk about racial disparities now by mandating these vaccines. This is a Wall Street Journal opinion by 2 pediatricians. It's titled "COVID Vaccine Mandates Heighten School Inequity." And it says, if school began today and the mandates were strictly enforced, at least 2/3 of Black adolescents in Washington and almost half of all children in New Orleans wouldn't be allowed in the classroom. We know that's a big deal from the Great Barrington Declaration. It says, these mandates have little public health benefit. The vaccines have lost much of their efficacy as new strains of the virus have evolved, and the risks of serious disease from COVID has always been low in otherwise healthy children. I mean, that's starting to sound like really our reporting over the last 2 years. People are really getting this.
I mean,
and,
that's
if we take a
amazing,
look,
that line. I mean, just really quickly, let's just take a moment here of silence for the line in the Wall Street Journal that the risk is very low for children, something that no one would admit in mainstream media for 2 whole years. And now, going this school year, a total about face, proving what we've been reporting here from the beginning and never shied away from saying is now becoming mainstream knowledge. It took 2 years to do that, but I guess we should be thankful that they are finally at least coming around to the truth now.
Yeah, and for people and parents who are just really understanding this subject over the last couple of years, this is something we've been fighting for a very long time here at the High Wire, and decades before with a lot of other people were standing on their shoulders. And here's a map of religious exemptions throughout the country. These are to vaccinations for school-age children, elementary, high school. And you can see here, there's about 44 states and Washington, D.C. that grant religious exemptions to immunizations. The other ones are personal belief exemptions as well. But typically, if you have a religious exemption, you'll also have a personal belief exemption in that state. That's typically how it works. But that is for parents that are concerned about that. I mean, if you're watching this in DC or New Orleans and have a sincere religious belief, this is one of the options that you can take to not have your child vaccinated.
I think this is really
medical
important.
exemptions.
I think this is very important. I really want people to wrap their heads around, because I get so many people that stop me, say, I don't know what to do. They're mandating a vaccine in my school. And I say, what state are you living in? Because if you're not in one of the 6 states in this country that has removed religious and personal belief exemptions, then you have an exemption. Now, the school's not telling you that. You've got to do your due diligence. So for all of you people that are now watching the High Wire, you're brand new to this because of this COVID vaccine, and you're starting to tune in because, some friends have shared it. This is the type of thing you should know. There's websites, and this website, if you're like, where was that? Or I didn't write that down fast enough. All you have to be, again, is on our text thread or on our newsletter. Right now, if you're watching this on our website, thehighwire.com, just scroll down a little ways and it says sign up to our newsletter. We don't share this information. It's totally encrypted. We don't advertise to you. You just get important information like the link to this map so that you know what state in my state do I have exemptions. Really important things like that. But this is key, right? There's only 6 states where you don't have a way to exempt out of the vaccine program altogether. And so the rest of you, the other 44 states, you're in good shape. So this is really good to know for those of you that are out there.
Right. And, the college picture is not so cut and dry. Despite headlines that look like this is Fox News reporting. It says colleges scale back COVID precautions for fall, saying pandemic phase is over. And there it does talk about vaccinations. But there is a website. It's called nomorecollegemandates.com. And this is just a group, a grassroots group of students, parents, professors, community members that have gotten together, and they're trying to really stop these mandates in college. And they put together a really interesting Google Doc of all of the colleges that have mandates or don't have mandates. Now, it's not every single college in the United States. It's over 1,000. I believe the count is 1,071 colleges. And you can see it here. And basically, the regular mandates, the COVID mandates for college, that is the 2-dose regime, regimen is about 50-50. So about half those colleges on there require it, half don't. And then but now we're in the booster phase. We're in the booster season here. So the booster mandates, it's about 70-30, 70% of colleges not requiring the boosters, but 30% are. So you can go on there and check your college. I'm guessing if you're a student or a parent of a student, you probably already received a letter saying that you need to get vaccinated if you have not. So this is, again, where it's important. If we want to bring that map back up, we can look, if you're in one of these states, typically most colleges offer a religious exemption to COVID vaccinations. Most states require colleges to offer that exemption. But even in states that don't offer, like New York, for example, that don't offer exemptions for elementary and high school vaccinations, they still have to offer exemptions to college kids going to school there. So this is all information.
Isn't it a typical rule of thumb, too, because I know that we've talked to our legal team about this, that if your university is getting public funding of any kind, then really they are mandated to offer a religious exemption despite what the rest of the state is into. If they're taking on those funds, then a religious exemption is supposed to be made available to you. I mean, that's sort of how you can think about it. If it's private, it gets a lot more dodgy there because private institutions can do whatever they want.
Yeah, the private institutions can do whatever they want. The public institutions, it's still a little bit of a gray area there on what they will require and what they won't, or what they'll have to accept. There still seems to be a lot of wiggle room for them to not accept the vaccines. That's what we've been seeing, not accept these religious exemptions or medical exemptions. So, really work with the colleges, make sure you have a dialogue with them, and make sure everything is in writing and you have documents of that, because that's very important.
And by the way, if you're a person of means, sue them if they don't give it to you. This is where you make a difference, right? If you have that ability, you can fund those things. Those are the places where you can use, the benefits you've had from being financially strong in this society. Stand up for people out there. Fight in these universities. They don't want to waste money on a bunch of legal fees over a student getting in, and you set a precedent that really makes a difference. I'm asking you, these are the times where we need to get litigious. It really does make a difference.
That's right. That's right. And now, so we jump from one public health emergency that seems to be winding down in COVID to another public health emergency that's been simmering and now is kind of really just popping through the surface, is the monkeypox outbreak within really the United States, but also the world in general. And, the last time we talked about this, we were talking about Biden and the Biden administration. They were debating whether they were going to declare emergency or not. So that was really what was going on. But if people watching this show, when they were debating that, they would have already known the truth about what was going to happen, because you predicted it, I believe. Take a look.
All right. The pharmaceutical lobby is the most powerful lobby in Washington. So they're in everybody's office right now saying you need to declare a state of emergency. And what does that do? It frees us, Pfizer, Sanofi, Moderna, frees all of us up to start making drugs or dreaming about drugs that we can rush out to you. And we get to skip all of that expensive and pesky safety trials. We can just rush it out because now it's an emergency. So the pharmaceutical industry loves every emergency declaration. Now they get to try all the different drugs. Maybe it's for hiccups, but shoot, let's try it on smallpox because we don't have to do a safety study anymore. I mean, the whole thing, this is what that pressure in government is. And I'll kind of be shocked if Biden doesn't declare a state of emergency. Well, yeah, I felt pretty confident about where the direction this is going. I mean, look, it's not like I'm a genius. I think 99% of the people watching this show would say, I think I'm with Dell. So where are we at?
Yeah, so what it started with were the states began even before the federal response. So we had states declaring, New York, California, Illinois, they were declaring public health emergencies. And then shortly after that, there was a small break shortly after that, I believe it was on August 4th or 5th, the U.S. declares monkeypox outbreak, a public health emergency. That was HHS Secretary Javier Becerra. And as you rightly put it, that frees up a lot of funding. It puts a big spotlight on the vaccinations. But now let's look at the CDC's information. They have their weekly MMWR report. That's kind of like their in-house science journal. And they have epidemiologic and clinical characteristics of monkeypox cases in the United States. And they're looking from May 17th to July 22 of 2022 of this year. And they say this, quote, the CDC received case report forms for 1,195 cases by July 27th. Among these, 99% of cases were among men. Among men with available information, 94% reported male-to-male sexual or close intimate contact during the 3 weeks before symptom onset. They also report 41% had HIV infection. So there's a couple of conversations that are running like parallel with this monkeypox outbreaks. This is one of them right here. So there's push from both sides. There's one side is saying, you look, it's in one group. It's obviously in one group here from what the data is showing. So why don't we focus on that group for vaccination, for restrictions? But the group, the gay, homosexual, etc. Groups are saying, that we tried that with AIDS, it didn't work, it's going to spread. And logic will tell you, just like they were going to do the emergency, logic will tell you this spreads through contact, so it doesn't matter who you are, it will spread through contact. And logic will say it probably will spread outside of those communities at some point here. So that's one of the conversations that we're having right now, is limiting government intrusion into people's intimate lives. And this was the headline here. I believe this is Wall Street Journal. As monkeypox strikes gay men, officials debate warnings to limit partners. And it says in here, this is California State Senator Scott Wiener. He's a Democrat out of San Francisco. And he says this: if people want to have sex, they're going to have sex, said California State Senator Scott Wiener, who is involved in the city's monkeypox response. He says, quote, "I know people who normally go to sex parties who will not. People will make their own decisions about their own risk levels." Now, he actually has been really vocal on Twitter about this very subject. And there is a picture of him right there. And he's heading up the monkeypox committee select committee out of California. But he went to Twitter to say this: awesome, San Francisco AIDS Foundation guidance on monkeypox and fun. We can continue to have fun while reducing risk. He says closing bathhouses in 1980s didn't reduce HIV. It was an epic blunder and pushed people into the shadows. Let's not make the same knee-jerk mistake with monkeypox. So it's interesting. Yeah. When COVID happened, way back, I believe this was in March of 2020, just as it was starting to really roll, there was a lot of public awareness about how this thing may really take off. It's getting kind of bad. This is what he went to Twitter and had to say. He said, Governor Newsom's statewide stay-at-home order without specific end date will be rough for the world's fifth largest economy. Yet it's essential. We must slow COVID-19's infection rate. This short-term plan is far preferable to the much greater long-term damage of uncontrolled infections. And then just a couple months later, he went to Twitter and said this: we need a national mask mandate, period. That's how we beat this virus. Now, again,
I mean, this is really the hypocrisy here is what I think really we need to be focused on. And, not to disparage anybody or their preferences, but Scott Wiener is openly, he talks a lot about his gay pride and marches, and that's fine. I mean, all of that's fine. But what's shocking here is his entire perspective is leave us alone. None of your measures, trying to slow down the spread of this is ever going to work. We need to be allowed to live our lives the way we want to live our lives. Yet he had no problem destroying all of our lives over the last 2 years, was in support, when they were shutting people's power off for having 10 people at a Thanksgiving dinner inside of their house. But God forbid we don't let people, march in the streets and go into bathhouses or all these things. Now, look, I think the only story is I don't think we should be dictating how you live your life. I've been consistent on that all the way across the board. But Scott Wiener has not been consistent. He's not being consistent. In one hand, he locked down all of our children. He locked us out of our jobs. He was totally supportive of masking and covering our kids, so we destroyed their social interactions, all essentially to protect the group, a singular group that in the case of COVID was very specific, the elderly and those who were, too sick really to be able to handle this essentially bad cold virus. So you really afflicted a totally different group, the children, in order to protect the elderly. That doesn't make sense. And in this situation, he's saying lay off this very specific community that finds themselves in the middle of this. Where is the consistency? And, this is a guy right now that is drooling to pass a mandatory COVID vaccine for children in schools in California. I mean, he's, in many ways, this is the guy that seems to be taking over for Senator Richard Pan. So I think the hypocrisy is really important here. If they were just shooting, playing it straight and across the board, then I don't know that you have a news story, but I think this is one.
Right. And it'll be interesting to see if he can merge the hypocrisy of his previewing to something a little more concise, because he is chairing the new Senate Select Committee on Monkeypox. Here's from the website right here. So he will be in charge of several of the aspects and the responses, including messaging for some of this outbreak for his districts and his state. So, but you know, the CDC, like the WHO before them, has weighed into this topic despite some of the pushback that has been out there. And this was what the CDC had to say. This was their website: safer sex, social gatherings. Consider temporarily changing some behaviors that may increase your risk of being exposed. For example, limit your number of sex partners to reduce your likelihood of exposure. And then there's kind of just like a public PSA, like, hey, by the way, you might want to. It says spaces like backrooms, saunas, sex clubs, or private and public sex parties where intimate, often anonymous sexual contact with multiple partners occurs are more likely to spread monkeypox. So that is kind of where the CDC stands right now, is maybe limit the partners for now temporarily. But the other story here, really the bigger story and the more important story for our audience and for our research, is the vaccine. So let's go back to CDC, and this has to say about the vaccine. Now, this is the Jynneos vaccine. This is from Bavarian Nordic. This was in the strategic stockpile. The United States has spent over $1 billion stockpiling this over almost a decade plus like this, because you never know when these outbreaks are going to happen. So you go to the CDC and they talk about the efficacy of this vaccine for this current monkeypox outbreak. And it says here, this is the CDC's interim guidance for prevention and treatment of monkeypox in persons with HIV infection. This is the Jynneos vaccine. And it says clinical efficacy or vaccine effectiveness of Jynneos against monkeypox is unknown. They do not know. And it says, including among persons with HIV infection. Now, that's a big deal, because,
right, as they point out, like, why are they singling out HIV? Why would that matter? And when I look at that, you know, like it just sort of puts it in there. But then you think there's obviously a concern they have, and they don't like to get into details about it. But when we think about it, this is a live virus vaccine, correct? This is a live orthopox vaccine, much like a live polio vaccine that's being used, that has the risk of spreading polio, and is one of the issues we have. Here it is, Jynneos smallpox and monkeypox vaccine, live non-replicating suspension for subcutaneous injection. So there it is. They say non-replicating. They say the same thing about the polio vaccine that was being used in India and Africa in the Middle East. And now we're seeing vaccine strain polio running rampant around the world. It's a serious problem. And then you think we're giving this to 41% in that original data you said, right? 41% of those getting monkeypox are HIV positive. So imagine giving a live virus vaccine to someone that is HIV positive, meaning they are already immune deficient. Their immune systems aren't working correctly. Now you're going to put a live virus inside of their body with an immune system that may not react correctly, you know, and then what kind of variants is all of this going to create? Do we want variants being spread everywhere? Do we have pressure upon a live virus vaccine for a pox-like situation? All of this, very concerning, right? And it's what I was saying 2 weeks ago when we covered this. They want to just try experiments on all of us without really, they just don't tend to look at the long-term circumstances, which what we're dealing with COVID now.
Right. And so what are the talking points we always hear with vaccines? Safe and effective. So we just looked at efficacy. That's unknown from the CDC's own words. Now, what about safety of this vaccine? Well, just a couple months back in May, you had a conversation right when this monkeypox, right when the first cases were coming out. You had a conversation with Dr. Peter McCullough, and this is what he had to say exactly about the safety of this very vaccine. Take a listen.
Okay.
Shockingly, when the monkeypox story started to evolve, we heard a report that the U.S. government had actually purchased 13 million doses of the Jynneos vaccine. The Jynneos vaccine. So wait a minute. The Jynneos vaccine was coming along in 2018, 2019. And in fact, this is a live attenuated vaccine. And with it, in a study of over 3,003 people in the package insert, you know what the trouble is? Myocarditis or heart inflammation. And now there's already reports of heart inflammation with this vaccine. Kenneth and colleagues reported in 2018 heart damage with the product in a young man aged 36. Now, the interesting thing is clinically now, the people who are at risk for dying are young individuals with HIV. We can't use live attenuated viruses in people with HIV because they're immunocompromised.
We have 13 million of these vaccines, and you're saying the known side effects, and the numbers are fairly high, right? In the trials of this vaccine, they had pretty high issues of myocarditis, and then I believe troponin levels. Is that correct?
Right. So up to 18% had elevations in cardiac troponin. This is worrisome for subclinical myocarditis. We know that the smallpox virus itself has some tropism for the heart. And so the last thing we want to introduce is a live attenuated virus that in fact would cause heart damage in ostensibly well people. There have already been case reports proving this with MRI and other clinical sources of data.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's really, here we are again. Known side effects, right? We're outside of a world where, it's perfectly safe, perfectly effective. That said, serious adverse events in that one, 2.3% during these small trials that they did. But that means, somewhere around 2 to 3 people per 100 could experience severe reactions to this. It's scary.
As it was tested, and Del, what you believed would happen has now indeed happened. So let's take a look at the FDA's own press release. They have authorized this Jynneos vaccine. FDA authorizes emergency use of Jynneos vaccine to increase vaccine supply. So they have authorized this as an EUA vaccine now. And what that does is it's going to give them the authority to try all different types. There's the headline right there for immediate release, August 9th. So just a couple days ago. And on the same day, we see this headline: FDA clears way for single monkeypox vaccine doses to be divided into 5 to protect more people. So now in this article, you read into it, it says healthcare providers can now administer this vaccine under the top layer of skin. They can change the dosage per patient. Patients only need 1 dose. They're going all over the board. So, I mean, you're a doctor, you divide it by 5, carry the 1, you can do kind of whatever you want now.
I mean, it just shows you we are just guinea pigs in the modern world of medicine now. This is the pharmaceutical industry in full control of your FDA, your regulatory agencies. We are all now test subjects. They are saying themselves, we don't know if this vaccine works at all for monkeypox. No idea, but we'll go ahead and try dividing it into 5, not using a syringe, but doing that sort of just right into the layer of your skin with 1/5 the dose. And then I imagine when you are delivering, when you're not really deeply penetrating, now you have a live virus vaccine that I'm going to assume is so close to the front of your skin that maybe some drips out, it's on your arm. What does that do? I mean, what happens when we have live virus vaccine rubbing off on people out there? We don't know. People say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. There's no theory at all. I'm just saying, what do we know about this? I mean, again, a massive multi-million person experiment is about to take place on innocent people that don't really know this is just an experiment.
Right. And so let's look at the trajectory here. So we have a graph. We kind of made a mock-up graph of just an estimated trajectory of where these cases are going. So we have about a little over 33,000 cases worldwide right now. And that's in countries that whereas monkeypox is not endemic already, so everywhere already. And we look at the graph and we see at around October 7th or so, this is estimated to approach about 100,000 cases worldwide. So this is cumulative cases, obviously. So, this is just giving an idea of where we're going with this. And the next question that I always get is, are people dying from this?
Right.
And so this is a somewhat a recent headline. This is Insider. And the headline is, can you die from monkeypox? Infectious disease experts discuss mortality rates. It says in here, there have been 10 confirmed deaths in Spain, Brazil, India, Ghana, and Nigeria. There are 7,102 monkeypox cases in the U.S. And so far, no one has died on American soil from it. So that's really what we're looking at here, is high case counts, self-limiting disease as far as progressing into death at this point.
I just want to be clear, because many of you in the audience have written into our show the last time we covered this, and I want to be clear. It is very hard to deliver this story in a perfectly sensitive manner. We are reading you headlines that 95% of these cases are appearing in, the gay community. This doesn't mean that the high wire we have any attitude about your sexual preference. We are stating the facts. But let's be clear. And one of the things that's been written in, and I'm going to share this because when you write in, we read it. We're looking at what you're saying. Let me be perfectly clear. Monkeypox is not a sexually transmitted transmitted disease. We know that. This is a close contact, close human contact illness. And so anyone that comes in close physical touching contact with monkeypox is going to have this issue. We also, at the moment, we're not sure that there is such a thing as asymptomatic spread, that they're looking at it, but in many cases there should be pox visible, which should be the alarm system, nature telling you, you know what, maybe not today, maybe I take a rain check on that, let's do this another time. We have tried to blur videos of where we are really seeing these infections, but there was no way to do that in a way that was not only acceptable to children. I'm telling you, you probably don't want to even look at this, but if you're out there and you really are having trouble, thinking about what you may need to do to protect yourself, if you're not in a monogamous relationship, if you tend to go out and sleep with anonymous partners, whether you are gay or straight or bi or heterosexual, I would say we all should take this into consideration. I don't think this is a moment to panic. This isn't a deadly disease, but it's one that could really affect all of our lives. We have watched how they like to take, a specific issue in a specific group and make it all of our problems. I am very nervous about the fact that Senator Weiner is the one in charge of this monkeypox situation in California, where they like to develop the laws that the rest of the country watches and the rest of the world watches. He had no problem locking us down for COVID. He had no problem taking the education away from our kids, even though our kids had literally zero risk from any serious or death issues with COVID. Again, they're not going to have a risk with monkeypox. Are we so sure that we are going to avoid having monkeypox vaccines in our schools? The government is terrible at handling these problems. They make it all of our problem, even though it's not all of our problem. But let's do this. Can we all just agree as an intelligent species of adults that maybe we should take this upon ourselves? I would really love it if Senator Weiner would say, you know what, you don't need the government taking care of this. Can we all just be careful for the next few weeks so that we can get rid of this? This is a trajectory that is going like this, folks, that is fully within our control. If we don't take control of this, our government will. And I have a feeling that this won't be good for the entire conversation about gender and gender decisions and sexual orientations and acceptance in our society. No group should be singled out. So why don't we all do our part? That's all I'm saying. It's on all of us. This will eventually jump over into the heterosexual community if we are not all careful. I hope I've been as broad-based on that as I possibly can for all of you that are watching.
And Del, when it comes to the government, for everybody that just lived through the last 2 years, we saw a nearly unanimous lockdown restrictions at the beginning of COVID, all the governors in lockstep doing this, but it's not really the case here in the United States. We saw like California, New York, and Illinois start out, but listen to Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida. This is what he had to say about the restrictions for monkeypox and declaring it a public health emergency in his state.
Okay.
You see any of these politicians you see out there trying to scare you about this, do not listen to their nonsense. I am so sick. I am so sick of politicians, and we saw this with COVID, trying to sow fear into the population. We had people calling mothers worried about whether their kids could catch it at school. And we're not going to go back to like Fauci in the 80s, where he was trying to tell families they were all going to catch AIDS watching TV together. And so I just want to be sure, anything we deal with from a public health perspective, particularly with Joe at the helm, we are not doing fear. They're going to do facts, and we are not going to go out and try to rile people up and try to act like people can't live their lives as they've been normally doing, because of something. You see some of these states declaring states of emergency. They're going to abuse those emergency powers to restrict your freedom. I guarantee you that's what will happen.
I agree with him. That is what's going to happen.
Right. Yeah. And Del, let's jump to a final topic here, because I know there's a big show ahead and I don't want to take too much more time, but we have some breaking news here. And to set this up, we've been covering reports of rising deaths after the vaccine from public health departments around the world, UK data, Scotland data, New South Wales out of Australia. And some of the media reports around the world are now starting to look like this. Take a look.
All right.
In Taiwan, the number of people dying after their COVID vaccination is exceeding the number of deaths from the virus itself. Taiwan's health authorities say that as of Monday, deaths after vaccination reached 865, while deaths from the virus are at 845. Vaccines currently offered in Taiwan include AstraZeneca, Moderna, Pfizer-BioNTech, and Taiwan's own vaccine, Medigen. Out of the 865 deaths after vaccination, over 600 were from AstraZeneca and nearly 200 deaths after Moderna shot.
Wow.
Now, once this data was being shown throughout the world over the last year through the data through the health departments in a lot of countries just stopped publishing it. So it's left people with, kind of their hands up in the air saying, we were seeing these rises, but now you stop publishing it. So we don't really know what's going on. So the world started to look towards insurance agencies. And we saw some stories coming out early this year in 2022. This was BKK Provida. It's a German insurance company, one of the largest out there. And this was the headline here, as reflected at the Highwire. Large German insurance company estimates 2.5 to 3 million people in Germany under treatment for side effects of vaccination after COVID shot. They looked at, this was a board member who kind of blew the whistle. They looked at these ICD codes, which these are codes, if you're being treated for a vaccine side effect, the doctor will write these ICD codes on your chart. So they looked at the people that were insured under just their umbrella, and they found just at the first couple quarters of 2021 that over like 200,000 people had been treated for vaccine side effects. So they extrapolated it out to the entire German population. They said, look, if this is true under our umbrella, we're looking at a pretty big number. And right around the same time, we have the CEO of One America. It's an insurance company, life insurance company. He came out on a teleconference and had this to say. Take a listen.
All right.
We are seeing right now the highest death rates we have ever seen in the history of this business, not just at One America. The data is consistent across every player in that business. Just in third quarter, we're seeing it continue into fourth quarter, is that death rates are up 40% over what they were pre-pandemic. Now, just to give you an idea of how bad that is, a 3 sigma or a 1 in 200 year catastrophe would be 10% increase over pre-pandemic. So 40% is just unheard of.
I remember we reported that, back when that was breaking, really, scary numbers being shared there. A once in a 200 year catastrophe is essentially what this looks like with those numbers. Okay.
And that is a gigantic statement. And that was in January of this year. So just at the beginning of this year, not much really happened. People saw that and thought, well, if this is, as he says, consistent across all players in the industry, certainly we should hear something about it from other players. What about the large companies? So it was June when an independent journalist, Margaret Menge, at her Substack Crossroads Report, she reported this. She had her hands on some documents, and she says this: breaking, 5th largest insurance company in the U.S. paid out 163% more for deaths of working people aged 18 to 64 in 2021. Total claims benefits up $6 billion. And she writes in there, and this is in June of this year, I can report that a much larger life insurance company, Lincoln National, reported a 163% increase in death benefits paid out under its group life insurance policies in 2021. This is according to the annual statements filed with state insurance departments, statements that were provided exclusively to Crossroads Report in response to public requests. Records requests. Yeah. And she gives the numbers here, the precise numbers in this report of these group death benefits taken from Lincoln National's annual statements for the 3 years that she received the statements from. So you see 2019, it's about 500 million, a little over. 2020, we have about 547, almost 548 million. And then 2021, 1.445 billion. So we have a huge jump there. So that was kind of the second data point, maybe the third, if you want to include that German insurance company, showing that there's something going on behind the scenes. So now we can report by taking legal action. The attorneys at the Informed Consent Action Network have obtained the last 5 years, starting in 2017, the individual yearly payouts for the 5 largest insurance companies within the United States. And there they are right there: MetLife, Prudential, Mass Mutual, Northwestern Mutual, New York Life.
Let me just jump in here because, for people to understand how the Highwire works, when I started the Highwire, you have so much cover up, liability protections for vaccines, all these other issues. That's why I got a legal team, Aaron, Siri, and Glim thermostat. I teamed up with Aaron and said, is there a way into these things? Now, you know, I don't know that other networks are doing this. This is what we're doing at the Highwire. But I also remember, not only were we seeing these headlines, but remember Edward Dowd came on to discuss, you know, just the financial perspective of COVID around the world. And he said to us, I internally have talked to different insurance companies, and they are mirroring what has been stated both in Germany and at the insurance company here. And so because of all of that, we reached out and said to our legal team, can you go to the other major insurance companies and see if we can find out what the payouts for deaths have been? And so that's how this works, right? It's not just some things you can investigate as a journalist, but there are things where the legal team can at least get to it a lot faster in many ways. So that's what we're about to look at here. It's really, it's quite interesting, very exciting.
Absolutely. It's an incredible collaboration with the legal aspect of what we're doing here at the Highwire. And keep in mind, this is, you know, this was a big story, and it's not as if these insurance companies came forward and said, let us give you this information because this is a story that really needs to be investigated, or a whistleblower came forward. We actually had to take legal action to get this information. So we put this information in charts just to convey the message a little better. So let's look at MetLife Group. This is their chart. And this is 2017, 2018, 2019. So
it's kind of flatlined through prior to COVID.
Yep. And so let's start at 2019. So 2019, you have about 2.3 billion in payouts, in death payouts. 2020, it goes up to about 2.97 billion. And then 2021, we have 2.98 billion. So not much of a change there, but there is a change.
Well, but between 2020 and 2021. But when I look at this, we would have said, well, that's COVID killing everybody in 2020. But then along comes a vaccine. 2021 should have gone down, right? That should have gone down if the vaccine had any effect whatsoever. And so, I mean, right there, at the very least for Metropolitan Group, the vaccine didn't work at all from what we can see.
Absolutely. That's an absolutely solid point. And that's something that, you know, a lot of these charts, again, if you want this raw data, please go to sign up for the newsletter, and we will give you all of the raw data that we use to make these charts, the actual forms that came from the insurance company. You'll have those in your inbox, and you can do your own data. I know people around the world have been waiting for this data, so that can be yours. Now let's go to Mass Mutual. Let's go to their chart. So again, we're going to start with 2019 because that's just a center point, but we're going to go through more charts as we move on here. 2019, we have about 2.41 billion in death payouts. Now 2020, 2.65 billion, but now 2021, here's the problem, Del, just like you said, that should have went down. That should have went down. We have 3.11 billion. So we have a stepped chart there. And, you know, the people looking at this, the first question is, like you said, thought the vaccine was supposed to stop the death. I thought the vaccine was supposed to help people at this point. I thought we were out of the deep phase of the COVID pandemic in 2021. Now let's look at New York Life chart. We're just going to go right through all of these. Similar patterns, similar step pattern. You have 2019, 2020, we're going up. 2021, the highest in the last 5 years. Prudential of America.
These are billions. We're looking at billions of dollars. So these jumps, though they may not look that big, you know, nearly $1 billion jump is massive.
Right. Yes, that's a great point. And so we have a couple more here. Prudential of America Group, we have their chart. 2019, same thing. 2020, we're going up. 2021, we're approaching $3.5 billion. And then let's finally take a look at Northwest Mutual Group, and same situation there. Stepped process. 2019, we get to 2021, we're looking at $6 billion in death payouts.
Over the year where we had this supposed deadly pandemic. Our savior cure comes, and now $1 billion more is being paid out than even that year. It's really, it's astounding.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to cap off this segment, we started it with talking about percentages. So we had the One America CEO say 40% increase above, you know, pre-pandemic years. So let's take this data and let's put that in that nomenclature that we received. So let's look at this chart here. This is the percentages. So this is insurance company death benefit percentage compared to the baseline. So for our purposes, the baseline is the 3 years we received, 2017, 2018, and 2019. So comparing to those baselines, here's what 2021 looks like. New York Life Group, we have a little over 30% change. Northwestern Mutual Group, we have over 35% change. Mass Mutual Group, we're approaching 45%. Prudential of
There's a
America
rise
Group,
going up, a rise in
every
death
one of
benefit payments. Yeah.
Yep, Prudential almost 20, Metropolitan 25%. And there it is, folks. We've
It really,
reached out.
I mean, it's these are all just random groups out there, and who knows what kind of death panels they have to not pay out, and all the things going on. But it is very similar to what we saw in Germany and what we saw from what was the first guy that reported one.
That was the One America Group.
One
CEO.
America, One America. So there you have it. We've reached out to more insurance companies, and we're seeing a very similar story, which is what we have told you. We told you from the beginning, you can hide a lot of things. You can, mask what the vaccine and who's in the vaccinated category, who's in the unvaccinated category. You can make up headlines about, the hospitals are filled with the unvaccinated. But in the end, we've been telling you it's all-cause mortality that we are going to continue to track, because that's something you will not be able to hide it. And this is another way of looking at all-cause mortality, insurance payouts for death. Great reporting, Jeffrey. Amazing stuff this week. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and thank you to the ICANN legal team as well. I mean, the work that is being done under this hood is amazing. People really need to understand this. So thank you so much.
Yeah, it's nonstop. Thank you, Jeffrey. We'll see you next week. Well, I mean, look, folks, this is, if you're watching the High Wire right now and you're used to watching MSNBC, this is what makes us different. We don't
support the High Wire over at highwire.com. That's the gist. They have ICANN. They got that legal group. They go out and dig up and do the Freedom of Information Act requests. They do the legal kind of muckraking. They publicize the results. It's got a good operation, and I think a lot of people could take a cue from Dell and put some of their broadcast money to work. Like InfoWars coulda, shoulda, woulda had an organization like ICANN with lawyers representing and putting things on the record.
Do you imagine? Oh
Yeah,
man,
that'd be just
that would
stellar.
be incredible. Yeah.
There'd be a lot less censorship if things were done like that in the past.
Yeah.
All right. So Dell and Jeffrey, they had a spirited conversation. There was a lot to unpack there. Let's go to the insurance payouts. Insurance companies are having to pay out more money than expected. That's a function of maybe those experimental gene therapies that people weren't given informed consent on. Maybe. Kind of likely, but we're going to just say maybe. So if that was a eugenics function of some sort of, lab made medium that went out and altered people's bodies, the insurance companies are having to pay for that. But what if the insurance companies are funded by the same eugenicists that are on the other side of the equation, saying, oh, well, we can depopulate the earth for only this much per person. And the insurance companies just keep paying out and people don't ask any questions. But I think some of those insurance companies are going to start asking questions like, hey, pandemic's over. Why does the death rate keep going up? Why do we keep paying out more money? Because they're going to go broke soon, right? That's kind of an inevitable trend in those graphs. And then there was the other story about they were talking about the polio virus, live action virus.
We have another story about that actually from Jimmy Dore. Apparently, there's people infected in New York City, and
I got
so
that on
they're
screen right here.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
NBC News: polio detected in New York City wastewater. That could only be a function of, first off, I thought polio was eradicated, and that's the justification for vaccines in the first place. But
like
secondly, if they're
smallpox.
giving polio vaccines with live action virus inside, and that gets into the wastewater, that's also a problem because they've had that happen in other countries, right? Now, this other part of the story was the monkeypox, because that was the juxtaposition to the polio, and that's why it came up. And they were talking about that Jynneos, smallpox, monkeypox kind of vaccine situation. Now, let's go back to the Allison Morrow interview. Hallmarks of investigative journalism: a good article or coverage of something gives you the 5 W's plus how, right, Tony?
Correct.
So let's just do the 5
that's what we
W's plus
call
how.
general
Can I-
grammar. Sorry.
Can I do 5 W's plus how for monkeypox?
Yep.
All right, we're going to start with WHO, not the World Health Organization. WHO. We're going to say the Bat Lady, Dr. Xi Jinping. And we're going to do the what? Monkeypox, just mentioned that. The where is Wuhan. We'll get to that in a second because I'm going to give you the references and substantiate this 5 W's plus how, otherwise it wouldn't be journalism. When, not Leanna when. The when is the time. We're going to get to that. It's going to be published in the article. The why, that's my question mark. We're not really sure why they're doing experiments on monkeypox over at the Wuhan with the Bat Lady, but we'll get to it. And then the how, well, the how looks like this. If we go over here, this is the how. They tell you how. It's the paper. Efficient assembly of a large fragment of monkeypox virus genome as a qPCR template using dual selection-based transformation associated recombination. That's the title of an article. You can read the article. Here's the abstract. Here's keywords. Here's the introduction. That's all well and good. It establishes they're messing with monkeypox, correct? The when is June 2022. This is recent. This is pages 341 to 347 in Virologica Sinica. And your next question should be what? What is Virologica Sinica? I'm glad you asked the question. Here it is. Science Direct gives you an answer. This is coming from issue 30, volume 37, issue 3. And if you scroll down to the bottom, learning about Virologica Sinica and all the articles, copyright 2022, Wuhan Institute of Virology. Okay. That would be an exhibit. Let's go to the next tab. This is the next exhibit. So first exhibit is the article. Second exhibit is the journal it's being published in is connected to the Wuhan lab. And here's the third exhibit about the journal. You can read about that. But right here, editor-in-chief, Professor Zhengling Li Shi, the Pat lady from the Wuhan Institute of Virology in Hubei, China. Wuhan, Hubei, China.
One of the foremost experts in coronaviruses and
yes,
vaccination.
We've been talking about her for 2 years.
Oh,
and now
yeah,
she
yeah,
pops
I
up
know.
with this monkeypox right
Now,
before the monkeypox is breaking out. This is June 2022. There's not a whole lot of monkeypox on the scene, and they're doing research on monkeypox. That's what they're releasing in that article, which means they had to do the research before June 2022 in order to report on it by June 2022, right? That's the logic.
Sure.
So
And
it
the
was ongoing 2021, 2022, prior to the monkeypox outbreak around the world, starting in Belgium, I think it was, right? So it's not
Curious
an
chain of
accusation. I'm not
coincidences there.
saying the monkeypox out there came from a lab. I'm saying the lab from which the last thing came was also messing with monkeypox. People should maybe check it out. Because maybe it's
Yeah,
not
we're-
accidental theory. I don't know. Were there animals involved? Is it zoonotic transfer again at the Belgian party? I don't know.
Where there's
What's the-
smoke, there's fire. In this case, what's not clear is they've come up with a part of the gene, like essentially a part of the genome that can be used in a PCR test for monkeypox. So what I was confused on, we covered this a couple weeks ago, is are they playing with like a live sort of attenuated version
It's
of
an efficient
monkeypox
assembly of a large fragment.
and that's what sort of a couple weeks ago was the big topic. It was, well, it can reassemble itself into a virulent to reassemble itself, like extracting data from a zip file or something into the entire virus that can become virulent, which is disconcerting because at first thought, well, it's just PCR. It's weird that they're ramping up to have a PCR test ready, but there's nothing to see in regards to having in the actual virus. But then I realized, oh, they have to culture it in order to find that specific sequence that's unique to that virus in order to create the PCR test. I'm like, oh, wait, duh. I thought they were working maybe with computer models of the virus had been sequenced somewhere else. No, they cultured it, which is really problematic and disconcerting.
It is
because that
disconcerting.
means
Between
they are
the COVID,
playing
the
with
monkeypox,
viruses.
there's one too many connections to Wuhan and the Bat Lady. And I
Yeah.
bet if we dug around in there, you could find some Peter Daszak Eco Health Alliance funding.
Sure. A little bit of
such things.
circular
And
there
maybe some
too. Virologica.
NIAID grants funding it, right? Because they still have
Mhm.
active grants going over there for such type of
Oh, yeah.
research.
Yeah,
But
Fauci,
that's
yeah.
not being talked about out there.
He
People
talked
want to
about
make it into some other argument other than like figuring out what's going on, where to come from, how do we protect ourselves, and how do we move forward with freedom.
It is interesting that they're doing this sort of bait and switch a little bit in regards to COVID. Quiet, children mandate, childhood vaccine mandates in regards to state legislation seems to be something that sort of tacitly they're not going to enforce. But then all of a sudden, monkeypox is here. While at the same time, none of us are paying attention to any of this because there's a Mar-a-Lago raid and there's a number of other main
Yeah, it's kind of
topics that
coincidental.
they're, I'm just noticing patterns overlapping all kind of at the same
Overlapping patterns.
time.
I don't know.
Coincidences, though, luckily. We don't have to think
Hmm.
about it. We don't have to
luckily,
research it.
You don't even have to think about it. Luckily.
And now I do want to say one thing about the insurance stuff.
Yeah.
What's unclear to me clearly it's consistent with what's been reported in regards to 40% thereabouts. I get that. And it varies dependent upon the insurance company, but there is a significant rise in each insurance company of the 5 national major
They're
carriers in the
paying
United
out and they
States.
didn't expect to, and they got actuarial science majors that they pay a lot of money to make sure they don't have to pay out more money than they ever expect to. So they don't like it too much, none over there. It's causing some ripples in their effect, for sure.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Yeah. What's not clear is maybe the expansion of those funds by I think there are other variables that might account for some of the stepward incline, but the 2021 certainly wouldn't make any sense because I doubt there is a massive push for life insurance, or that would be granted during a time of a pandemic. When early on they're speaking of utilizing an act of God as a reason for not compensating families. So I mean, not that actually happened, but that was a big talking point very
Acts
early
of God
on.
usually happen because you have an act of God. He's a God that's out there making changes and doing stuff on the
First, you got to
creation
show me the
table.
God.
Yeah, well,
Anyways.
that's hard to do, man. With your little human brain, how are you going to see that? All right, so speaking of little brains, let's go next to the Trump story with Mar-a-Lago. There's some small-minded thinking going on both sides, probably. And I wanted to start first. I mean, because learning is about discerning. You got to have comparison and contrast. I think we should start with some mainstream media coverage. Let's see how like MSNBC represented the search or the organized going through of his stuff, rummaging. I don't know. You don't want to call it a raid. I don't know what else you would call that. I'm sure they'll use an MSNBC type word to smooth it over. But let's see some of the coverage. I think we had some stuff in the YouTube playlist there, Justin, that would have been official news coverage on the event. And I think Trump should have come out in front of all the FBI in front of his place. He should have flown down there and used it to launch his campaign. But hey, what do I know? I haven't voted since 2004 because I heard that bad Eric guy talk. So until someone gets up there and represents freedom and not slavery, you don't have my vote. Ain't getting the vote. Do we have that clip, Justin?
From Fox News and conservative social media to the stalwart supporters who descended upon Donald Trump's Florida resort and home, the MAGA crowd will always stand by their man. And a few days after the Mar-a-Lago search, a man who had stormed the Capitol on January 6th entered the FBI office in Cincinnati and fired a nail gun at personnel. He was later killed by police during a shootout. It appears Trump has always cost his followers money and dignity, and now his rhetoric appears to be costing them their lives. Joining me now, Frank Figliuzzi, a former assistant director for counterintelligence at the FBI. He's also an MSNBC national security analyst. Frank, I'm very glad to have you here this morning because I'm just wondering, should we be worried about more violence in the name of Trump?
Yeah, Jonathan, the death toll, what I call the Trump death toll, continues to rise. And it rose last week, as you referenced in Ohio, with a man who really caught the disease of disinformation, bought this big lie about the FBI search. We have Trump and his minions just inspiring people to radicalization without any facts attached to it. No mention of a subpoena that failed, no mention of probable cause and a magistrate and the process that works, no mention that top secret compartmented information was indeed found, or that Trump's lawyer claimed to the government that they had given everything back to the government, and that was false. The facts aren't getting in the way of people who simply want to consume conspiracy theories, even to their own demise. And, you know, we saw yesterday at FBI Phoenix, armed protesters carrying even assault-style rifles in front of an FBI building. So, you know, you mentioned the death toll from Trump so far with regard to the Capitol. And, you know, Ashley Babbitt was shot because she bought the big lie. But police officers died as the result of defending the Capitol, including suicides amongst police officers. And let's go a step further with regard to what Trump and his minions.
Again, I'm not on either side of this. I'm an observer of the people doing the dogfight, but police officers were saved at the Capitol by Oath Keepers, people that are persecuted by the guy talking. So the guy talking, he didn't go in and save Capitol Police or the other security that were there. But people who were protesting, the Oath Keepers, when they knew that their brethren were inside, they were getting hung up by some people doing Antifa violence, they went and extracted a bunch of them. So I think that's disingenuous for a former FBI agent to speak like that, because they kind of aggrandize the situation for their own benefit. Let the clip continue, and then we'll address his reason and logic or absence thereof.
And spew out that radicalizes people. The El Paso Walmart shooter, in his writings, echoed the very language of Trump with regard to quote unquote brown invaders at the border. The Buffalo supermarket shooter posted and posted again about white replacement theory that comes straight out of Fox News entertainment hosts. So look, it's responsible for people dying, and the body count, unless something drastically different happens, is going to continue to rise. What we're experiencing now with this FBI raid and the response to it could be just a dry run with regard to what we may experience if Trump is actually charged, indicted with something, either related to the classified documents or to the attempt to overturn a valid election. This is a glimpse of what we may be in for and the strategy that we'll see from Trump and his minions.
Mm-hmm. You know, Frank, this week marked the 5th anniversary of the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, the rally that left Heather Heyer dead. And there was a Boston Globe op-ed by a friend of the show, Renee Graham, with the headline, "Charlottesville was a template for the January 6th insurrection." Do you think, and I actually agree with that assessment, because back then, Charlottesville seemed like the fringe was, you know, taking over things. Now, the fringe is the mainstream, at least on the within the Republican Party.
This is the mainstreaming of mania, right? It is the legitimizing of lunatic theories, lies, conspiracy theories. So when something goes mainstream, it's because elected officials, House, Senate, even from the Oval Office, a former president, even mainstream media, fringe media, all shooting out the same dangerous theories, allows people to think this must be legitimate school of thought. I can adhere to this. And so they seek affirmation in doing whatever they feel commanded to do. We saw a call to arms this week, Jonathan. A pundit after pundit on far-right media using the language of battle. You know, we're at war. We're going to war. This is a civil war now, repeatedly. And there must be accountability here. If people die, there should be lawsuits. The gentleman in Ohio who lost his life in a cornfield, his family should be thinking about suing everyone in the media and in government who gave him the thoughts that the FBI was behind some kind of conspiracy theory here. We've got to hold these folks accountable, or we're going to get more of same.
Frank, I know I'm going to go a little bit over. I need you to watch this, this discussion that happened on Fox News about whether the GOP really backs the blue.
Whatever happened to the Republican Party backing the blue, and in particular, the 35 members of law enforcement, federal law enforcement at the FBI?
Yeah, and frankly, we're very strong supporters of law enforcement, and it concerns everybody if you see some agents go rogue, and if you see an agency that doesn't have the right checks and balances at the top. This is coming
Steve,
from the
who
top.
went
This
rogue?
isn't
Who went
the
rogue? They were following a search warrant.
We want to find that out. We want to find that out, and that's why we're asking these questions.
Frank, we have less than a minute left. Your reaction to Congressman Steve Scalise.
It's pretty transparent here that it's okay to back the blue as long as they're backing you and not investigating you. But at the moment that law enforcement investigates you, apparently it's time to attack those institutions and the people who fill them. And what I say to people is, don't focus your wrath on people doing their jobs in the rule of law we live in, but rather start focusing your attention on the people under investigation and why they seem to be so disdainful of the agencies that are investigating them.
All right, we're going to have another clip, but before we play the next clip, I want to explain like some perspectives on what we just saw. First off, let's start with what I could agree with, right? I don't agree with him on all points, but I could agree with him on a couple. The people who went and did the Walmart shooting and the supermarket shooting, all those things, right up to the FBI shooting in Ohio. Those people were mentally ill cowards, and they don't represent freedom-minded people too much, none at all. The QAnon sense is balanced on the left side by the blue and nonsense. There's a bunch of people out there who do not know how to discern fact from fiction. That's a public schooling problem. That's an education problem. That's a milieu that we're all swimming in out there. There's always people on both sides that don't know up from down. They're on the extremes. Those of us who aren't on the extremes, we're in the middle. We're using logic and reason. We're looking at evidence, artifacts, articles, interviews, history books, all sorts of things, using our brain, trying to make sense of this. And when you do try to make sense of it and you put it in the timeline, it would look something like this. The FBI had a leaked memo on all the liberty loving symbols that globalism would be surrounded by. So from a globalist perspective, you might think that a Gadsden flag or a repurposed, updated Gonzales battle flag, that might be threatening only if you're looking to enslave people. For people who are freedom-minded, freedom-hearted, these are symbols of liberty, and they're of no threat to anybody except predators who would like to remove the liberty from individuals, not just here in America, but across the planet. And after they had that really helpful leak of all these liberty-loving symbols, they then used the FBI to raid the president of the United States, probably the most popular president to ever be elected in the United States, possibly the real president from that last election. Like I said, I didn't vote. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I've seen evidence on both sides, and one side has really weak evidence and really strong propaganda. So weigh that as you will. So you had the release of the symbols that identify the liberty people. You had the Trump raid. And then they provoked a mentally ill person among the millions and millions and millions and millions of peaceful, loving Trump voters. Got one guy to go do some stupid stuff in FBI land. And it just, by the way, happens to substantiate all these things the FBI had kind of predictively programmed with their memo in the first place. So
While at the same time, you have Alex Jones on trial. Well, not even really on trial for civil payout, actually, because he lost by default, about the Sandy Hook shooting. So
yeah.
So you see the sort of weird synchronicity sort of all coinciding at the same. It's just pointing out that a lot of inflection points here.
And that's why when I changed out of eulogy wardrobe to put on something more comfortable that reflects my philosophy, I got this Alex Jones fundraiser when all the networks banned him at the same time back in August, 2018. It's been so long ago. It's probably 5 years ago. When they all banned, it was like August 6th. And his trial, when they found him guilty and announced that big settlement, was also August 6th. So there's a theme out there. It's been playing for years. When I got this shirt, I identified. It's like if he loses his voice, if they can censor the president, if they can censor Alex Jones, we're done for.
Oh, it's game over.
We as individuals.
Game over.
Right. So we need to empower on both sides. Liberty, freedom, free speech, difficult ideas. Open our minds, make them bigger. Don't try to shrink our brains and like censor the ideas. That's not a way for freedom. That's not a way for a future. That's a way for slavery and tyranny and despotism, though. And I've seen it done in other countries. I've read enough of that history to see what these people are up to. So non-aggression, intellectual self-defense, physical self-defense, these are all part of freedom. It doesn't mean go to a gun-free zone like a Walmart or a super store or wherever these crazy fucks are going and shooting people up. That's not liberty or freedom at all. That's cowardice. That's weakness. That's aggression. That's hatred. That's evil. There's a whole bunch of words we could attach to it. It is not the desired outcome or input or processing for anybody in this audience.
100% agree. I want to go back real quick. I mean, what you said there, it's absolutely 100% correct. But I just want to go back to what the man that was interviewed in the clip, I forget his name, but
former
that's
FBI
a great
agent, now MSNBC special person who
Yeah.
represents the FBI's
former
views on their
FBI,
channel.
right? It's a great representation of a sophist. His rhetoric was pretty sophisticated. Lots of very sophisticated use of ad hominem, circumstantials, and lots of abusive, but like done in
Well,
a
it
sense.
requires your previous indoctrination to take him at the face value with his definitions, limitations, and characterizations of the people,
Yeah.
places, and events.
Yeah, I mean, he had a number of biases, neglected aspect in regards to like the Buffalo shooter, if I remember correctly. Yes, he was like a race sort of identitarian, absurd, obnoxious, evil, but at the same time, he's also some sort of weird, like communistic, if I remember correctly, environmentalist. So he identified with like a very extreme sort of communistic, like he hated, I think he even wrote that he had some sort of disdain for Trump. He didn't think Trump was a representative of the white race,
But
or
that's
like
not convenient to their narrative, so people
right.
aren't really
So they neglect
pushed.
that aspect,
Right.
and that creates a straw man, which is a subtle way to really attack the person and ad hominem. So it creates a straw. He's presenting evidence that you think is evidence, but he's neglecting key aspects that changes the quality or context of that evidence. That
Because the straw
therefore,
man is not reality; it's an unreality. And if what was being said was so inaccurate or wrong, you shouldn't have to create a straw man and attack and burn.
but
that
he did
straw
it with
man.
confidence. He did it with bravado.
'Cause
He
that's what
kept
they
going
do.
on, and that's a great example of someone who's very a sophist, sophisticated in their rhetoric, using lies.
And it's easy to be a
techniques of
sophist when you haven't even
deception.
considered or looked at the other side, because then you don't have any moral quandary.
yeah, that
You
guy
only
is
know one side of the
ideologically.
programming, and this goes back to Nazi Germany. Hannah Arendt, Banality of Evil, the Amtssprache of Eichmann, the bureaucratic speech of just doing my job, and if it's worded this way, you'll carry out these inhumanities and these tortures and these exterminations, and that's how they ran World War II, and then they brought it back here, and they just do it in English now.
Yeah, they ran the world as a laboratory. And so in order to
Got
perfect
that
their
book in your
eugenics,
stack right here. Yeah.
their eugenics goals, they had to behaviorally condition everyone to accept them. And this is what Bertrand Russell literally says is going to happen with a scientific society. 1954, whenever he wrote that, Impact of Science in Society. And these are sort of prophets because they could see, the world they were envisioning at the time the technology wasn't there, but they could see the way technology will progress to give them the type of society they want, which is a sort of prescriptive idealistic utopia with machines that they program, the machines that they control, the machines that dictate, aspects of what make who can live, who can die, all the, it's becoming just some sort of Black Mirror episode at this point.
Yeah, I think Black Mirror was intended to be a warning, and they took it as a business plan. They're like, this is great. This is great. Mar-a-Lago, let's raid the place.
It
All right,
is so absurd.
And then they brought out the warrant, and they had official
the
statements that they was authorized, and it wasn't like something accidental. And so let's go to this next clip. I put it in the production room, Justin, and this will frame out the raid itself, whereas the clip we just watched was like the aftermath, the influence, the rage. If they make you frustrated and aggressive, then they got a plan for people, and they usually ends up in a cage or in a ditch. So
While
let's
they
go to
sit there and say, you right wingers, you extremists, you insurrectionists, they're inciting or fanning the flames of division, while at the same time trying to
othering.
insulate themselves as though they're the ones we should all sort of capitulate to.
Yeah,
their
the
ideology, their
predetermined
beliefs.
labels are meant to frame out for people who are indoctrinated and assuming. So it's like conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. Like they have to
Yeah.
frame these things out, and that's not journalism. That's not ethical. It's not moral. It has no integrity. But it does have a place in the hall of propaganda. And right there next to censorship is how they take over and take away people's freedom, and then they take their lives all around the world. 300 million people died in the 20th century from democide. And the reference is the 96 University of Hawaii study. And dig into it. And even if the numbers are off, let's say it's only 200 million. It's not through the wars. It's not the war that killed them. It's death by government, by starvation, and all
That
sorts of other
includes-
methods that are in there.
Includes our government as well.
Yes.
So we're not, I mean, obviously the communist regimes have a,
Well, you got the
unfortunate
communist
larger
arms
track
dealers, and you got
record.
the Anglo-American capitalist arms dealers, and they make the world go round with war. That's
There you
basically
go.
it.
That's true.
Russia sells to Syria and Iran and China and these places, and then
Yeah,
Britain
Pakistan.
and America sells to Saudi Arabia and Egypt and all these other
Fucking,
France and NATO and
Israel and
brought to you by Raytheon. That's what they should be saying on those fucking channels. Pfizer's small potatoes. All right, so let's go to this next clip. This frames out the Mar-a-Lago raid and the priming of the pump. They know they got like all these people that are upset that Trump is going to be attacked, and they're just like, throwing a match into that pile of that bucket of gasoline. So let's see what happens.
The FBI has executed a search warrant at the home of former President Trump. Trump confirming the news in a statement saying Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida was, quote, under siege by a large group of agents, and adding the raid was unannounced. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. Danny, this is just breaking as we went to air. What do you make of what we're seeing now?
So breaking. I mean, I was called away from dinner just to cover this breaking news. And really what we know right now is just that the FBI apparently has executed a search warrant. And all you know about a search warrant is it means that by definition, the FBI went with an affidavit of probable cause to a magistrate, to a judge, and demonstrated that it is more likely than not that there is evidence of a criminal activity that they need to seize at Mar-a-Lago. That's about all you can glean from the fact that a search warrant has issued. It must be based on probable cause, but of what? It's hard to say. You might infer that just a few days ago, on or around July 27th, the DOJ obtained a search warrant to search the phone of attorney John Eastman, and they've been conducting otherwise an investigation into the activities of January 6th. But again, that's conjecture right now. All we really seem to know is that there apparently is a search warrant being executed, or it was executed at Mar-a-Lago.
And we've seen that search warrant executed, but we haven't heard yet from the FBI. Do you think that they are going to be addressing this in the short term? Because we now have a statement from the former President Trump.
This were the normal case. I would say that you should not plan to hear from the FBI or the U.S. attorney for that district, because the FBI's usual practice and the federal government's usual practice is not to comment on ongoing investigations. So that would be my normal answer. But this is not the normal case, and this is not the normal, I don't want to say target yet, but this is not the normal person, that being Donald Trump, to have a search warrant issued for his home. So this might be the unusual case where the FBI does hold a press conference and does offer some information to explain why they're executing a search warrant on a former president of the United States, something that just doesn't happen every day. So unprecedented times may call for a breach of the FBI's normal protocol, which is to never, ever talk about ongoing investigation.
And yet we have a former president who is quick basically to the presses. I want to read just a little bit from his statement here. He says, nothing like this has ever happened to a president of the United States before. After working and cooperating with the relevant government agencies, this unannounced raid on my home was not necessary or appropriate. It is prosecutorial misconduct, the weaponization of the justice system. And then Danny, a little bit further down, he says, they even broke into my safe, exclamation point. So we know that they went into his home. We know that they were unannounced. We know that they were looking for things in his safe. Do we know any specifics on what they could have been looking for?
No, but just to give you an idea, if there were search warrants issued for folks like John Eastman, the Trump affiliated lawyer who pushed some of these election fraud theories, then it's not a huge leap to say that Trump's Mar-a-Lago might contain evidence of information related to, say, for example, the evidence that they sought in John Eastman's cell phone or some of these other folks that the DOJ is investigating. That is a rather innocuous interpretation. Of course, another interpretation is simply that the FBI believes that it is more likely than not that there is evidence that Trump or somebody else close to Trump committed a crime, or that they have evidence of that crime at Mar-a-Lago. That could be cell phones, that could be documents, that could be virtually anything. So it's really hard to say at this point. And the FBI, when they get a search warrant like
now, they really jumped off the end of the deep end when they said it could really be anything, because then reports started leaking out that Trump had the nuclear codes at his house and he was going to broker them to Russia. And then Trump made fun of that.
That's so absurd.
Well, it gets more absurd, dude.
What the fuck, man?
So then Trump used that. His campaign team used it in the email, and it sent everyone like the nuclear codes. It was like 8675309. Something just really, Jenny. It's Tommy,
Yeah, sure.
It's Tommy Two-Tone from the 80s. Anyway, he threw out like this number. It's a mock. It's a meme. Well, the Democrats took that as serious, and they're like, Trump gave his people the nuclear. It's like, and then they claimed another meme that the Fox was making fun of with like it's photoshopped and duped and altered photos. Which now we get to the judge. The Epstein photo of famous Ghislaine rubbing Jeffrey Epstein's feet on the jet was changed into the judge who approved the warrant, who also used to be, working with the capos, Epstein's empire in his criminal syndicate. The judge, when he was
recused himself
just,
like 6 weeks before signing this search warrant or something like that.
He worked for the feds. He worked for Epstein
because of conflicts,
and then he recused himself, and then he got back in with the warrant, and then he became famous because he's in the memes. Justin, do you
because he's in the meme
or maybe LD? Like, yeah, he's in the Epstein meme, and then they made such a big deal of it, like this is fake, and he needs to be brought up. Like it just gets crazy.
I have
a
clip about that. I think Jimmy Dore talks about it.
Yeah, they're talking treason and executing Trump, and he's going to go hang on the
planning
gallows.
evidence. I've heard
Dude, it's
things.
fucking crazy.
A whole bunch of
Looney
crazy
Tunes.
stuff. Yeah,
and I really hope that Trump didn't turn off the security, because I'd like to see what they did at some point.
It is curious because the evidence, so the materials.
Everybody get out. Nobody get around. We're not going to plant any evidence like we do all through the 20th and 21st century. This is going to be a time when we play it straight, but we can't have you here. We got to turn off all the get the lawyers out of here.
Trump's lawyers weren't able to
cameras.
verify the FBI, the evidence sheet, to say this is what we took. Okay, can I see, that they weren't
and
allowed.
They got a bunch of true believers who don't look at both sides of the equation. So it's like an insulated situation. That's how they keep things secret, everybody. They just have some true believers that don't know the other side, and they can't weigh
that
the
is the
truth for
key.
themselves.
That's the key.
That's compartmentalization. That's top secret security. That's the national security establishment. There's 6 million people signed on to that. That's how they keep things secret. They have things like Leavenworth, and for the military, they got other prisons for people who break national security. Let's see if we can find that Epstein.
So let's do it here. And Twitter locks user who posted Epstein judge meme forces him to delete tweet. The image was clearly marked as a meme, and the account clearly marked as a meme account. But Twitter has no sense of humor.
Which means they're solemn. We prefer to be serious. We can include comedy and some humor in things. We can see, that's dark. I mean, there's 2 pedophiles on a plane, and they replaced it for with the judge who served the pedophile on the plane. I think that's funny. That's the least you can do in freedom, is the meme it up. Look at that meme. That's well crafted. It's not disingenuous. It's not trying to fool or fake anyone. It makes people laugh. That guy was like preparing for a hurricane or a power outage when that original photo, because I saw the old original photo before the meme even came up, when they released who the judge was. And so that was going around on Twitter. It's out there, and those people have no sense of humor, and I think they're cut off a little bit from reality because they don't have a sense of humor. They don't get sarcasm. They don't get memes. There's a whole layer of human consciousness that is like impervious to them.
Sure. No, it
bounces right off. They call him Teflon Don, but that guy's got a sense of humor, and the left can't meme. So as an objective observer, not on the right or the left, I think that shit's funny.
Oh, this is hilarious. I had not seen this. I had heard about it, but not seen it.
Right. And then they're making such a big deal about it. That's even more funny than the meme.
It's more funny until
like lubricated by liberals' tears, that whole situation. And they do it to themselves. And I'm like, why are you guys doing this? Just laugh at the meme and move on. Like, why did that guy switch from the feds and go work for Epstein? Why does he still have power today? Who made him a judge, and who gave him the ability to sign off on this thing?
On a warrant to go raid the former president, unprecedented in history. They didn't raid Clinton with her unsecure email service or servers or Bill for that matter. The secrets that he traded with Chinese military when it comes to nuclear or is it Pakistan? I forget, one of the two. Like beyond just the Clinton body bag, like everyone knows that one. Beyond the email server, there's a bunch of like weird trade arms dealing stuff going on with the Clintons. Like if you go back and look at their history, beyond the drug running that happened in the 80s and the 90s when he was governor. But yeah, I mean, drug running, arms dealing. Wait a second, I'm noticing a pattern here. I'm talking
a Rhodes
about
Scholar that was instrumental in running drugs. Are you talking about Matthew McConaughey?
Arms
in the
selling trade secrets.
Different movie.
Getting blowjob. Oh wait, that's what all he.
Oh, you're talking about Tom Cruise and Mina, or American. What do they call it? They changed it. It used to be called Mina, and then they released it
as
Arkansas. American Made. Tom Cruise plays a 300-pound drug dealer named Barry Seal, who works for the CIA. Very interesting.
Tom Cruise.
Okay. Yeah, Tom Cruise, 300-pound bald drug dealer.
I know.
Yeah, you know, one
I've
of his best
seen it.
roles. Yeah. See,
Anyways,
we gotta.
this
This
shit's
is a
fucking
comedy show. We
funny.
gotta laugh at this stuff. It's not gallows humor because we're
Got
not
the
getting
vanilla
the
Oreo there too
gallows.
in the early times. Look at that. It's got it all.
All right, there's. It looks like either they swing together or they swing separately. But Epstein didn't
God
hang
knows
himself.
what the judge swings
That
with.
was the
'cause,
joke.
I mean, if he's taking a little Lolita, I mean, yeah, that's well, you know,
Ghislaine doesn't have the death penalty. She's serving out like 20 years. So that saying doesn't apply in that case. So anyway, Trump, I'm sure he's going to get his stuff back. He'll get his Roger Stone pardon back.
that is
other
classic of the first one. on the
cocktail
list.
napkins, personal notes, you know, how many Diet Cokes he drinks a day, little scratch, little chicken scratch, you know, and mark him off, like whatever he's got. They collected every piece of paper in his place. They went through Melania's closet. I'm sure they're looking for
Yeah.
outfits for their next gig, you know, whatever.
Apparently, he hid secret notes in her dresses and stuff, specifically to Putin and other dignitaries around the world, like Xi, Putin. Who
These
else
are the
can we get
people
in
who
there?
brought
Who's
us
the prime minister
Russia
right now?
for like 5
Pakistan,
years.
maybe Iran.
Same crew. Same crew. All right. So other clips in that genre on that topic before we move toward intermission.
There's nothing. Well, I mean,
I wanted to catch
it's
some of the ones where they're overreacting and like saying he's going to be executed and that sort of stuff. Do we have any of those clips? The Mike Hayden clip, did Jimmy Dore maybe cover that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a "What the Fuck is Going On" by Russell Brand. He talks about it and shows some clips. There's a couple. There's Paul Joseph Watson. He does a whole "The Truth About the FBI Raid on Trump." He shows a bunch of stuff. That's a longer
So
one
two
by him.
British
So it's
guys
7 minutes.
who like freedom, who don't even live in America, are more
Right.
concerned than most American news stations.
And then Jimmy Dore did a bunch of like anti-Trump judge approves Mar-a-Lago raid, or judge who signed FBI, or FBI raids Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Just a general
Yeah,
5-minute clip.
Skip that one. Let's go. Does he talk about the judge in the Epstein angle? I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
and this all
Yeah,
came
yeah,
on the
anti-Trump
heels
judge
of
appealed
Alex
Mar-a-Lago
Jones
raid.
saying, "You mean like Epstein and the Clintons last week?" Remember that clip?
Oh, that was a
Like all this
that's a
stuff with the
fantastic
Epstein
video
judge
meme.
happened after that chronologically in time.
Yeah, it's true. It's a good point.
Interesting little synchronicity there. The universe hiccuped up.
Another little wink by the universe.
Yeah.
The
All right,
I would say play the first one. First, actually, the first indentation there.
First
Like that.
indentation there, Justin.
So I highlighted it.
And then in a little bit after intermission, we're going to go to LD. We're going to check out what he's doing up there. I see he's on video. And yeah, thanks to everyone in the control room riding along tonight.
We're still talking.
Let's check out this clip.
Paul Joseph Watson, or are you talking about the?
The Jimmy Dore. So it'd be like anti-Trump judge approved Mar-a-Lago raid.
We got it right here.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We'll talk about it. But first up, we're going to talk about this. This is what's starting all the talk. Is the FBI removed classified documents
Need to
from
put the video on
Mar-a-Lago?
the screen.
Yeah, we just got the show card, Justin.
There you go. You got it.
It's highly irregular. So again, this is going on with the Democrats nor the Republicans can beat a game show host with a comb over. Neither of them can beat this guy. And so that's why they're together in doing all this nefarious shit like Russiagate, which was complete bullshit, complete hoax, evidence-free conspiracy theory. That's right. And why did it take the Democrats so long to impeach Donald Trump? Because that's how long it took them to find a crime he was guilty of that they also weren't complicit in. That's why it took them so long. And you know what they impeached him for? Arms shipments to Ukraine.
For delaying
For
them.
delaying it, which was the right thing to do.
But they needed 30% of those weapons.
That's right. And now we just gave them $54 billion in weapons, and 70% of which don't end up in the Ukraine war. Where are they going? I don't know. I would guess some people inside the Ukraine government are selling them to Russia for money? I bet you any
The
money.
answer may surprise.
The answer just may surprise you, or will it?
I hope not.
Would you be surprised, Kurt, to find out that the Ukrainians are selling those weapons to Russia for money? I wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised to find that out.
The most corrupt country in all of Europe, according to the New York Times.
According to the New York Times, the most corrupt country in Europe.
I don't see how they could.
So back to FBI. They removed 11 sets of classified documents, including some marked top secret and meant to be available only in special government facilities, from former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida on Monday. It's weird that they never did that to Hillary Clinton when she erased 33,000 emails off her private server where she kept highly classified information, which was against the law. And after she was subpoenaed for it, she erased those. It's weird that they didn't storm her house.
Jimmy, it's so weird that she's selling T-shirts that say that. She's got But Hillary's emails. You know? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see
Hats
that.
and shirts that you can proudly
her-
wear and go.
Her illegal emails.
Yeah, she's selling shirts of it.
In addition, agents recovered 4 sets of top secret documents, 3 sets of secret documents, and 3 sets of confidential documents, and a partridge in a pear tree, according to the new public information. According to the search warrant, the alleged crimes under investigation are violations of the Espionage Act, which outlaws the unauthorized retention of national security information that could harm the United States or aid a foreign adversary, a federal law that makes it a crime to destroy or conceal a document in order to obstruct government investigation, and another statute associated with unlawful removal of government materials. Now, Michael Tracy reminds us what the Espionage Act really is. The Espionage Act is an archaic remnant of World War I that the government has kept on the books as a catch-all to criminalize the release of embarrassing information. Woodrow Wilson demanded the act so as to crush what he called creatures of passion, disloyalty, and anarchy. Expect a swift rehabilitation of the Espionage Act, though. Why? Well, this is previously known as one of the most pernicious laws. Used to prosecute who? Edward Snowden. They used the Espionage Act to prosecute Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, Chelsea Manning, Daniel Ellsberg. Those are the people that they use the Espionage Act for, the truth tellers. And now it'll become a benevolent tool of preserving democracy because they're using it against Trump. And that's exactly what the goddamn Democrats are doing. So Attorney General Merrick Garland announced Thursday that the Department of Justice would seek to unseal. First of all, let me just bring in Max Blumenthal on this. Now, Max, just what is your overall take on what we've gone through so far, that this even happened and that they're using the Espionage Act?
Well, first of all, I'm having a little bit of a spotty connection here. I don't know if that's on your end.
It's on our end. It's on our end. So
Okay.
I apologize. We were having.
I just want to know who to blame. Well, the Espionage Act is being used against Julian Assange. It was used against whistleblowers. It has a terrible history of being weaponized against anti-war activists, opponents of World War I in the United States. And now it is being, as Michael Tracy pointed out, rehabilitated politically in the eyes of the liberal, in the eyes of liberal Democrats and a swath of left-wingers as well, who are cheering on this FBI raid, which is a terrible development for the defense of Assange and for anyone who wants to see what this Espionage Act is. It's something that can be used against anyone who is deemed a threat against national security and the concept of national security. We don't know exactly what these files are that Donald Trump is supposedly holding that are so sensitive and that necessitated this raid. I have my own theory on what the raid is about and what the files pertain to, but just to focus on the Espionage Act, it is one of the most pernicious laws on the books used by completely unaccountable national security state to target, that has historically targeted anti-war elements.
That is exactly right. And so the Democrats are wittingly or unwittingly, and the progressives who are supporting this are unwittingly propping up the FBI's case to use the Espionage Act, which is what they're using on people like Edward Snowden and Julian Assange. And so if you're a progressive, that would be a no-no for you to do that. What my theory is that he took the list of the all the people who went to Jeffrey Epstein's island, all his clients, and that's what they're going into his house for, because they want that list. But I could be wrong. I'm just speculating. They said it had something to do with the nuclear codes. I bet it had something to do with Jeffrey Epstein's list, because Bill Clinton went there on that island to have sex with underage women, allegedly. And it seems like that's what that was for. So they're all part of it.
Well, if this related to nuclear secrets, that would be very serious. And so why did the FBI wait for 2 years to act?
Right? Right? If exactly, that's a great point. So if he's had these nuclear codes for 2 years, why are they doing it now? They're doing it now because the presidential race is about to start for 2024. And they can't have Donald Trump run again. Why? Because he'll win. He will beat Demented Joe, and he will beat whoever they throw against him in the Republican Party. Why? Because the Republicans know, the Republican voters know, that Donald Trump is not liked by the establishment. Even though he is one of them, and he governed just like them, they don't like him. He puts a bad face on imperialism. He wants credit for the vaccine. They won't give it to him because he's a bad salesman. He's bad for the brand.
Well, you remember when did Moderna and Pfizer announce the introduction of the COVID vaccine?
After they knew he was already not president.
Right, 2 days, 48 hours after, although they had the information before.
That's right.
And it's partly because they didn't want it associated.
Hang on, we got a little bit of a freeze.
Others saying they wouldn't take.
Go
they
ahead.
didn't want it associated.
Could you start again? They didn't want associated what?
They didn't want the COVID vaccine associated with Trump because you had Kamala Harris and other people messaging the Democratic base, telling them, "Do not take it because this is the Trump vaccine, and you're going to get killed." I mean, so yeah.
So that is the problem with Donald Trump with these people. The problem with Donald Trump isn't that he governs any differently or recklessly, because right now Biden's finishing his wall in Arizona, and they're putting more kids in cages than Trump did, and they're starting 2 nuclear wars. So there's nothing that Donald Trump did that is crazier than what Joe Biden is doing.
That's how we know it's not the wall or the kids in the cage,
right?
Because they kept all the stuff except Trump's. That's how you know. It's just him. It's just a personal thing.
It's because he's bad. He's a bad brand for the establishment, for imperialism, and for all their domestic policies too. He really does want credit for the vax. They won't give it to him. They still call him an anti-vaxxer, and he was 100% on board for the vax. In fact, now they're going to do this, Max. Have you heard about this? Merrick Garland, they're going to unseal the warrant, which I guess isn't done often. They don't usually unseal the warrant, but they're going to do that now. Have you heard about that?
Sorry, you broke up for a second. So they're just reading the card.
They're going to unseal the warrant. Have you heard about that?
I have not. I mean, hasn't the warrant already been unsealed? Didn't Breitbart obtain a copy of it already?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, and it contains this interesting section under U.S. Code 2071.
What does it say?
This is related to concealment, removal, or mutilation generally, and it says this crime shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both, and shall forfeit his office and be disqualified from holding any office under the United States.
There you go.
So it's pretty clear what the angle is here.
Because exactly what I said. They can't beat Donald Trump. They're so corrupt. Not that Donald Trump's a great politician, but they're so corrupt that they can't beat a game show host. That's how corrupt they are.
This is really a Al Capone, the FBI going around to get Al Capone situation.
That's exactly what this is. Yes, that's exactly. And it's obvious to MAGA, but the establishment Republicans are not going along with it. I mean, they're going along with the FBI. Go ahead, Max.
Well, it's politically backfired already. There's a Politico poll out that shows that 70% of Republican voters believe this is politically motivated. They're standing with Trump. They're rejecting the voters. The Republican base is standing with Trump, and Trump had been losing ground on DeSantis in a hypothetical primary matchup, and now he's gained distance. He was already the front runner. So I can't see any other outcome that the Justice Department is planning for except for nailing Trump in a way that disqualifies him from running for president.
So this is from yesterday's LA Times. It says that Reinhart gave the Justice Department until 3 p.m. Eastern time to confer with Trump's lawyers and inform the court whether he planned to contest unsealing the documents. Trump said on Truth Social Network that he supported unsealing the warrant. Within the 20 boxes removed in Monday's search were binders of photos. How about binders of women from that? A handwritten note, and an executive grant of clemency for conservative provocateur Roger Stone, and the information about the president of France. Agents were instructed to look for communications in any form regarding the retrieval, storage, or transmission of national defense information or classified material, as well as any evidence that presidential records or classified documents were knowingly altered, destroyed, or concealed. Under the Presidential Records Act of 1978, presidential records are supposed to be turned over to the National Archives when a president leaves office. The archives had already recovered more than 15 boxes of material that were improperly taken to Mar-a-Lago. Well, they did that without the FBI storming Mar-a-Lago. Isn't that weird? Why didn't they use the same process? And because according to Trump and Trump's lawyers, they didn't even ask. The FBI didn't even ask them to go in. And Trump said, I would have let them go in. They didn't ask. Isn't that weird? It is weird.
Wait, so does that mean from the earlier? So is this like a phishing thing? Like,
yes,
they just look for any mistake that was made.
That's what
we got
that
a tip.
sounds.
They have boxes. Okay,
that's what that sounds like to me. A
Yeah.
fishing expedition.
You know, Jimmy,
that's why you can't tell them. Yeah.
I just wanted to add, because Max mentioned Breitbart had gotten access to it. It says the document obtained and reviewed by Breitbart News shows the DOJ and FBI waited several days after Reinhart approved the warrant to conduct the raid, something that severely undercuts the talking points issued by Attorney General Merrick Garland in a public statement. So it was so urgent to get there, they waited several days.
That's what you're okay. So they were saying they had to do this. They couldn't wait for Trump to get back to them, that they had to do it because it was urgent. But then now we find out that they actually got the warrant and still waited a couple of days. So that undercuts their argument for doing that. So, yeah, of course, this is a political prosecution. Just like this January 6th trial, it's the establishment making sure that a game show host can't bring any populism to the government. That's all this is. So multiple news outlets reported Thursday that the Department of Justice had already used subpoenas and other less intrusive means to recover documents this spring, but sought the search warrant because it believed Trump still had confidential or top secret material, including some related. So again, why not in a Truth Social post Friday morning, Trump suggested without any evidence that any recovered nuclear documents were planted by the FBI during the search at Mar-a-Lago earlier this week, which I wouldn't doubt one bit. They wouldn't allow Trump's lawyers to be there to watch what they were doing. And so now everything's a suspect, because this is obviously a suspect prosecution. This is a political hit job. And so, of course, that they're going to be probably planting shit. Probably. They planted Russiagate. That was completely made up. They planted that story about Trump on January 6th that Cassidy Hutchinson revealed, because the Secret Service said that didn't happen. They totally planted that story, made it up. In a separate...
All right, stand by.
What, are we off?
I think we're off live stream.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
In a separate post, he stated that the documents seized by agents at his Florida club were all declassified, and said that he would have turned over the documents to the Justice Department if they asked. So according to Trump, they didn't even ask. Okay.
But then he would have had a chance to double check everything.
That's
and
right.
How would we catch an error that we could use?
That's right. You don't want to give him a heads up. While presidents have authority to declassify documents, Trump hasn't demonstrated that he followed normal notification procedures, which help. So who gives a F? Now that he is not president, Trump no longer has the authority to declassify stuff. In the end, it may not even matter. The 3 statutes under which he is being investigated don't differentiate between classified or non-classified information. So Justin Amash makes a good point. He says it's possible to distrust the FBI and also to distrust Donald Trump. We've seen quite clearly over the years that the FBI abuses power and also that Donald Trump abuses power like every other politician. You don't have to defend one to criticize the other. I agree. I'm not defending Donald Trump one bit. Donald Trump is just like every other politician, except that they hate him because he accidentally tells the truth sometimes. Like, hey, we're going to take the oil. We're staying there to take the oil in Syria. He just said it.
It's like he puts a bad comb over on our empire.
He puts a bad comb over on our empire. Here's what Jackson says. Jackson Hinkle says, so leftists not only support the FBI now, but they also are defending the political weaponization of the Espionage Act. How fun. And then Misty Putin says they have been. A lot of these same people are anti-Assange. Yes, they are. And I had to correct Jackson. No, they're not leftists. They're Democrats. Big difference. Democrats are right-wing, conservative, pro-war, pro-Wall Street, anti-worker party that serves the same corporations and billionaires as the Republicans. So that is not the left. The left is us. So Marjorie Taylor Greene came out, and because of this, now we've said this on this show, that Republicans can't understand a problem until it affects them personally. I think I used to say conservatives. So now that includes Democrats. Okay, so Democrats can't understand a problem until it happens to them either. So it happened to them, and now they get it. Oh my God, the FBI are doing political investigations and prosecutions and persecutions of people that the establishment doesn't like. It's laid bare. And so now they get it. And so now someone who's as repulsive to lefties as some like her is now on the same page as us. If it's real or not, call her bluff. Say you're welcome. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go, I welcome you. Thank you. Now let's work together on a bill that defunds I think there's a thing called the Breathe Act. Now let's pass that together. That's what they should have done immediately. Let's pass the Breathe Act, which I think will defund the FBI. That's not what people did. The right wing is not acknowledging, this is the classic dumb take. The right wing is not acknowledging systemic bias on the part of the FBI. LOL. They are mad that the agency went after one of them. Who gives a fuck why they want to defund the FBI? Who cares? That makes no sense whatsoever. Of course it doesn't. But if you're a hack and a partisan, you are unable to see things for as they are, and all you know is division, and you have to hate half the country no matter what. That's it. Go ahead.
Is he like? Are you now not acknowledging systemic biases because they did acknowledge it for the wrong reason?
Right? You tell them. Yes. That's. I guess you're gonna. Are they? It doesn't make any sense. It's someone who's concerned about keeping their place in a partisan structure that is owned by billionaires, rather than actually helping the country move forward. Go ahead.
This troll, no relation to Elliot Higgins of Bellingcat, is subtweeting Brianna Joy Gray, who had said that the FBI.
Here's what she said. I have it right here. She says, Marjorie Taylor Greene is right about the FBI.
Oh, boy.
Bad faith or not. In today's radar, I argue that the left should take advantage of the right's new acknowledgement of systemic bias and push to abolish the FBI, an institution that has always protected elite power, not the people. So that's what he's responding to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and systemic bias might not exactly be the right wording, but what she's saying is fundamentally correct, which is that the system is biased. The system is not acting according to the law. The system is carrying out various witch hunts, partisan witch hunts, ideological witch hunts that are designed to kneecap enemies of those who the objectives of the system. And the way it's being interpreted is, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not being intersectional and acknowledging that the FBI played a role in the murder of Fred Hampton. And until she does that, or until she acknowledges what the FBI did to Leonard Peltier, who 98% of Americans haven't heard of, then we cannot welcome this call for defunding this private, this completely unaccountable security state. No, and that therefore makes it impossible for any progress to happen here outside of this very narrow wing of the completely co-opted U.S. left.
if she does acknowledge it, then I don't believe the FBI did those things.
So here's what you said. I thought this was very well put. And you have a thread. This is a great thread. Everybody should go read it because he says nice things about me. But why was the professional activist left so irritated by Marjorie Taylor Greene's call to defund the FBI when every DSA endorsed candidate votes to fund the feds and for $40 billion to Ukraine, while a crude right winger slams the security state and NATO? It deepens the U.S. left's painful identity crisis. Go ahead, Max. Talk more about that.
Sorry, you broke up.
Go. I just read your tweet.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I spell it out more in the thread, and it's something I've been thinking about ever since the emergence of this kind of lockdown left element during the era of COVID hysteria in 2021 and the post-January 6th era, watching socialist self-proclaimed revolutionaries denounce the very concept of insurrection and not just the low IQ riot that took place at the Capitol, and actually talk about how there needs to be a peaceful transfer of power in this system that they're supposedly seeking to overthrow, and then watching as so-called revolutionaries saw one command from a bureaucrat like Fauci to lock down or to fire thousands of people for not taking the vaccine. They just immediately obeyed. And just watching as the entire squad that had been put up by a supposed socialist organization and supported, AOC was marketed by the Democratic Socialists of America, and watch them just completely capitulate to Pelosi and the entire Democratic pro-war power structure around Ukraine, AOC, Espionage Act being used against Julian Assange, and her not being able to give a straight answer and stating that there are considerations and concerns there about Assange, watching them vote for the $40 billion to Ukraine, watching this the entire superstructure of the U.S. left and the professional activist class just completely capitulate, watching BLM, Black Lives Matter, be hijacked almost by design and co-opted by these NGO class hucksters, and then completely disappearing. Watching Bernie roll over after Pete Buttigieg stole the Iowa caucus from Bernie, and with this mysterious shadow app created by these dark money billionaires. And what does Bernie do instead of holding a protest? He says, let's move on. And so did the editor-in-chief of Jacobin. He said, let's move on. I mean, that's why the left is in an identity crisis right now. And the right is co-opting tenets that used to be part of the traditional left, opposition to war or interventionism. Marjorie Taylor Greene has come out and called for the pardon of Edward Snowden and Julian Assange, something that no members of the squad are doing. Marjorie Taylor Greene opposed $40 billion to Ukraine. Marjorie Taylor Greene weapons to Nazis. Marjorie Taylor Greene even condemned NATO. And where are the people that the professional activists left in the U.S. put up for office on any of this? Nowhere. So there's this identity crisis within the left that's being deepened by Marjorie Taylor Greene, this right-wing kook who is associated with Trump, coming out and saying things that leftists traditionally said. The identity crisis also relates to the fact that the professional left or the organized U.S. left is not seen as a threat to power by the U.S. security state.
At all.
The Trump movement is, the right wing is, and this is humiliating to people on the left who fancy themselves to be revolutionaries. It's something that provokes them to overcompensate and engage not only in performative displays of radicalism, but also to ritually abuse the heretics who come out of the left or who they had seen as left-wing influencers, whether it's you or Glenn Greenwald or Tulsi Gabbard. And that's why there's an entire class of writers within these left publications. You played you showed one of them on a card before.
Hang on, hold on. Hang on.
But attack people.
You dropped for a second. Could you start that sentence again?
Yeah. There's this entire class of dweeby writer guys, blogger guys within the progressive left who produce nothing of value, do no field reporting, no investigative reporting. All they do is attack people who stray, who cross the increasingly blurry ideological boundaries that are supposed to contain and corral the left and define what it means to be a leftist, because the boundaries are so blurry these days.
They're gatekeepers, is what you're saying. They're basically
their whole
gatekeepers.
job is gatekeeping, and they're obsessed with Glenn. They're obsessed with you, and it's because to be a leftist today in the U.S. It's so hard to define what that even means when the representatives of your movement are such a bunch of sellouts.
Yeah, but that's because isn't it like a lifestyle brand now? Like, so Marjorie Taylor Greene's bad for the brand. Like, it's just a lifestyle. It's not.
Yeah.
It's like actors and like showbiz people. So everything gets pushed towards that. I mean, it couldn't more clearly just be a brand, and then it's like you wore the wrong shoes with your brand,
right?
Because someone agreed with you on the wrong side. Yeah,
that's right. That's exactly what it is. Well, look what they're saying too. So you see stuff like this. Michael Betzloss, who's a freaking historian, he wants them to kill Trump. He literally is calling for his execution. And then you get a guy, General Michael Hayden. He says, "Yeah, let's do it. Let's kill Trump."
Well, he's also calling for the Rosenberg's execution.
Yeah,
and there are some serious questions about whether they were actually guilty. But
so this said the Rosenbergs were convicted for giving U.S. nuclear secrets to Moscow, and they were executed in June of 1953. This guy says sounds about right. So these guys are calling for...
That's not just this guy, Jimmy. That's the
General
former,
Mike. I know.
NSA director and CIA deputy director.
So that's the establishment wanting to kill Trump. So that's what this is. Again, it's not that Trump did anything they didn't want. It's that he's a bad brand. He ruins their brand. It's a bad face for the brand.
And he's like a Jewish communist, apparently, according to the court historian Betzloss. I mean, why is he's comparing them to the Rosenbergs because of the whole background of Russiagate,
which is made up, which we all know now was made up, which is why there was
I wanted to say this.
Go ahead.
I wanted to say this earlier. When you hear talk about nuclear records, you can assume possibly that talks about, for example, the intermediate ballistic missile treaty with Putin being involved, that there was some Russian element. We don't know what the nuclear documents were, but this all leads me to believe that this raid relates back to Russiagate and to Spygate specifically. I'm just speculating.
Yeah.
But I can say more about that. But you can move on, and I can.
Let's come back to that.
Let's go ahead and pause it.
So there was.
So we get the gist. Because of the raid, because of the nature of the documents, because of the Espionage Act, there's now some people out there that are calling for former President Trump to meet his demise as a function of capital punishment. Let's be polite and say it that way. I wanted to tune in on something that was discussed in that interview, and it was the allusion to the fact that the FBI is just a layer. It's a bureaucratic layer carrying out the directives of a non-elected ruling class. And so they're just doing their jobs, is what I'm saying. They're taking directives from the non-elected rulers, the people who we did not elect, that are not part of the Constitution. If we go back to the Badnarik section, not part of the Constitution. It's kind of an extrajudicial, extra constitutional area that we're talking about. Now, if there are directives of the ruling class being carried out by three-letter agencies, the question then logically follows, who is the ruling class? And I would say it's a touchy thing to talk about, because a lot of people have deep emotional ties to the narrative that they've been indoctrinated through school and maintained through mass media over their lifetime. So they don't like to think that there's anything like a ruling class. They like to think that they have a democracy. We also learned the false verbiage that represents. We actually are supposed to have a constitutional republic, but only if the government's based on the Constitution. So when it gets outside of that, it kind of becomes a democracy, which is a very useful middle ground between freedom and slavery that despots and tyrants like to take advantage of with their slippery slopes. Slippery slopes like having you believe that there's no effective ruling class for this country or the world for that matter. And I'm not going to cite something recent. I'm going to go back into history. Let's go back to the year 1954. in a book published by the University Press. Oxford Press. Let's go to this book. It's called The Power Elite. The Power Elite by C. Wright Mills. Charles Wright Mills crafted this book 1956. I'm sorry, 1956. We got to get those. The Power Elite, first edition by C. Wright Mills and Oxford University Press, New York. This is not Breitbart. This is not some alt-right something or other from the internet. This is history from 1956. Table of contents looks like this: the higher circles, the celebrities, the very rich, the chief executives, the corporate rich, the warlords, the military ascendancy, the political directorate, the theory of balance. We're going to tune into that in a second. I'm going to take you there to page 242. Learn a little bit about the theory of balance, the power elite, the mass society, the conservative mood, the higher immorality. Okay. Now, before I can take you to that juicy page in a book, I got to take you to this browser. On this browser, in this section, it's a page on C. Wright Mills. It says, or rather, it reads, The Power Elite. Let me bring up the browser so I can actually highlight it for you. The Power Elite, 1956, describes the relationships among the political, military, and economic elites, noting that they share a common worldview, that power rests in the centralization of authority within the elites of American society. The centralization of authority is made up of the following components, and it goes on, but I rather want to take you to the actual entry. This is C. Wright Mills's page. Part of what he did in his life was write The Power Elite. They have a whole entry on The Power Elite. The Power Elite is a 1956 book by sociologist C. Wright Mills, Charles Wright Mills, in which Mills calls attention to the interwoven interests of the leaders of the military, corporate, and political elements of society, and suggests that the ordinary citizen in modern times is a relatively powerless subject of manipulation by those three entities. Oxford University Press, 1956. How much has changed? The only thing that has changed is that sentence right now, people would have you believe that's crazy. There's no group of people or powerful political interests shaping the world to make you feel powerless, but they were quite open about it. This is a very popular book, especially among the ruling class. Their names are all through it. So let's go back to the book. Let's go back to the split screen. Let's just go to the index real quick and whet our appetites. Let's see, zoom out a little bit so we can see all these juicy pages of Carnegie and corporations of power, Allen Dulles, the DuPonts,
Vannevar Bush,
Henry Ford, Vannevar Bush, John Kenneth Galbraith. Oh, wasn't he in the Johnny Vedmore article with Klaus Schwab and those guys? The Gould family, Oliver Wendell Holmes, the Hotchkiss School. These are all points of interest when I first got this book. I wanted to read about Kuhn, Loeb and Company and Walter Lippmann and lobbying and the Masons and Andrew Mellon and Gaetano Mosca, JP Morgan. And here's some of the better pages, in my estimation, researching Rhodes, Rockefeller, and Rothschild. You can find them all on page 421. So for those of you who think that Rhodes, Rothschild, Rockefeller aren't among the power elite, it's been known for over 70, 80 years at this point in literary academic. I mean, let me just take you to page 243 and show you the academic quality of this book. On this page, let's get it on screen here. Let's do it like this. Clear the decks. This part is the narrative. This part is the footnote.
That's like the books I read in philosophy.
Is the narrative.
That's crazy.
This part is the footnote.
Footnotes.
Okay. This is the theory of balance. The prime focus of the theory of balance. Let's get it on the screen. Let's zoom it in. Move the drink so I don't spill it. Let's go. The prime focus of the theory of balance is the Congress of the United States, and its leading actors are the congressmen. Yet, as social types, these 96 senators and 435 representatives are not representative of the rank of the and file of the citizens. They represent those who have been successful in entrepreneurial and professional endeavors. Older men They are of the privileged white native born of native parents Protestant Americans. They are college graduates, and they are at least solid upper middle class of income and status. On average, they have had no experience of wage or lower salaried work. They are, in short, in and of the new and old upper classes of local society. Let's go to this next page. Some members of Congress are millionaires. Others must scrounge the countryside for expense money. The expenses of office are now quite heavy, often including the maintenance of 2 homes and traveling between them, the demands of an often busy social life, and the greatly increased cost of getting elected and staying in office. An outside income is now almost indispensable for congressmen, and in fact, 4 out of 5 of the representatives and 2 out of 3 senators in 1952 received incomes other than their congressional salaries from businesses or professionals, which they still maintain in their home. And now today it's been replaced with lobbyist money and special interests. So you yourself can go read The Power Elite by C. Wright Mills. It's on the internet. You can read it for free. There is no excuse not to know this information. There is no excuse to tolerate the ignorance of people who say, well, the Rothschilds or the DuPonts or the Rockefellers, they're not really coordinating behind the scenes in some way, shape, or form through all these working groups and non-governmental organizations that they sponsor to do a bigger picture. It has been known. You can read it in Andrew Carnegie's words. You can read it in the Warburg's words. You can read it in David Rockefeller's memoirs, page 402 or 405. I forget the page. It's been a couple years. Should we revisit it? Do you need to see that he and his family are a group of internationalists with the expressed interest of going beyond the American ideal to create a world government? And he said if he stands accused, he's guilty of it. This is 20 years ago, David Rockefeller had that to write. So for people to go around today saying conspiracy theory, that's just their excuse for saying, I don't know how to use my brain yet. I've never compared and contrasted. I've only seen the little child's view, the caricature of reality popularized through mainstream media. I've never learned to think for myself, and I'm not really interested. All right, leave him to Jesus. But for everyone else who knows how to pick up a book and read some words, communicate yourself the information, then communicate it to other people. You communicate to yourself from reading the pages, that's comprehension, and then you use your rhetorical skills to share it with other people. Start a book club. Start there. Start with some evidence and something that depicts the actual reality that exists. From there, truth is a lot easier to find. All right, at this point, I think we should move toward intermission. I've selected the middle clip, Tony and or Justin. I think we're going to do the Devil's Chessboard, Allen Dulles, the CIA, and the undermining of American sovereignty. Because again, if people knew their rights, we wouldn't still have an unsolved 75-year later presidential assassination that led back to Allen Dulles and his British handlers. So let's hear from a gentleman who I believe is British, and he's co-founder of the Salon.com website. His name slips because I haven't read that book in a while, but this book TV presentation is going to give you the gist on how American intelligence community got undermined through acts of espionage that are much more serious than anything Donald Trump could have ever committed. And these actions you're going to hear about adversely affected hundreds of millions of people around the world. So let's check out this book TV presentation of the Devil's Chessboard, a very interesting and reference-worthy book in and of its own might.
TV.
Salon.com co-founder David Talbot is next on Book TV. His book, The Devil's Chessboard, focuses on the Dulles brothers, Allen Dulles, the longest-serving director of the CIA, and John Foster Dulles, Secretary of State under President Eisenhower.
So, David, a couple announcements to start off things, I think.
No, not announcements,
No?
but just a few introductory remarks, maybe to set the stage for our conversation, Patrick. What you want to introduce me first?
Well, this is David Talbot, and I'm Patrick Marks. This is my little shop, the Green Arcade. You've probably been here before, or maybe not. And thank you. We just celebrated 7 years here. And David has been a part of it, actually. David was born in Los Angeles. And
in a log cabin.
And befitting a legend, we don't know what year that was. But, and he, his father was Lyle Talbot, who was an amazing heartthrob and an actor. And according to his sister Margaret, who wrote this book, The Entertainer, quite a guy, and it was quite a family. And his brother, Steve, was also a really interesting guy who was a fantastic documentarist, video maker, was very well known for doing the Frontline series, and also to the baby boomers, he was known as Gilbert.
On Leave It to Beaver, yes.
Yes.
We were a sitcom family.
So David was a journalist. He worked during the heyday for Crawdaddy.
Wow, that's
yeah.
Deep digging.
I remember.
Who remembers Crawdaddy here, the great rock and roll magazine?
Rolling Stone. You probably know Rolling Stone. And was the editor at Mother Jones, which is still doing really well, and interviewed David for this book, The Devil's Chessboard. And was at the Examiner. And then he was one of the first people to sort of say, oh my God, the internet exists. Maybe we can do journalism on it. And he started Salon.com. Which is still going and is still a vital organ. Can I use that word? But so his book, Season of the Witch, which you might know, if I can hold up the prop. And yeah, there were several major fans of this book, not only in San Francisco, but throughout the country. And this book has recently been chosen as the one city, one book for the city of San Francisco by the San Francisco Public Library.
It's compulsory that you read it.
You must.
It's the law.
It's on, the Munibus tells you to read it. I mean, something's going on then. And then he also was the author of the best-selling book, The Brothers. And The Brothers, which I think is, we can talk, you let us know about this later, but it's the hidden history of the Kennedy years. So this idea of hidden history, I think, is sort of what we're kind of here tonight, and what eventually led to The Devil's Chessboard, I would say. Is that correct? Or?
Yeah, that's a safe statement.
No, he's also, one more thing, if I can go on with the introduction, is that David is also, amidst all these things he's been doing, he's also involved in civic matters recently, with a group called Vision SF. And I don't know if you've heard of that, but if you haven't, you might look into it. And it has to do with, I don't know, for lack of a better word, taking back our city.
Yes. From the 1%.
As if that's not enough. When do you have time to go to Zuni?
I can always squeeze that in.
He's also working now on, or actually it's already going, and it's a new series called Hot Books. And the first book has come out, and it's called The Beast Inside.
The Beast Side.
I'm sorry, The Beast Side. Woo! The Beast Side. It's all that dullest stuff,
Yeah, exactly.
Living and Dying While Black in America. And this book is just a fantastic book and a very important commentary in our lives today here in this country. And there's a couple other books coming out soon. Is that true?
Yeah, we can talk about that later.
Okay. So without further ado, let's get to The Devil's Chessboard. Now, the subtitle is Alan Dulles, The CIA and the Rise of America's Secret Government. So can you tell us how you got from The Brothers to The Devil's Chessboard?
Well, with your permission, Patrick, I'm going to start with a few remarks of my own, and then we get into conversation mode. But I wanted to set the stage by talking about what I was trying to do with the book. It's basically a counter-narrative about power. Power tells its own story. Power is its best publicist. Power is its best spinner of the truth and of history. And we've seen this again and again throughout our lives, people my generation, and many of the people here. Saddam was behind 9/11. Saddam was producing weapons of mass destruction. The North Vietnamese fired on U.S. ships in the Gulf of Tonkin. Lee Harvey Oswald single-handedly killed John F. Kennedy. No, Fidel Castro killed John F. Kennedy. These are the stories that power has told about itself throughout my lifetime. Essentially, these are the real conspiracy theories, and they're told by power with the complicity of the American media, the corporate media. And these are the stories that have had, unfortunately, some tragic consequences as well, as we all know from the examples that I just cited. So it's the job of people like me, historians, alternative historians, journalists, to present the truth, basically, to cut through this myth-making, this spinning of history, of reality. And, it's no easy task, because there's Hollywood, there's the corporate media, there's Fox News, and again, day after day, 24/7, they're telling us their reality. And as C. Wright Mills, the great sociologist who wrote The Power Elite back during the Cold War in the 1950s, and was one of the first to really analyze the phenomenon of the Dulles brothers and that power circle, as he famously said about these men, such men as these, because they were 99% men in those days and probably 96% today, such men as these are crackpot realists. In the name of realism or reality, they've created a paranoid reality all of their own. And we're forced to live within that paranoid reality. Mm-hmm. It's the communists out to kill us. It's, people living in a cave somewhere in Afghanistan. There's always a bogeyman. There's always someone that we have to fear. And as a result of that, they've created a lucrative racket. And that's what it is. That's what happened during the Cold War. That's what's happening during the War on Terror. So it's the job of people like myself, it's the job of you all, of an engaged citizenry, to see through that mythology, to do the work, to do the research, to know what's really happening in our country and make the right decisions. By the end of reading my book, and I hope you read the book, I hope you believe, as I do, that the name Dulles should go down in infamy in American history. Just like the name Kissinger, the name Cheney, the name Rumsfeld, these are names that should be stripped off every building, every airport, Dulles Airport, and replaced with the names of true American heroes like Martin Luther King and others. And so tonight, I want to announce a campaign to do exactly that, to take the name Dulles. It was named after John Foster Dulles, who has his own criminal background, the brother of Allen Dulles, who was Secretary of State under Eisenhower. Take that name off the name of our nation's capital, the airport, where so many people, thousands of people each day, come from around the world. It's the gateway to our country. And it's a name that should instead, as I say, go down in infamy and be replaced by a name that stands for peace and world harmony. So, with that,
well,
opening statement, let's have a talk.
Well, one of the things,
is this my water, by the way?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
One of the things I'm wondering about is the process of doing that, of doing the research, of what, in doing this book, where did you go and what did you do, and how much were you aware of initially? I've read the book, so if you haven't, you might think you know a lot of these stories about the CIA unsettling governments, of assassination, of extraordinary rendition. But where did you go? Did you travel around? Did you meet people who talked? Did you go to archives? I know Karen Croft, one of your partners, did a lot of work, and you were in Italy.
Yep. Yeah, we did a lot of work. Karen Croft, who is my colleague and collaborator, is here tonight. I couldn't have done the book without her. And since the book really begins with the Nazi period, with Allen Dulles going to Switzerland during World War II as a member, as a leading agent of the OSS, which was our spy agency during World War II. Of course, we're dealing with history that is quite old at this point in terms of trying to find living voices who can tell you about that history. And of course, we follow sort of the Dulles arc through World War II and into the Cold War and then through the Kennedy period. And it really is an epic narrative about, as I said earlier, the struggle which we've been living through all our lives between the forces of secrecy, of permanent war, and the forces of democracy. And it's really a battle for the soul of our nation. So yeah, many of the people, of course, from that era, including Allen Dulles himself, of course, is long dead, but their children, in many cases, are still alive. We interviewed Allen Dulles' daughter, Joan. We interviewed some key people who are still living from that period. And of course, we used documents, the documents that we could use. Now, that's a whole other game, of course, the government plays. As Orwell told us in 1984, those who would control the future control the past. And so it's a struggle for every researcher, for every historian, for every journalist who's trying to dig up the history that belongs to the American people to get at those documents. And of course, the government often still withholds these documents.
You also talk about how they just constantly were destroying documents.
Well, they destroy documents, they hide them, they refuse, in violation often of federal law to release them. Because of political pressure, there was a bill passed in 1998 under Clinton, the Nazi War Crimes Disclosure Act. And I did use many documents that were released as part of that treasure trove. But that only came about because of stiff political pressure from Elizabeth Holtzman, who was a congresswoman at the time, and others in Congress, to get the CIA to release these documents because they were often embarrassing to our intelligence agencies, because what many of these documents showed, and what my book goes into in depth, is the extent to which U.S. security agencies were actually collaborating with Nazi forces, even during the war, in the case of Allen Dulles in Switzerland, and certainly after the war, when we wanted to repurpose many of these Nazi officials for the war against the Soviet Union, the Cold War. So yeah, it's always a battle. Sometimes you have to file Freedom of Information Act lawsuits. Even that doesn't work often. They stonewall you. We can talk about the Kennedy era. That's a whole other story where they, again, in violation of federal law, the JFK Records Act that was passed in the early 1990s, still refused to release key documents related to the Kennedy presidency and his assassination. So it really is up to the American people to decide whether we want our own history. It belongs to us. Are we going to demand it or not? I mean, that's what it comes down to.
But don't you think at the same time there's this idea of what you're saying, there's this constant breaking of the law, and they get away with it. And Dulles got away with it constantly, and he made sure he got away with it. And then also because of the complicity, between lawmaking, that type of that other government, and let's say the private sector, because they all came from Wall Street. So we've sort of seen this kind of complicity, and then eventually you end up with what you call the deep state, or maybe that's Peter Dale Scott's the deep state, but this concept of another operating. Now, this obviously didn't die with Allen Dulles, do you think?
No, I mean,
I'm just leading you on that question.
Yeah, I mean, again, these forces, and it's what C. Wright Mills in the 1950s called the power elite. It's a permanent government, essentially, that operates no matter who happens to be elected or in the White House. Men like Allen Dulles thought that democracy was too important to be left in the hands of mere people like you and me or our elected representatives. So they kept power as tightly as they could within their circle. These were Wall Street, bankers. The Dulles brothers ran the most powerful law firm on Wall Street, Sullivan and Cromwell. They often shuttled back and forth between Washington and Wall Street in national security positions and so on. High-level corporate officials, military and intelligence officials, they belong to the same clubs. Their children go to the same schools. They intermarry. It's a very cohesive power circle, particularly so, I think, in those days. Maybe it's a little more diverse, a little more complex today than when C. Wright Mills was running the power elite in the late 1950s during the Dulles era. But there's a lot of cohesion, and they work within organizations like the Council on Foreign Relations in New York, which the Dulles brothers dominated for many years. And this is where they work out their ideas and their policies, whether it's to overthrow the democratically elected government in Guatemala because it's threatening U.S. corporate interests, or whether it's to drop the bombs, nuclear bombs, atomic bombs on Japan, or whether it's to kill a president. I think they work these ideas out among themselves. I'm not suggesting that Alan Dulles is some Superman who went about, doing all this mischief around the world and at home all by himself. He was very much a corporate lawyer in that respect. He would only act, I think, when he felt that there was a consensus within that group. And so they did have the mechanisms like the Council on Foreign Relations and others, and they still do, to work out this policy. And of course, most of this, if not all of it, in many cases, is kept secret from the American people.
So, and that leads us to the idea of the fifth estate. Now, let's say that, like we're always talking about now, how the journalism it's more difficult. But in reading your book, it seems that the New York Times was in their pocket, and there was very little. It seems that dissent didn't really come from.
Not the media. The media was not the watchdogs they should be.
And there really wasn't a watchdog. And even though, you do point out that even in the highest circles of power, like within the White House, these guys were doing their own thing, and they were beyond the law.
Well, the media was actually part of this power circle. So I should say that, among the other members of the Council on Foreign Relations are often the top executives of the New York Times, the Washington Post, CBS, and so on. And they're all on a first name basis, a very chummy basis with Alan Dulles. In fact, he would hold these annual kind of drink fests around New Year's each year, where he would invite the top people, the top reporters and editors and executives from these leading media organizations at his club. His club was called the Alibi Club, which was appropriate. And so it was a very cozy relationship. And so when people said, well, certainly these things would have been exposed by the American media. I mean, we have this vast, kind of media apparatus. And, I always laugh about that as someone who spent my whole life in the media and knowing, how compromised actually most people in these media organizations are, compromised by power. And, even today, the New York Times was very complicit, of course, in the WMD lies that led tragically to the war in Iraq and to the ongoing disaster that's going on in the Middle East today. But certainly back in Alan Dulles' time, I mean, you can go into his files, as I did, and Karen and I, in Princeton, and, the files are largely purged, of course, of the most probably revealing stuff by the CIA. But there still is a lot in there that's very interesting. And among other things are his very chummy letters back and forth with these media figures at the New York Times and Newsweek and so on. He's Allie to them. I mean, he has nicknames for them. One letter after the Warren Report came out, and he was, of course, a very important figure on the Warren Report. Some people thought he dominated to the extent that it should have been called the Dulles Commission, not the Warren Commission. Mm-hmm. And after, this is a letter from the Washington bureau chief, I believe, of Newsweek to Alan Dulles, after the Warren Report came out, saying, "Dear Mr. Dulles, thank you so much for directing our coverage, basically, of the Warren Commission, of the Warren Report. We couldn't have done it under such a tight deadline without your guiding hand, So it's right there to be read in these files.
So just to bring it up to the present, so how has this book been, how do you feel your book has been posited or been received? And can you talk a little bit about that, even in your hometown?
They're gobsmacked, the media.
Because it's been interesting. Again, I've read some of them, so I was wondering how you feel about that, because some of them have been really rather strange, I think.
Well, if I hadn't shocked the media, I don't think I would have done my job. I mean, they are the gatekeepers. They, as I start off with my introductory remarks by saying, they have an interest in telling a certain version about America. And so this is a counter story, a counter narrative. And there's been great resistance to the book from the media gatekeepers. I've been told that the Washington Post is not going to review it, but I slipped one by them there, and I actually wrote an op-ed piece that it did appear in the Washington Post. So you do what you can do. It's guerrilla warfare. I was on my way to Al Jazeera America in a car in Manhattan a week or so ago on my book tour. I was lined up to do an interview in New York for Al Jazeera America, and suddenly my publicist got a email saying it's been canceled. And when he asked why, he was surprised, of course. He got a one-word reply through the email, politics. So they were pretty upfront about it. Politico, the online publication started by former Washington Post people, and it's become sort of the voice online for mainstream political coverage. They had me lined up to do something. One of the key people there, who actually is a very good reporter, called my book a masterpiece and said that he wanted me very badly to write something based on the book for Politico, but someone above him spiked it at the last moment and instead ran a piece by a guy named Phil Shannon, who was a former New York Times reporter, who has been peddling a CIA disinformation line for some time now, mainly that Fidel Castro was behind the murder of President Kennedy, which is literally the oldest conspiracy theory there is about JFK's assassination and complete BS. So, that's what happens. It's a war. Writing is fighting. I didn't expect anything different from this book. But the fact is that it's not a media monolith. We, people like us, have ways to get messages out. There's alternative media. There's Democracy Now! There's Pacifica Radio. There's Mother Jones. There's Salon, which was why I started Salon, to have an alternative voice like that. And because of that, the book has now become a bestseller, which I'm very proud of, despite this pushback.
Great.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear you say.
Right on.
And it's doing, I think it started taking off really in California for some reason. Is that correct?
California led the way. Yeah, it became a bestseller here first. And Northern California first.
So this, I don't know if this is a silly question or not, but can I ask a possible silly question?
Of course.
So it has to do with extraordinary rendition. So do you, in reading this book, these people, the effect still of, I can see why you called it the Devil's Chessboard, because they really were playing with nations, with people, and the effects, so many of them were death, suicide, nations crumbled, a legacy of ashes, as as the term goes. So were you do you guys ever fear for your own lives?
You mean you think I'll end up at Guantanamo?
Well, probably not as a public figure. It's more difficult these days. I don't know. I'm just curious, does that thought, like even reading it sometimes you think, oh God, it's creepy.
Well, again, the point is to have an impact, to shift the public's understanding of what's happening in our country. This is not just ancient history. This is history that's still very relevant today. Extraordinary rendition, torture, extra-legal assassinations, mass surveillance of private citizens. All of these began not after 9/11, but under the reign of Allen Dulles back in the Cold War. So for us to understand that Cold War history is essential for us to confront what's going on in our country today. So do I worry about my own self? No. I worry about what's still happening to people in Pakistan, people in Afghanistan, to our own soldiers who are asked to fight these endless wars under impossible circumstances. So that's what drives me. It's that this is on my conscience. This is on my soul as an American, as a journalist and historian. Like I know it's on all of our consciences here tonight. And we have to say finally enough. And it's my job to give us the information, and there's other wonderful people out there doing the same. People I worked with at Salon, like Glenn Greenwald, who's an American hero, Jeremy Scahill, many others doing the same. And that's why I started this new book imprint, Hot Books, to be able to publish more books like this that shed light on what's happening to our country today. But at some point, we do have to say enough. The presidential campaign is underway right now, and there's no focus at all on these issues that Ed Snowden tried to bring forth, about the growth of this big brother state that has intruded into every aspect of our lives.
Well, the hearing with Hillary Clinton by Benghazi, there was no mention of what the actual thing was.
Right.
There was no talk about why are we there, why do they hate us? That's a good question.
Well, exactly. I mean, we're shocked that people, when we start to have heavy boots in all these countries and interfere in all these other countries, we're shocked that actually people fire guns at us and our emissaries and try to kill us. I mean, this should not be shocking to the American people. Or that there's atrocities like the hospital in Afghanistan that was run by Doctors Without Borders, that children and nurses and doctors are blown up in these attacks that are supposedly collateral damage. Well, collateral damage is an essential part of an imperial situation, an imperial war that we are constantly fighting. That's what happens in these situations. Our representatives, our soldiers are killed, and to a much greater extent, the civilians in these poor, benighted countries where we've intruded, where we've invaded, die by the thousands. And so, again, this is a legacy of the Allen Dulles imperial arrogance of this country, that we have a right to the world. That's what they felt like coming out of World War II. They had a right to the world. We have a right to the world's markets. We have a right to the world's resources. We have a right to do whatever we want to people around the world who are less powerful than we are. And at some point, you have to understand there's going to be blowback. There's going to be consequences. And, the American people need to wake up to this. And I hope my book is at least a small part of that awakening.
So let me ask you then about one of the hot books. I think the topic is about war criminals.
Yeah.
But doesn't this kind of fit right in?
Well, right. So Hot Books is this new imprint I've started with Skyhorse Publishing, which is a very brave and independent publisher in New York, run by a publisher named Tony Lyons. And one of our first books after The Beast Side, which we talked about earlier, is a book called American Nuremberg. And it's been written by a philosophy professor at USF, University of San Francisco, right here, Rebecca Gordon. And she wrote a book earlier for Oxford University Press called Mainstreaming Torture, that looked at how we've become culturally accustomed now to accepting torture in our name as part of U.S. policy. And this book, she looks at the top U.S. officials in both the Bush and Obama administrations, from those presidents on down, from President Bush and President Obama themselves, who should, by the principles and standards that were set at Nuremberg after World War II, be tried for war crimes. And it's a very restrained, very, provocative argument for why we should hold at least a citizens' tribunal. Because politically, of course, we know it's impossible to create something official like Nuremberg. There's just not enough political opportunity, for obvious reasons, to do that in this country. But there are precedents like the Russell Tribunal that Bertrand Russell, British philosopher, established during the 1960s with Jean-Paul Sartre to examine war crimes in Vietnam. This was a very distinguished commission back in 1967. And I think, again, for the soul of our country, for our own conscience, we have to take steps as an engaged citizenry to do something like this, to examine what's been done in the last 15 years under the so-called war on terror in our names.
I agree. So isn't it, you tell the story about Jesus de Galindez?
Jesus de Galindez, yes.
And I was wondering if you could just tell a story, because I wanted to read a quote that happened after that, if you just...
Well, so you bring up Extraordinary Rendition. Again, nothing new here. This was not an invention of Dick Cheney and Don Rumsfeld. It was actually a creation of the CIA during the Cold War. So in one of the first cases of Extraordinary Rendition that I'm aware of, it's a remarkable story. There was a young, brilliant scholar named Jesus de Galindez, who was a refugee from Basque Spain. He fled Franco's fascist government after the war, ended up, unfortunately, jumping out of the frying pan into the fire because he ended up in the Dominican Republic, which was then under the brutal rule of Rafael Trujillo. When he fell afoul of the Trujillo dictatorship, he fled there and ended up in New York City, where he was studying for his PhD in Columbia and working as a lecturer at Columbia. Well, his PhD thesis was about, actually, an inside look, because he'd had some inside information about the brutality of the Trujillo dictatorship. And Trujillo's agents were everywhere. He was a very powerful guy, backed strongly by the Eisenhower government, by the CIA, because he was a supposedly anti-communist. That's all you had to be in those days to get U.S. backing. And his agents stalked Galindez in New York City. They showed up at his classrooms and tried to intimidate him. They tried to threaten him into stopping, ceasing work on his thesis. But he refused. And so one day he was headed home downtown from Columbia, and he was grabbed by agents who actually were under the employ of the CIA. These were CIA contractors. He was hustled to an airport on Long Island and flown back to the Dominican Republic, where he was horribly tortured and murdered by Trujillo. So this is what extraordinary rendition is, and this happened in the 1950s, not after the 9/11.
And then I guess this is from your book. One of the students from Columbia, who I think his name was Joy. What was her name? Maria Joy.
One of his students, yeah.
Yeah, and she wrote, "If this can happen here, what is left? Everybody who has some sense of responsibility and a feeling for democracy and freedom should be concerned." And I just thought that is what your book is all about.
Yeah, that was absolutely. I thought that was a very moving letter that she wrote, I think, to the New Republic.
It was the New Republic.
Yeah, in trying to get people to be concerned about this case, because at that point they didn't know where Galindez had gone. He'd been disappeared. But of course they had suspicions about what had happened to him. And the Eisenhower, actually even President Eisenhower is asked about his disappearance during a press conference, and he kind of avoided answering. Columbia University was kind of complicit in a way, because the president, Grayson Kirk at the time, was sat on commissions and foundations that were supported by the CIA. The Columbia administration did nothing to look into the Galindez case. So, it's, again, one of these dark episodes from the CIA history that we write about in The Devil's Chessboard.
But again, I just think that this concern is why we're all here and why you do what you do. And I also wanted to say, ask you, what is new that what's the newest thing that you found out in doing this that you found most revelatory?
Well, I think the key sort of headlines from my book begin with the Nazi period, begin with the extent to which Allen Dulles and his circle, his intelligence circle, collaborated with the Nazis before, in the case of Sullivan and Cromwell, the Wall Street law firm, because they represented Nazi business interests, including IG Farben, the notorious chemical company that produced Zyklon B, the pesticide that was used to exterminate Jews. And, they're exchanging Christmas cards, the Dulles brothers with the heads of IG Farben up into the early war period. Dulles, from his perch in Switzerland during the war, continued to represent Nazi interests. He was trying to cut deals, side deals, in defiance of Roosevelt's policy of unconditional surrender with Nazi emissaries, separate peace deals. After the war, he helps establish the so-called rat lines that were escape routes for Nazi war criminals that were set up so they could flee from Germany over the Alps down through Italy and overseas to safety. He even helped rehabilitate some of the more notorious Nazi war criminals, allowing them to go back into daily life, even official life in West Germany, post-war Germany. The top spy master in West Germany, I tell this story, is Reinhard Gehlen, who was Hitler's top spy master on the bloody Eastern Front. And Allen Dulles helped install him as the top intelligence official in West German government. He played a very important role in the Cold War for many years. So that's number one, the collaboration with the Nazis. I argue in some ways that we didn't crush the Third Reich so much as repurpose it for the Cold War. Secondly, there's a lot of things in the Cold War period that I go into that haven't come out before, including the fact that we targeted not only governments in Guatemala, which we know about, Iran, which was with great disastrous results that we're still dealing with today, but even the government of an ally, President Charles de Gaulle in France, antagonized national security interests in this country, and Dulles in particular, by trying to settle the war in Algeria, the colonial war. U.S. national security interests were concerned. They thought that Algeria and North Africa, with its oil, might fall into Soviet hands as a result. They thought de Gaulle was too stubborn a nationalist. He was flirting with the idea of breaking away from NATO and so on. And so in 1961, on the heels of the one other CIA crisis, the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba, young President Kennedy, who's just been inaugurated a couple months before, is now faced with another crisis related to the CIA. Charles de Gaulle and his government are furious, are screaming that the CIA is backing a right-wing French military coup against him. And President Kennedy is put in an extremely awkward position of telling the de Gaulle government, well, I'm not in control of the CIA. I can't speak for them. I'm not supporting this coup, but I can't speak for the CIA. And then finally, I think the big headline, of course, in my book that's getting a lot of pushback from the media gatekeepers looks at Allen Dulles' involvement in the Kennedy assassination itself. De Gaulle, by the way, felt that these Dulles forces were behind the assassination of President Kennedy. He told his information minister when he came back from the funeral of John Kennedy that the same national security forces in the U.S. that targeted me killed President Kennedy. That has never been really reported in this country. That book has never even been translated. It was a memoir by de Gaulle's information minister that he wrote that was published in France, never translated in the U.S. So that's very important. I present, I think, very compelling new evidence that ties Dulles to the assassination and, of course, to the cover-up because he played such a critical role on the Warren Commission. I mean, how convenient. This guy had been fired by President Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs, a bitter enemy of the president, ends up being the top investigator into his crime, into his murder. I mean, this is the way that this power group worked, with, again, the complicity or laziness of the American media. Absolutely. Maybe you want to turn it over to the
I was going to say, so let's have a big hand for David. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to know if you want to do a little Q&A here. If you could come up and talk into the microphone, that would be great. And we also would like to make sure it's a question and not a statement, if that's possible. I know people sort of say have a statement at the end, but so
Justin,
would anybody like to come up?
Right.
You need to come up and talk if you want to ask. Here. This
You
one
want to
here.
use this one?
I just noticed what came out with along with your book was another rerun of Gary Webb, and I was wondering if you'd like to talk about connections across those two.
The journalist Gary Webb.
Yeah.
So the question was about the journalist Gary Webb, who wrote The Dark Alliance. Was that what it's called? Mm-hmm. Yeah. He, as a reporter for the San Jose Mercury, he investigated the connection between CIA and the Contras in Central America, and how they allowed the Contras to run drugs into this country to help finance their activities there. And it was a bombshell when that story broke. He came under heavy fire from the CIA as a result of it, and heavy pressure ultimately from his own newspaper and from the American media that kind of went after him instead of pursuing the story itself. And he ended up being, his career ended up being ruined. And it was, I think, one of the great tragedies of American journalism, that here's, one of the great truth tellers, one of the brave investigative journalists, and, instead of winning the awards that he should have won, his career was ruined, and he ended up actually committing suicide. So I was at Salon at the time. I think one of the great regrets I have actually is not being tuned in enough to that story as it was happening to hire Gary Webb and put him to work, because those kind of talented and intrepid journalists are far too few. And I would have loved to have given him another safety raft. And when I read about his story by because it was written by Nicholas Scow, who was actually a very good reporter, Kill the Messenger. It later became a great movie with Jeremy Renner starring as Gary Webb. You should all see the movie and read the book. And in fact, because of Karen Croft, I signed up Nicholas Scow to write a book for me for the Hot Book series.
Oh, great. What's that?
Well, I'll tell you about it later.
Okay.
You're on a need-to-know basis, Patrick. Yeah, it's still in kind of a hush-hush mode.
Oh, cut that out.
Anyway, yes. So Gary Webb is a hero, and unfortunately, he's not with us any longer. And I'm inspired by what he did, in part by what I've done with the Devil's Chessboard.
All right, let's try again. Justin, go ahead and pull it.
That's great. I'm glad if the people are making that connection.
Anybody else like to come up and ask a question? You can come up and ask a question. I'd be good usually. That's not gonna, we're going through. If you could come up and if you want to.
So you're asking if Gary Webb did indeed commit suicide? Yeah, there's definitely some ways about the way he supposedly committed suicide that have raised questions. I'm sorry, sir, I just don't know enough about the details to go into it. So we'll leave it there. Other questions here? Yeah, if you would.
I'm glad if it had to run long, at least we got that
If
part about Gary Webb in
presidents
there.
don't
That
have
was
the
fortuitous.
power somewhere else, then how could we as citizens have a criminal? Who would we take against this criminal court? How do we get to the power? Not Bush or Obama, but the real power.
That's a very you've put your finger on the key question. How do we go about holding these people accountable? We are in a democracy nominally, and how do we go about acting as if the popular will, the public will matters? So, as I said earlier, obviously we don't control Congress. Every wing of the government is in support of the war on terror. Every wing of government is in support of suppressing our own history, of not releasing documents that the American people have a right to. We probably are in a worse situation right now than we were even in some ways during the Cold War. Because of the sort of reign of terror and repression that 9/11 unleashed. So what we can do is, unfortunately, I think we have to do outside of the mainstream political arena. We have to, I think, be inspired, as I said earlier, by things like the Bertrand Russell Commission during the Vietnam War. I think that would be an amazing, step forward. If we could bring together legal scholars, some people from the political system, investigative journalists, experts in constitutional law, and so on, and bring them together for this public inquiry into the war on terror and the crimes that have been committed in our name, and organize this in such a way that it got maximum media exposure, and various public organizations, hopefully human rights groups, participate in this. I think that would at least begin the national dialogue that we're missing in the presidential campaign. I mean, these issues aren't being discussed at all, even by Bernie Sanders, as far as I know. Bernie has done a wonderful job of focusing on the wealth gap, which is another, enormous crisis for the country. And I obviously we have to commend him for doing that. That was desperately needed also, that national discussion. But the national discussion about the permanent war that we're in, and whenever you're in a permanent war situation, it's going to erode democracy at home. You can't have those two things existing at the same time, because a national security state is anathema to a democracy, to a healthy democracy. So there's no way that Congress is going to do this on its own. We have to act as a people. And I think if we created this public commission, the public inquiry in Washington, D.C., to shame Congress and to get as much media exposure as we could, it would at least initiate this national discussion that we sorely need at this point. Yeah, if you don't.
With regard to
a national security state being
So we've lost
inconsistent with
Justin. Not sure
democracy.
if he's
national security
Ted
is a problem
Koppel
for sure.
appeared talking about the possibility of internet sabotage and this kind of thing. Do you have any comments to make about that? I think that's the beginning. He seems to be launching a campaign to raise consciousness about this problem. And I personally don't think the national security state is going to go away anytime soon. I wonder if you have any thoughts on Koppel's campaign.
Well, I'm not clear about what he's doing. Is he trying to suggest that the internet is a terrorist tool and that we have to crack down on it somehow?
We're very vulnerable to mass blackouts.
Right. So they always have some new scare for us, some new thing that we have to hide under the beds and worry about our beds. So, Ted Koppel, I think, is part of that corporate media, that national security media. He has been his whole career. What's shocking is when some of these guys actually start to break away from that consensus. Dan Rather gave me a shout out. Dan Rather was part of that, sort of corporate mainstream world for many years, and then, of course, had his own kind of traumatic break with it following the story he did on Bush and the National Guard. And as a result, he was fired by CBS. And so now he's been in the wilderness for some time, and he was good enough to give me a shout out for the Devil's Chessboard and said, you've been telling the truth for a long time now, and so that was great to hear from him. Unfortunately, it happens for some of these people after they're sort of thrown overboard. I wish it happened while they were actually in positions of power and they could do more, to enlighten the American people. But yeah, I don't believe what Ted Koppel says. I don't believe what Charlie Rose, his point of view either. These are very mainstream people. They're not about shaking up, the national conversation. They're about putting America to sleep, which he often does for me.
Hi, Mr. Talbot. I finished a book this summer by L. Fletcher Prouty, The Secret Team. And I was curious. He seems to suggest that the
Fletcher Prouty, you said.
Prouty, yes, The Secret Team. He seems to suggest that the 1947 National Security Act seems to have given the CIA their power or whatever. And how do you feel about maybe changing that? I know changing the names on airports and everything would be good, but maybe something that really took something away from them, such as that
power. So L. Fletcher Prouty was an Air Force officer and an American hero. The American military has a number of these people throughout our history, thankfully. Smedley Darling Butler. How many people know Smedley Darlington Butler's name? The famous Marine hero who actually became a great champion of peace and democracy. And Fletcher Prouty is another military hero, and people should read his books. He's not with us any longer, but he wrote extensively about how the national security state was eroding democracy, and in fact was in a great position to see this happen because he was the liaison at one point between the Air Force and Allen Dulles, the CIA, so he knew Allen Dulles quite well. 1947 is the year that the CIA is created and the national security, charters passed. Harry Truman is president. He later came to feel that he created a Frankenstein, and I think Prouty probably believed the same. But this was the president himself who was saying this. He always intended, he said, Truman, for the CIA to be nothing more than an intelligence gathering organization that would then collate the best information and pass it on to the president in the White House. But instead it became this action arm that went around the world overthrowing governments and assassinating people and so on. And Harry Truman wrote a remarkable op-ed piece about this in the Washington Post shortly after President Kennedy was killed. And it really was a bombshell at the time, given the kind of traumatized state of the nation then, just weeks after Dallas. And what he wrote in the Washington Post was that, yes, that the CIA had become this kind of rogue agency, and that was not only endangering democracies overseas, but at home. So Allen Dulles was stunned by this, and he knew he couldn't let it stand. So he immediately goes into action. He tries to strong-arm Harry Truman, who's now around 80 years old, retired in Independence, Missouri. He tries to pressure Truman into retracting his own article. But Truman's a stubborn guy, famously, and refuses. So Dulles flies down to Missouri and personally, again, puts the pressure on him and says, "Oh, Mr. President, you certainly remember that when you created the CIA, you wanted it to be this activist agency and so on." Truman won't hear anything of that and stands by his article. So Dulles does the next best thing. He can't change reality. So what does he do? And this is how, of course, intelligence agencies operate all the time. They change the record. So he writes a letter for the record, Dulles, to the general counsel of the CIA and says, "Oh, I just came back from visiting Harry Truman. He was very upset to hear that his article had been read that way. He didn't mean to say that. He was confused about how it actually had come through that way." He made him out to be, in other words, this senile guy who didn't know what he was doing. Maybe some deputy had put him up to it and so on. So that became the CIA's official story. It got picked up in various histories and various essays written by CIA-friendly historians and so on. So Allen Dulles was a master at that, at manipulating the truth when the truth didn't satisfy his needs.
Justin. I think he fell asleep.
I know. I said the same thing all day in the background. I think he
command a
fell asleep,
huge
too.
amount of information
I might have
It's to only
related
midnight his
to
time.
the Dulles era,
Or 1
and
a.m.
especially the
Yeah,
Kennedy
molested.
assassination and all of
no.
the
Actually,
enormous
he's on-
literature
yeah.
that's come
He's
out
above
of it.
me. He's
And
in-
the credibility
he's on the
of
East Coast. He's in
He's
Maine or
East Coast.
Vermont or something.
He's in New
is
Hampshire right
spotted,
now.
I
He
should
fell
say.
asleep.
I think he's.
And I'm just curious.
We went too late for him.
The story that's always sort of
I could take over the
alleged
stream
about
just
the
so we can
plot
finish
to
it
sort of
out.
involve,
Let's try that.
Cuba
Okay.
more deeply
I'm
in the
gonna let it run
assassination
for a minute. I have to
of
vote
John
on
Kennedy.
banana. Voice
But
me
yet,
banana.
very
So,
few
give me a second.
bits of information have ever surfaced trying to make that connection more tangible.
So you mean the allegation that Fidel Castro's behind the assassination?
Or that that there was some complicity there. And I came across a book a few years ago that is the only source that I know that really talks about that. It's called JFK: The Second Plot, by a guy named Matthew Smith, published in England. And I'm just curious to know, are you familiar with it?
I'm not, no. What's he say?
Basically that the sheriff of the adjoining county to Dallas actually has the wing numbers of the airplane that was sitting idling on the runway at the time of the assassination with a flight plan to Cuba.
And the allegation was that Oswald or someone was supposed to fly there.
Yes, and there's a whole series of connections about how he was supposed to be transported, to the airport that the sheriff seems to corroborate. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting tidbit that I kept looking for in your book. I just finished it a few days ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't comment specifically on the book, unfortunately, because I haven't read it. But I will comment, and I think it's very important, on this long, complicated, allegation that Fidel Castro in Cuba was somehow involved in the assassination of President Kennedy. I think it's, to be blunt about it, it's the oldest lie that's been told about the Kennedy assassination. And in fact, it was being disseminated, that lie, it was a disinformation line by the CIA and its friendly assets in the American media and the world media, while the president's body was still warm. That was the first conspiracy theory being pumped out about the Kennedy assassination. And here's why it was preposterous. I'll go into some of the just key things. At the very moment when President Kennedy is being shot in Dallas, he's meeting with a peace envoy, Castro, from JFK, the French journalist Jean Daniel, who's carrying an olive branch from Kennedy. Now, this is one of several peace envoys who, on the president's request, has gone down to Havana to try and find a way, finally, to diffuse the tension between Havana and Washington. And as soon as the message is delivered in Havana, they find out the assassination. Castro's devastated because he now realizes these back-channel peace negotiations are finished. And he says to Jean Daniel, this is terrible, basically.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna
Everything's
try to hijack
changed.
it.
And then he says,
Let's
now
try.
watch, the next thing we'll
Hijacking our own
know,
stream.
we'll hear, is
Yeah,
that
so
they're
we're gonna
pinning
try
it
to-
on
everyone
me.
who's listening,
And of course,
sorry
that's exactly the next
talking over, but,
broadcast from
we're gonna try to
America
hijack
is
our
connecting Lee
stream.
Harvey
Hopefully it
Oswald
doesn't
to
copyright
Cuba
us.
through the
We can
Fair
finish
Play
out the
for
episode.
Cuba
Only
Committee.
on Grand Theft Auto.
You know,
Fingers
the Bridge
What
of
do we
Spies
have?
film by
911
Spielberg
subscribers,
leaves
episode
one
93.
key thing
There's
out. The
nobody
new
flying the
film.
plane, and we gotta
It's a
hijack
entertaining movie with Tom Hanks
Oh my
and so on,
goodness.
and it's about this
Let's
guy
take
who
it
is
step by
an
step.
American hero,
Okay,
James
very careful,
Donovan,
very
who was a New
careful.
York.
Let me just check my
Drum roll, please.
I muted him in the Zoom call, but
Okay, here we go.
him
We'll see.
on the stream. So sorry,
Let's
guys.
And
Could not access the specified channel or stream key. Please double check your stream key.
it's because he's still streaming. If he had fallen off, it would fail over to you.
That's the issue.
But he's still got good internet. So good for
I
you,
am
Dustin.
still
You got
streaming.
good internet and you fell asleep. But that, you know what? I can't fault you, dude. It's like it's 4 something in the morning. Your East Coast time.
We did go late
Sorry
tonight.
about
We
that.
had an interview.
I'm so used to having a left coast, shadow host. I can go late and it's only like midnight or 1 for them.
Oh,
But,
man. I am sorry about that. You
yeah.
guys, the stream is
All right.
still going?
So. Oh wait! Justin had a
Yep.
there. Look, something popped up on his screen. Can you see the message?
Well, I
that-
just asked him to unmute because it's capturing the Zoom call.
Hmm.
So I don't know. I'll have to go monitor the stream on my phone and see what's happening.
Well, that's all right. I mean, we were working toward the crescendo of the show. I only had a few more comments, and we do have a Zoom recording of this. So even though the stream's messed up, I could still finish some of these thoughts, right? Yeah. That's the ticket. All right, I'm gonna act as if because we got recording.
Yeah, I would just
I
say
gotta-
let's finish it out. We can finish
Yeah, I
it
got an OBS
post-production
backup
for
over
those
here.
who
We're
are
good.
members. Yeah.
We can take a licking and keep on ticking. Or is that Timex, or is that some sort of other thing? All right, so
Let's say we hit the main news items for the week, so there wasn't much to get to after. I mean, there's always
yeah,
we
I had
could
to
always-
sweep up intermission first. So David Talbot is not English. I was thinking of Hugh Wilford, and David's book Devil's Chessboard. I do have it upstairs in my office. I didn't have it down here, but I did bring these 2 other books out that he mentioned because Gary Webb's Darkened Alliance was one of those books. It's a great book. It's a pretty sizable book too. But also these things that Dulles' legacy, CIA torture, and the things that they're willing to do to people in the name of these narratives. Because a lot of the people that are in this book, they didn't have anything to do with 9/11. Never have, never will. And they're turning the whole planet the last couple years. They're turning it into Planet Gitmo. Right?
Yeah.
When you're locked
Yeah.
down, you got to wear a mask. You can't talk, and you're not getting real information anymore.
Psychological
It's like
forms of
that's like
torture.
Planet Gitmo, bro.
Yeah.
So there's a recurring theme through tonight's episode that if we don't learn the lessons of history, we're about to become some of the lesser parts of history. Those footnotes of, people who died during the great upheavals during history. You don't want to be one of those. So we're going to continue on with what other clips should we cover before we move to conclusion? What are the necessary things we didn't cover?
Let me just look at the show card. So looking at the show card, I can put it on screen. Obviously, this culture. I think Justin put politics. here. I have a
Culture's
sort of
not your
culture
friend.
section. Same old stuff in regards to the wokeism and critical theory. In technology, economics, and politics, there's nothing in particular. I mean, we went over the Mar-a-Lago raid. There's some more details that are a bit circumstantial in regards to supposedly Trump's lawyers filing a motion against, I don't know if it was a libel or slander case against the Hillary Clinton. Let me bring that up, actually, because it's been a while. I haven't really researched in that, so we didn't present. I know there's been some media. In fact,
Well,
I think
because of the
Christy
raid,
Lee
she came
mentioned
out with
it
those hats. That's
as
not
well.
a joke. She marketed to her email group and said, but her emails was the hat and shirts and stuff they were selling, right? And I think probably the next thing they're going to add to that Clinton store is the Clinton body bags. They make a big body count list. Those people need bags to put the bodies in, right? So maybe they'll have Clinton body count bags. that'll be next from Hillary.
So there's still a little bit more nothing we have to cover. We covered this in depth last week, but more commentary around the Alex Jones trial and the fallout in regards to restitution for
yeah, you got to
what
catch up
happened to
on
the
that.
parents.
He's got insurance. We'll see how that shakes out, and they got another trial
there's
coming
also
up in a
the
couple weeks.
statute in Texas that limits the
Statute
amount.
that limits, and there's also statute of limitations on bringing defamation suits. But those all those things seem to be getting
but that's a
overlooked.
separate, yeah.
Yeah.
And whether or not the default was legitimate is another issue. That's a whole.
Well, denied a trial by jury of your peers is a big deal.
Because of supposedly the deposition, because of the discovery phase, in which case they said they claim, or the lawyer claims, that his team, Jones's team, did not supply the necessary information they requested, but that would have been nearly impossible from my understanding, because they would have to go through.
And the judge, formerly with blue hair, upheld, and every time the plaintiff objects, it was sustained, and every time the defense objected, it was overruled.
And he had
not
to
every
keep
time, but just like
restating, he's
95% of the
guilty,
time,
he's
enough to
guilty.
make it look really bad.
Yeah, it's and
Like
also
they're not
like how many
trying too
times
hard.
you restate that someone's guilty.
Yeah.
In this case, it's just for damages, payout. So there's more fallout from that, and many personalities continue to talk about that we frequent on the show. There's a funny story that would have been fun to get to, just because it's absolutely fucking absurd, but it shows even on a local level the egregious abuse of power by the DA and local enforcement agencies. And there's I think it has to do, out of California. I want to say it's up in the northern part of California near San Francisco. I forget. But anyways, it's called Matmobile Raid, exposes ungodly power abuse of power and corruption. And that's a Jimmy Dore clip. We won't get to it tonight, but that is really interesting. It's both funny in regards to the absurdity. Someone in, I think, Indiana or Idaho, somewhere in the Midwest, makes replica Batmobiles. And so there's this whole story where essentially a local police organization goes out to harass this man because a real estate agent got pushed to the back of the line because he missed his payments for his Batmobile. And so he knew the DA and and the police chief, for that matter, and he knew both, and he galvanized them to take action and used state funds in order to. So it's an interesting story because this is on a local level. Like they're
when you can rent a monopoly on force. Is that what that is?
But on a very local level. I mean, they're sending a local jurisdiction in California to go investigate a man halfway across the country. And like go and harass him at his property and bring charges against him, and this got the whole way to. Well, I guess the DA came in later. Now that I think about it, because when this got exposed by a local news agency, he was going to approve this. He's going to go to trial. But then he said, "Oh wait, I'm not. I didn't realize all this stuff from the investigation that took place." So it's scary because it's funny because it's absurd, but it's also scary because this is like local. This is small town stuff. So when we're talking about like these larger supranational sort of agencies and these police forces associated with them, whether we call them military or actual like military police or just police, you can only imagine if it can happen on a small scale like this, the types of abuse of power that can happen on the largest scale. And I think that really speaks to the intermission that we just played. What's uncovered. It's the same sort of behavior. It's just like when you see it on a microcosm like that, you can now extrapolate it and say, "Oh, I see."
For
how
sure.
that takes place, and this is something that's very recent. So I thought that was an interesting.
We were also going to cover tonight LD's project up in Washington State. We're going to cover that next week, so we can actually get that on the stream. And LD, if you're, oh, go ahead.
Oh, the IRS. We didn't cover that in depth, but
it'll still be going on next week.
It'll still, we'll go over that, and that's pretty much it.
LD, are you able to unmute and list the fine people other than the 900 plus members of the Grand Theft World community? Thank you. Who else made contributions tonight? Maybe via the Rockfin.
Right, we've got a nice long list on the Rockfin. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you to the subscribers, and especially here, Small Computer System Interface 1. I got it this time.
Hell yeah.
Tip $5. And Jonathan Soper tipped us $20. Nick the Sound Guy, $5.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, everybody. But I know Nick in
Jim-
person. I've hugged him. Actually, just a couple weeks ago at the Pork Fest, he was up there.
Yeah, we met Nick. That was great. He's done some work with you.
He's going to be on
Jim
LD's
Garrison.
podcast in the future called In the Shadow of the Beard. Nick's got a big beard, too.
That's right. Yes, In the Shadow of the Beard. I got to talk to Mike Delaney about that. Get that going. We've got a whole bunch of tips from Jim Garrison. Thank you, Mr. Garrison, so much. Yeah, many times he tipped us. TCAN.
That's because we said Dulles so many times tonight.
Yes. And yeah, one of them, he said, back and to the left, back and to the left.
Well, that's a Dan Rather thing. So that's another callback from tonight's show.
I was
Done a lot of
thinking,
those.
I was thinking Bill Hicks, but yeah.
Hey, I didn't know that C. Wright Mills was in that presentation with Talbot.
Oh, I thought you set that up. I was
No, I
thinking
didn't
to
set that
myself, did
up.
he set that up, or is that?
No, dude. I just
synchronicity?
thought
Oh,
earlier
okay.
about like people need to know about the ruling class, and here's his book, and
It's a
yeah,
little synchronicity there.
yeah. I was impressed. That made it look like I did a lot of work that I didn't do. I was just going with the flow. I
Even
just
had me
written-
fooled. I'm like, was that? He must have. Out of my head, I'm thinking that he probably listened to that earlier.
No,
and
that
he
you
put
would
the two
think there's
together.
more planning that goes into the show than actually does. So, yeah, don't underestimate or
Unplanned
overestimate
coincidences that we call synchronicities.
the live stream ride. Who else we got? LD, was that the whole list?
Yeah, we got a tip from TCAN. We got one from Chris Youngblood. He said, just this Badnarik eulogy alone and book recommendations garner my tip. Great show, GTW. Denver Attaway, thank you for highlighting the civic mission and duty of each of us as illustrated by Badnarik. We got one from Ree Todd, Matt Green, and DZ Lizzie. We have a constitutional study group, nonpartisan, going on 2+ years now, and have included some of Bednarik's work. My condolences to you for the loss of your mentor and friend. We will keep the torch going. Thomas Hutchinson said, thanks LD, Tony, and Richard for putting together the best weekly forensic, historical, social, and critical thinking commentary on the web. Thank you, Thomas. And yeah, a couple more from Jim Garrison. Yeah, thank you guys. I'm here on the love bus.
You're on Ernie's Love Bus.
I am powered by Starlink. Hopefully it doesn't drop here. I'm helping him out build some domes. He's talking about Occupy the Land. I've been posting a bunch of videos on Twitter and Instagram and in the Freedom's Phoenix Telegram channel. There's a show with James Corbett on Wednesday. Look out for that if you want to hear more from Ernie about the project. And yeah, we have a couple of videos. But if you want to see those, go to my Twitter page and scroll way down.
We'll feature many of those next week as well when we have control over the stream again.
This wasn't on my bingo card for tonight.
No, I mean, that's the whole thing, man. You don't know what you're gonna get. Let me close it like this. I took Lucas fishing the other day. He had some new lures, but I also had bought him some worms, and he wanted to use the lures for fishing. So I let him throw a couple out with the lures. And didn't catch anything. Then I said, let's use these worms. He said, why? I said, well, one, I got the worms. Number two, you can catch a bullfrog, you can catch fish. Also, you don't know what you're gonna pull out because a lot of things eat worms. He catches 4 fish. And then we caught a turtle, and it was a pretty good sized turtle, and it was pretty far out there in the pond. So he learned that the bubbles in the pond that come up, that could be a turtle out there, and turtles eat the worm. And you know, there's a circle of life between the realizations of self-reliance and autonomy, but also just the curiosity of saying, I don't know what I'm going to get with this worm, but I'm willing to throw it out there and see what happens. And yeah, there's a lot of good learning experiences that we've had through this past week, and it was good to get together and share some of these things before another crazy week comes at us. So
Yeah, the
thank
news
you.
cycle never stops. It always seems like there's another crazy thing happening as we approach now the end of summer, moving into fall and winter, which
Political season,
Oh,
it's
boy.
politics season. Oh, it's going to be election season. Oh,
midterms
geez.
and- yeah.
Right? Pandemic season. They got a lot of stuff coming up. So everyone
thank
take
you, everyone,
advantage. Yeah, take advantage of the 1 month free Michael Badnarik. Get your rights on, learn about that, share it with friends, family now. And a month makes it compelling. It gives you time to go through it and gives you some urgency to do it now and not procrastinate any further. If you respect yourself, you would probably find it a wise move, thinking back upon this in 2020 hindsight, that you informed yourself about your rights sooner than later, because we don't want to all be talking about this in camp gulag out there about, oh, shoulda, woulda, coulda. I'd rather we all take action now in a peaceful, organized, decentralized way. So thank you guys all for tuning in and not dropping out. Do we have anything funny and not solemn to play us out?
I can play something, but
other than our live stream being taken over and Justin's asleep on the Switch.
The stream won't get it, but it will be part of the Zoom recording. So, and I'm recording my OBS as well now. So we can cut it in.
All right, so let's go ahead with something funny, and
we
we'll
have a couple Ryan Long clips to choose from.
Let's do How to Get Rich with Nancy Pelosi's.
And while you're pulling that up, a couple of late submissions. Thank you, Dallas Avad, and thank you, Steviola 251 Case Bolt.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. I mean, I hopped on the Rockfin actually a little bit
Let's
earlier.
go to
the amount of donations was incredible. So thank you,
Ryan Long and Pelosi to play us out.
And Justin, if you're listening, just wake up and
big hug to you, Justin.
Yeah,
Good
just
job.
wake up and stop the stream. That's all you
Stop
gotta
the
do.
stream.
Yeah. I'm with you guys.
He found it. He's back.
Yeah, I
We're all
caught it
back
right
together
at the end
rack.
of the whole thing. Yeah.
No, that's cool, dude. It was no big deal. We rolled with it, and actually, as clips go, it was like educational Q&A. We learned more about the Dulles brothers, so everybody was better off for it.
We had nothing pertinent to get to.
It was the best case of the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
And that's the story of my life. And we're going for a Ryan Long clip to see us out.
Yeah, we're gonna the Nancy Pelosi one, or how's it? It's called How to Get Rich with Nancy Pelosi's Husband. It's at the very bottom of the show card.
Just don't ride with him after he's been drinking in his Porsche.
I got the when acceptance culture is taken to extreme.
One
at the
above
very
that.
bottom.
Or one below that. I'm sorry, one below that.
I don't see anything below that.
I'll post it in production.
We'll just put it in the production chat.
And
Maybe
we got it right here.
I was sitting at home thinking, Paul, how did the Pelosi household constantly outperform the S&P 500 even when other firms were getting destroyed? How does your wife have a salary of $223K and a net worth of $120 million? But if you sign up for my master, while other chumps are looking at fundamentals, I'm looking at fun bags, Nances, and fondling them for that sweet, sweet info. Some of these charlatans will tell you to focus on value and not timing the market, while completely ignoring the value of marrying Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Let's take NVIDIA, for example. This graph could look daunting to some, but investing in NVIDIA can be as simple as waiting for your wife, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, to tell you a bill's going to pass, making them immensely profitable, and that's my personal green light that it's time to buy. Other investors are out there looking at charts and graphs when they should be looking at their wife, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's classified document. You know, finance school is not going to teach you how to buy an option to purchase 25,000 shares of Microsoft less than 2 weeks before the Army announced a $22 billion contract to buy augmented reality headsets. But my masterclass will. And once you've made your money, I'll also teach you how to have your wife, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, deny.
No, absolutely not.
Good girl, Nance. It's a ride or die right there. Some of you might be thinking, yuck, I could never, she's gross. And while it is true that Nance and her guns are taken, our investment course will offer a detailed list of all Congresswomen's whereabouts at all times for you to take your pick and try to wed one. Congresswomen like Susan Bonadici, or you're going to be Ricci, or let Rosa DeLuro bring her the info. Virginia Fox. Hey, politics isn't for hot people. It's for people who want to get filthy friggin' rich. Pat Kamak. Tell me there's not a lot of inside info inside that body. Eddie Johnson. All right, okay, this is not great, but I promise you there's some doable ones. Marcy Kaptur. You couldn't, for 100 milli, you couldn't, that's not going to work for 100 milli. Listen, if you're fine with underperforming the market, just turn it off right now or you can forget we even spoke. Nanette Berrigan. You could get inside that for some inside info between me and you, right? Lauren Boebert. Although we do recommend Democrat Congresswomen, the media goes a little easier on them. Got in a little Dewey situation a little while back and Nance took care of that too. The bottom bitch. There's lots of snake oil salesmen out there like Warren Buffett trying to give you what they call traditional investment advice. Warren Buffett says invest in what you know and nothing more. With our methods of marrying Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi or someone similar, what you know will now include inside info affecting companies' profits. Warren says when you buy a stock, plan to hold it forever. Well, we plan to hold stocks till your wife, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, has information that will negatively affect the company. Trading stocks with my formula is like going to the casino and the dealer is Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, and you're married to her. And there's no congressional oversight. The question is, how bad do you want to get rich? Listen, before you go get rich using my patented formula, I gotta tell you about the sponsor of this video, Manscaped. Trim.
Conspiracy is a story of history. It's a story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything and doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights, they're taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com. Click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.